Boom, there we go. How we doing? How we doing? How we doing? Time to get these levels in. There's not a lot of good movement in small caps again today. Really, luckily we have MLEC's good, right? JDZG just completely got annihilated. We do have CSR or CRSR trying to do something. F-Sly for yesterday will be on watch, although this could be a great hangover play. Back under this 1580 mark, coming back on down a little, start running into some charting in that flag from yesterday. But this could be a good hangover play for the day. Not a big fan of trading those, but this is MLEC here at the end of its wedge. MLEC here at the end of its wedge. What's up, guys that are in chat? Thank you for joining today. Good, got it up. All right, team, MLEC is your main mover. So MLEC is right now at the end of its wedge, too. I mean, we are right at the I mean, this thing is just working perfectly. Bouncing off 10, bouncing off 10, bouncing off 10, failing at the downtrend. It's really pushing through the downtrend right now. 11.15 resistance. Then 11.50. Over 11.50, watch for a pop to 12. Over 12 to 12.70 in pre-market high. And over 12.70 in pre-market high, we have 13 nasty upper shadow when MLEC last ran, which was just about a month ago on January the 15th when it ran to 13 on the dot. So that 13 is going to be very strong. Now, if we do get over 13, this is where this chart has some room to run. MLEC does. Zooming into that area for over 13, watch for a move to around 1380. Over 1380, we pop up to around 1440 to 15. And over that, we could really go gangbusters on MLEC. Now, it's your top mover right now. We are trying to hold in a 1 minute time frame above the downtrend right now. In the 3 minute, we haven't confirmed yet. So we'll see if we confirm. It looks like we are going to, though, at this point, and pop. Perfect move off of 10 right there, team. Perfect move off of 10. This bounce play was absolutely gorgeous right here for the move back on up, and now you're getting even bigger bounces now. This is why I always say it's not the first bounce that's always the best. Sometimes it's the second, it's the third, and sometimes it's the fourth. Proved that yesterday with F-Sly and the move up here. As we remember yesterday, I got an F-Sly, and it came down and bounced on my entry a couple times before it actually went on off and took off here. There's that 13 reversal and fail up top like we talked about, past chart history there. Absolutely money. What's up, Detmar? How we doing, brother? Perfect $13 resistance right there. Perfect, perfect, perfect. More so getting alerts in pre-market anymore. Today was great to get trades. You know, if this was the play and finally, I hope we get more of these and I can finally start getting the stream back up at 7 a.m. my time, 8 Eastern. We just haven't had any runners recently. This one would have been money. You know, honestly, 100% would have been great for a bounce play here at the $10 mark multiple times, and then anyone right there at 13 for the reversal. This play's had some really good plays in it so far today. I think it's going to get exhausted. And real quickly, as I'm explaining on the live stream, I just think MLEC's going to get exhausted. We have that movement in the past where we got really hot in November into December, and then especially in January where we had these December into January especially, we had the number one gainer kept running in market. Generally 80% of the time, I would say when you have a move this big in pre-market, it's not going to hold. You've heard that throughout the years from me. Like, this is up way too much. I just don't think it's going to hold its gains. It's going to see some sell-off. This is to me, it's in that realm today. Now, do we get that number one gainer? It just keeps going. We could, but just very few and far between that happens. And where we've been here recently, I wouldn't trust it. So make sure if you are trading this, especially to the long side, to take profit when you have it here in pre-market. What's up, Reese? How we doing? Other than that, it's really kind of slow out. We have CRSR that ran up yesterday, and again, it's an earnings play. And then we have Riven and RVNL, which is the bull of it, the ETF of Riven, that's up on earnings. So really, we've seen a lot of earnings play. That goes back to FSLY and what I traded yesterday, which had a good move. Now, CRSR, on the way down today, it's hitting it right now. 590 support. Under 590, watch for a crackdown to after hours main support, pre-market low at 550. If we crack that, I don't see what it does today besides crash. I don't see how it wouldn't do anything other than that. 650 to 675 is going to be strong resistance. Now, if we get over 675, watch for a move up to, this is kind of like MLEC. It has strong resistance at 7. Just like MLEC had strong resistance over 1270 at 13, which we just failed at perfectly. Over 7, watch for a move up to 725. And over that, watch for a move up to 775. Over that, watch for a move up to around 825 for CRSR. CRSR. Flies on watch here. Could crack underneath. Be a great hangover type play. Under 1590. Watch for a crack back down to around 1570. And under that, then we go down to around 1535. Under 1535, then we crack back down somewhere in the 14s with the main support being at 1470 where I took the bouncing long yesterday. Now for the next leg up, we need to get back over 1670. Over 1670, we run up to 1720. Over 1720, we hit up to yesterday's high right around 1785. I doubt GC's higher than that, most likely consolidates in a channel. Another rejection there at 13. Another rejection there at 13. The high on that candle was 1295. So you had another rejection there for MLEC. MLEC, watch for one more bounce play at 10. So MLEC, watch for one more bounce play at 10. Just put some orders in, just so you guys know. Just put some orders in on MLEC to see if we get filled. I'm looking for one more bounce play on MLEC at 10. And really, that's about it for small caps. So we have IMUX on watch here today, team. So watch that on over 120 up to the 140 mark. We do have an uptrend channel, so this is getting really tight. So over 140, or I should say over 120. Watch for the pop to 140. Trend line crack back under 105. Watch for the move down to $1 and then down to around 90 cents. Riven is up today as well. You could trade RVNL, but Riven is actually a cheaper ticker. So you could trade RIVN. Some levels for RIVN for the day. 1720 support. Under that, watch for a crackdown to 1665. After hours high, nice good support in pre-market so far. Under 1665, watch for a crackdown to 1625, and then below that to 1590. On the way up today, resistance is at 1780. You can see that there at pre-market high. Now over 1780 in pre-market high. Next level up. Watch for a move to 1820. Over 1820, we go to around 1860 to 1875 roll. Over that, watch for a pop to 1950. Over 1950, this could see a run close to or around 20. Other than that, that's really about it for small caps out there. I think I'm looking around, and there's really just not a lot to be had other than those tickers. We could see some random movers run again, like RIME, RIME, JDZG ran yesterday and has been a multi-day runner. Those would be your main movers to look at. Other than watch for past chart history movers, BNAI, BNAI, SMX could be on watch as well. Cool. All right, let's go. Other than that, in small caps, MLEC, watch for another bounce play at 10. 10 is I put some orders VWAP there as well. Right around 10 since we had that run to new high of day in 13. Watch for a bounce play at 10. Now, again, once we go through 13, if we don't hold up here, or say if we do hold up here and we go through and get that third touch, watch for the breakout. This could squeeze. I would say, how's that going? All right, for small caps, one more alert here, $10 bounce. I'm looking for a $10 bounce, one more dip here for MLEC. $10 bounce. Had a lot of bounces earlier. We ran a new high of day. I like this for one more dip at 10, so look for a dip buy at 10. Targets back on up for me will be at 10.50. Over that, watch for move to 10.90, close to 11, and anything over 11 would be a nice, good $1 bounce play where we have a lot of resistance from 11.20 to around 11.50. The Crow, what's up, Max? How we doing? Good job, Max. Good job, good job, good job. Yeah, there you go. Perfect, bro. Perfect alert. Easy alerts. Easy trades right there. Absolutely money. Money, my friend. Money. I'll give levels on BNAI because I forgot that it did run so well it ran so well yesterday. BNAI. Watch this back under, the main area for me for the short will be back under 20. Under 20, watch for a move down to around 1975. Under 20, watch for a move down, I should say, to 1935. Under 1935, watch for a crack down to 1875. Under 1875, watch for a move down to around 1820, and under that, then down to around 17. On the way up, 2150 is going to be key. If we get over that, we have a line in of resistance. We failed pretty close to it yesterday, and in after hours at 22.20. Over that, watch for a pop to 2270, and over 2270, watch for a move into the 23s. Again, I think this is going to be one of those range-bound plays like F-Sly and runs in between 25, yesterday's high of day, and somewhere between 17, the level I gave. All right, got to get the large caps now. Let's get to it. Let's get to it. Let's get to it. Let's get to it. Ooh, Amazon looking good for a play today. Amazon looking good for a short today. Dang. All right. Spy. We'll go to Apple, AMD. Dang, did Apple really have the... Oh, that one I forgot. Wow, that was a big bloodbath yesterday for Apple. Just gosh, what had I been doing here recently? Let me go to yesterday's tickers. App was the other one. I knew there was another A play, app, and then it goes to Google, and then Meta, and then Microsoft, and then MSTR, NVDA, PLTR, Tesla, and the Qs. All right, over to the large caps and SPY here, team. Big bloodbath yesterday for a lot of these plays. We're now sitting down low, and I talked about this. Would not be surprised if we came back down, and I called this out. What day did I call this out on the morning alerts that I would not be surprised if this play comes back down to the low 680s, if not the 670s? And here we did it in one day. Yucky, yucky, yucky. On the way up today, strong resistance is at right around 682.75. Over 682.75, watch for a pop-up. Man, I have a line in it, but it's not working there. But I want to say 683.50. Under 683.50, I'm going to go to the top portion of that big channel from yesterday and go to 685.50. Normal high of day at 85.50. Ultimate high of day goes up to 687. On the way back down today, major support, I would say, is somewhere right around 680. Under 680, watch for the move down right around 680 or 678.60, 678.50. Pre-market low, normal low of day. Ultimate low of day, watch for move down to 677.75. And under that, we go down to 675.80 to 676. Ultimate low of day there. Now, in case we somehow have a huge sell-off underneath that, watch for move down to 674. And could ultimately find its way down to last Thursday in the week's low, which is crazy move down to 671. All right, over to Apple. Apple looks great if this could crack underneath this 260 low. I don't think she's going to. It would start moving into charting we had a few weeks ago, right around the 250s. But watch for that crack back under 260. the low from yesterday after hours pre-market for the move down today. Targets would be on the way down 259.20. Under 259.20, we go down to around 258.50. Under 258.50, watch for move down to around 257.50 to around 257.25. And then could ultimately get down to around 256s. I don't think it's just got a lot of charting from, we'll go Monday the 26th through Friday the 30th, that full week. We have a lot of choppy charting through that area. So I just am not a fan, unfortunately, of what it has to go through. But I love the setup of the bottom. Now, one we're going to get to in a second that's even prettier is Amazon. On the way up today, watch for a move over 262.50. We're right back down below it. So we have to get back above 62.50. Above 62.50, watch for a pop up to 64, pre-market high. Normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day then goes to 64.75, and over that we go to 65.30. I'm going to go 65.30 ultimate high of day. Now, if we get over that, watch for move back up to 267.30. I think I spent too long on Apple there, and I shouldn't even alerted it. Over to AMD again. I don't like this very much, the weird choppy channel it's been in, but I do like this back under 204 pre-market low, under 204, which is also Monday's low of day. Watch for a crack back down to 201.30, then ultimately down to 200. Could find its way down there. Now on the way back on up, zoom in here, back over 208.90. Watch for move up to 210, and over 210, watch for move up to 211.75. 211.75 breaks. Watch for a move up one more level. I'm going to go to, I'll say 211.75 to 212, normal high of day. Ultimate high of day then goes up to right around 214.50. App, watch this to the bottom side as well. A lot of these plays could crack and go for more, and there's not a lot of charting to hold this up. Under 355, 356 we'll call it. Under 356, this play has dump written all over it, and it really can crack at the bell. Go back to last Wednesday. Go back to yesterday. Boy, it can dump. Now, on the way up here, watch back over, in my opinion, 678.50. That's where this can have some takeoff for the long. The first target would be 682.50, and over that could find its way then to 686.50, and then could rip from there. Now, define normal high and normal low of day. Some days this has $10 moves, and some days this has $50 moves. So it's hard to determine that. But the breakout area at the top is that 78.50 mark. For the bottom side, and the crack is 56. Amazon, I forgot to do that one. Amazon got this boot heel on the daily under 196.60. Under 196.60 for Amazon. Watch for the crackaroonie. Hasn't been in this area in months. This reminds me of Tesla from a few weeks ago. Now, again, this doesn't move very big most days, but this has some charting underneath it for it to run down. Watch for move down to 194.20. Could find its way down to 192.50, 25 area as well. So, again, underneath 196.60, watch for a short here on Amazon. Now, if it pops up, watch for move back over 200. Then it gets a good squeeze to 201.25, then to 202.50 for Amazon. So those are your two areas. Watch over 200 for the break, under 196.60 for the short. I feel naked without my watch on anymore. And Reese, if you're listening, are you kidding me? No, nothing, no. I have no idea what that dude's doing anymore. Someone asked last night on the live stream, I guess supposedly he said he got invited to Mar-a-Lago. I have no idea what that dude's doing anymore. And One Stop Prop, no offense, One Stop Prop is absolutely one of the worst prop firms. It is the worst prop firm I've ever heard about or heard from. Most people that go to One Stop Prop absolutely hate One Stop Prop. Would never try it out. Oh man, Google looks good under 306. Or 307 actually. All right, over to Google here, team. Over to Google. This has Amazon written all over it. Under 307. Under 307. Watch for a short. Essentially under pre-market low and the low from last Thursday. Under 307. This has short city limits written all over it. Under 307. Watch for a move down to around 30. We'll call it 305 to 304.50. Under that, then we go down to 303.80 area. This could eventually find its way all the way down to 302.20 and eventually maybe even down through 300 as we continue to crack down maybe through into Monday. So this is going to be huge under 307. On the way up, watch us back over 310 for the long. Over 310 for the long, watch for a spike to 312. Then over that to 313. Over 313, watch for a move to 1375. Ultimately getting back up to possibly 315 or so. Love this back under 307. That'd be like asking Deck if he joined AK's Trade the Pool. Like I'm doing Trade the Pool stuff. We have earnings, we have challenges on Trade the Pool all week, all year, or all month long. So anyway, you get my point. I don't know why he's not at Trade the Pool. He doesn't even trade large caps. He doesn't know how to trade large caps, but yet he's pushing a prop firm that only trades large caps. That makes no fucking sense. Yep. No, I'm still gonna keep it at 10, boss, because that's my first target. So nope, that's fine with me. That's my first target, 1050. So I'm fine with that. I'm still gonna leave my orders in here. Although trading at the bell, crap. That's the one thing because I want to trade. All right, real quickly, the last couple of these plays. Watch Google or Meta. Back under 641.50 for the short. Under 41.50. Watch for the short on Meta. This has great short potential written on it. Could see minimum $3 down to 637. Under 637, she goes all the way down possibly to 630. PLTR, same thing here, team. PLTR back under 126.50. Watch for the short down to 125. Under 125, watch for more continuation on down. For PLTR, hasn't been underneath 125 in a minute, so this is going to be another high short play. If we continue to crack down for more today, these plays have a lot of room to go to the bottom side. Give cues real quickly for you futures traders, just full levels over 602.65. Watch for a pop up to 604.65. Over 604.65 to 605, we'll call it. Normal high of day, ultimate high of day. Over that, watch for move up to 607.70. On the way down, major support is going to be at right around, there's real choppy downtrend that we're in. I would just say under pre-market low in 97.50. Watch for a move down to 96. Under 96, we go down to 94.80. 94.80, normal low of day. Ultimate low of day goes down to 92.30. Again, like SPY, could find more levels down into Thursday's after hours lows from last week. If you want full levels on NVDA, PLTR, MSTR, Meta, Microsoft, come join the live stream. It's free today. Come join. All right, team. We do have CRSR popping here at the bell. I do have orders in on MLEC at the $10 mark. 4 bounce plays. I do have that on MLEC. I'm going to be watching Amazon and Google as well over here to my side. So Amazon and Google, we'll be watching these on my side here. I do have bounce orders at the $10 mark for MLEC. So MLEC, we'll see if we get filled at 10. I'm going to leave those in for now. New high of day CRSR. All right, what the trade at the bell? Let's Google and Amazon for me to the bottom side. For large caps, for small caps, CRSR is popping, so that's going to be on watch. And, of course, MLEC. All right, Google here, I'm watching it, team. It's not really giving me what I like here at the bell. Neither is Amazon. They're both going down but back on up. SPY's not really doing much. And we could have one of these little trappy days where a lot of traders don't know where to go to start the day. So right now, not entering in anything. Hopefully I'll get filled here on MLEC. We'll see if we do get filled. I'm going to leave those orders in for a little bit longer. We're holding up pretty well so far. Let's see if I can get filled here on MLEC. FSLI is popping. FSLI starting to pop. So we do have FSLI popping here, team. FSLI popping up. So if you want to go for a short, 1785. If you want to go for that double top look, we are starting to get a little bit of the mob to take away from MLEC. So I'm a little worried about my bounce play right now, team. A little worried about this area here, honestly. So I'm going to start canceling my orders, to be honest. MLEC. MLEC here, team. Cancel those orders. Then I got this phone call. I canceled those orders, team, because we have a mob shift right now. So MLEC, I did cancel those orders right as it was coming down. I just don't like this mob shift. I'm going to put orders on CRSR at this 650 mark. 650, 640 mark. So CRSR, let's go over to CRSR. That's where I'm going to look to put some orders in, team. CRSR. This is the hot play right now. 640 to 650. CRSR. CRSR. Let's go over here. Limit orders. Damn it, quit running CRSR. 650 to 645. 650 to 645. 657. Sure, I'm going to put some orders there. Oh, quit running. Why? No. No, it's really running right now and really ripping. So CRSR has the mob. So CRSR and FSLI have the mob right now. I have a bounce at 870 shares at too low. No, that's where you're probably going to want to go now, right there, Paula. I would say next bounce play, and we can go there. I like this, Paula. 885, 875 area. This right here, down to around 850. So let's put some orders around 875 into 850. Does anyone have the resume price? Does anyone have the resume price on MLEC? Does anyone have the resume price on MLEC? Does anyone have the resume price? Yeah, I think everyone likes that area too, Paulo. I think we have even King Lion loves that area too as well. A little bit of the mob shift here at the opening bell, so people are taking profit, going over to FSLI, and they're going over to CRSR. And I like CRSR at 650. 970 now. Cool. Google and Amazon doesn't look like we're going to get Google or Amazon today, team, at least as of right now. I'm going to stick with CRSR here. I got orders in at 640 to 655. And then we're going to go with MLEC here. I like MLEC here. Let me trade the pull back up. It wasn't even letting me put orders in now for MLEC after I canceled it. It was really weird. I'm like, now you're not going to let me put orders in for MLEC? Okay, there we go. MLEC day, yes. All right, I'm going to start putting orders, team, at, we'll go 880. We're going to start around 890 just to be safe because you never know. 890. Oh, I can't because it's halted. Son of a shit. All right, so as soon as this goes live, I'm going to start putting orders, team, 890 into the around this 865 mark or so. I'm going to surround it with some big allotment of shares. I feel a big bounce play coming from that area. I'm still going to leave my orders at 655 to 640 like I have for CRSR. So CRSR, I like that at 650, 640 area. Ribbon's coming down off that double top from pre-market high. Oh, let me tell you something. Yep, I like that. Yeah. Let's go. One thing I don't like about CRSR is how that VWAP has caught the play. Yesterday, you can see when we caught the VWAP bounces and it was a butt. So I don't. That's the one with point being with F-Sly. So that's the one thing I'm a little worried about so far today, which I still like this area and I'll trust it. 640 to 655 for CRSR. 875 area. We'll just call it the 875 area for MLEC. MLEC team, right here. Put the line in. Somewhere right about right there is our balance area. So what we're going to do is mark this as a blue line, not red. Let's go blue. Let's go bigger, baby. Boom. Man. Did not expect that CR. Look at the inverse head and shoulders, too. It's so pretty there at the opening bell. Boop, boop. And then right here is that breakoff point. Right there, team. All right, putting in orders in now, team. Putting in orders now. Putting orders in now for MLEC. Here we go, team MLEC. Here we go, MLEC team. Coming on down. Let's see if we get filled here. Did not get filled on MLEC yet, team. MLEC did not get filled there. Still did not get filled on MLEC. Oh, did not get filled. And I'm really worried about this bounce play now, team. I'm really worried because I did not get filled here on MLEC. I'm a little worried this play is not going to bounce here. So let's see if we get a little bit more movement down and get one more fill here. I am really surprised we did not get the bounce play so far there at this area. We're not coming quite down to it. Not getting filled on bounce plays today, team, unfortunately. I'll leave this in for just a tad bit longer to see if we get filled here. King Lion jumped in small at 9. Yeah, if you just market ordered in. I'm not liking this team. This looks like it wants to go down for more, to be honest. This looks like it wants to shoot down for more here coming up soon. Oh, I didn't get filled. I didn't get filled there somehow. Did anyone get filled there? I'm still not filled. Oh, you gotta be kidding me, mate. Be careful here, team. This is not bouncing. I did not get filled, and it's not bouncing. So if you did get filled, maybe take a little bit of profit there. Take a little bit of profit. Dang it, I didn't get filled. Anyone get filled? Ah! And it's not really bouncing that much, so be careful here, team. Oh, look at the reversal here back on down. Didn't get filled on CRSR either. Watch this back under 875, team. This is going to have some more pullback zone if this gets back under 875 for the day. Ah! I didn't get filled. There's your bounce play. Here's your bounce play, team. Beautiful. If you got filled there. Did anyone get filled? I did not get filled. Did anyone get filled? Nice. Front and AC. Good job there. Start taking profit right now in the downtrend. Start taking profit right here into the downtrend. Over that, watch her move up into 10. So this is going to be your profit-taking area right now into this downtrend, team. Good job if you got filled. Fuck yeah. I didn't get filled. Oh. Did not get filled there, team. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful move there. There's the dip. I did not get filled. There's the 870 right on my line. Right on Paula. Good call. King Lion. Great call. We called it out. Max, did you get in? Anyone? That's perfect. Beautiful. Bounce play right there at 10 or at 875 into 10. 875 into 10. Beautiful bounce play. Let's see if we go for more. Good job, King Lion. Good job there, King Lion. Yes, this beautiful move right here. Looks like it wants to squeeze through 10 here. It's having some trouble with 10, but if it gets through 10, it's going to see a good size pop. Through 10, it's going to be a good size pop. Oh, Max, yeah. I don't know how I didn't get filled. I had my order at 877. It just didn't fill me. I don't know how I didn't get filled. I had 877, 867, and 857. So I don't know how I did not get filled there. It would have been 1,000 shares, which still is nice. I tried to get filled 3,000 shares. Beautiful bounce play here, team. Absolutely gorgeous. Called it out. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Chef kisses, baby. Let's cancel the 10. Let's go back over and go to 875 rule. About to halt up. Let's fucking go. Hey. Oh, no. We're almost halted up. Almost halted up there. Now we know we can come back down to 875 and get another bounce play there, team. Beautiful. Going for a halt up now. Halting up now, baby. Bam, 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 bam. Bam. Beautiful move right there. Called it to the dot. Boom. Damn, I can't believe I didn't get filled. Shit. It's perfect, though. This is perfect. It's exactly what I'm looking for each and every day. Every day. Every day. Yep, it happens, Sterling. It totally happens. Perfect dip buy. I mean, absolutely right off of it, right back on up. Halted up at 44 after, and oh, god dang it. Thinkorswim has a glitch in their system, team. If you can't tell, you can just see there. Oh, yowza trousertons. I'm going to to shut them all down, it looks like. Merlin, will you stop? So on Thinkorswim, when you go to adjust the time and sell, sometimes it does that. It'll be annoying like that. Merlin! I cannot believe I wasn't filled. Another beautiful bounce play into a halt up. Oh, that hurts the heart a little bit right there. Oh, God, that hurts a little bit. CRSR didn't get filled on my dip buy, so I'm watching it still. SPY with the red to green move here out of the gate. So SPY with a nice red to green move so far to start the day. Absolutely banger bank. Absolutely banger call there. Absolutely banger call. Let's see. Front AC thinks AK holding a small piece of only filled 400 shares, 100 left now. Good job. Would have brought my super. Yeah, well, Sterling. That's why I'm telling you, Sterling, don't trade pre-market. I just wouldn't trade pre-market, honestly. I would take 1 or 2 trades. Most traders, you guys are just over trading. No offense, you're over trading. CR Trader is the only trader I know that trades that much and is successful. I don't know any trader that trades more than 10 times in a day that's successful. I don't know one. Ross Cameron may trade that much in a day, but he does it in a certain amount of time and he's gone. I don't know. I do not know. I mean, look at Steven Dux's of the world, bro. Steven Dux's laps around any trader we know right now. And he doesn't trade. He trades less than me. And Steven Dux trades less than me and banks more than anyone, all of us together. Okay? More than Ross Cameron, more than Deck, more than any, and he trades less than me. Okay? But let's let that sink in. The best traders in the world don't trade a lot. They don't trade. They know when to attack. And that's when they attack. Like, look at this. MLEC. Imagine like the big traders out there that go in and start averaging in because of all this volume. Look at all this volume. This is 500,000 shares. This volume is 140, 260, 220. I mean, someone could have gotten in there 10, 20, 30,000 shares, average in. Their average is, say, like 915. They're in 30,000 shares. This is their trade for the day. 30,000 shares, they're up $1 now. They're up $30,000. There's their trade for the day. They're done. Imagine they're 50,000 shares. Maybe they're 100,000 shares. Who knows? I'm just saying that's what the big boys do. That's what the best traders in the world do. So you have to think about that. It's not about how many trades you get. It's not going to make you any better the more trades you get. It's about the quality of the trades. This is quality over quantity. We are live. MLEC live. Take some of that profit now. MLEC, if you are in MLEC, make sure to take some profit here. Good move so far. MLEC, let's see if we get one more bounce play at 875. Let's see if we get one more bounce play at 875. I still have my orders in down there because we popped up so quickly. I figured it's going to be probably a pretty darn good play. And don't forget tonight, team, we will have the roundtable discussion. It'll be fun. Kevin Avery, myself, there'll be other traders that join us on the live stream. This is how I'm trying to show you today how to chart. We're going to get into a lesson here after we get a trade in, which we really already did get a trade in. I didn't get filled, unfortunately, but this is exactly what I wanted. A bounce play out of the gate. We get $1.50 in the end, almost a $2 spike from the bounce area. And that's it. That's how you trade. You sit back, wait for a level to hit, and then you trade it. Or you wait for this level to crack, and then you can take the short down. You just sit back and wait for trades to come to you. This is how you trade small caps. Just make it very simple on yourself. Try to not overtrade. See if you can't sit back and wait for trades to come to you. If you can sit back and wait for trades to come to you, you build the discipline, you build the patience, the confidence grows with it. Love it, guys. Coming over today. Thank you for joining me, though. Absolutely money sauce over on MLEC. Perfect bounce opportunity. We alerted this right at the opening bell. Right after we saw the pullback, we said, let's go down here. Traders in chat seeing that too as well. So love you guys learning, studying from myself and other great traders. I know that's where you saw the bounce play from what I've taught you guys in the past. This is it. This support area right here. Right? This is gorgeous. And we get a bounce play right on top of it. Adam is running with everyone as long. Okay, gotcha. Adam is running. Adam and Eve. Adam, no, ATOM. Nice little spike there for ATOM out of nowhere with earnings yesterday is the only reason this is pushing, so I would be careful with this. It's a kind of a very liquid chart, so the bounce for me would be right around 3 to 295. 3 to 295 right through here. Oh, got the pink on today, too. I'm trying to rock the pink for you guys, you know, trying to get the pink going. Hopefully you guys are, you know, wearing your pink for... I don't have this on? How did I not turn this on the whole morning? I've been rocking the pink and I haven't even been... I can't believe no one said, AK, where are you at? I can't even see your face today. Where are you at, AK? I'm rocking the pink. I forgot to put the camera on when I went live. I was so ready to get into levels for you guys, I couldn't even wait. You should have saw my face when I wasn't filled. I literally was like, I was looking into the camera. So this, like, I've been looking at the camera multiple times for no reason. But when I wasn't getting filled, I was like, what the fuck? How did I get filled? You're kidding me, right? What? Even if I would have it should have been 1,000 shares. 877, 870, and 867. I had 3,000 shares to get filled. I only would have been 1,000 shares, but still it would have been 1,000 shares. I would have held on to that until the halt up, at least 100 or so, for sure. SOB. Yeah, I can't. Y'all aren't even ready. I don't give a fuck. I just want money today. I don't care about AK. It's not slow. When it's slow, we want to see your face. It's not slow. We want MLEC. We want some money. I'm so glad you guys got the bounce. Some, I think, like me, didn't get filled. They were a little too low, like Max and myself. I was right there at 877, so I don't know how I didn't get filled. I think at 872, so I think Max hit 875. Sometimes when it wicks down there, you just don't get filled. That's why I like those real quick wicks down, a little bit bigger, because I love those. Love those. F-Sly is a good example of yesterday, though. Remember F-Sly yesterday, I wasn't filled, unfortunately, that big at all. So I didn't get all my share orders on F-Sly, so it's just one of those things here. Some trades I've gotten full share size order, and then some of these trades I have not, unfortunately, gotten my full share size. Let's see if we get one more bounce here at 870. I'm going for the 875 one more time. One more time. Yeah, CRSRs, I like it. I have my dip buys back down at 650 to 640. I obviously don't see that happening at this point now. If this can run to new high of day at around like 760s or so, I would then come back down here and trust $7 into 690, and I'll move my orders up. If this moves to 780 or so, and then we're going to put orders somewhere around 720 to 730. Yeah, I like it too now. I mean, this is pretty much where the bounce would be at. You know, this ran to new high, so I don't mind coming back down here in that area. That's where you're going to come to now and do it. Let's go to CRSR. What is going on here? CRSR. There we go. Yeah. Start moving my orders up here for CRSR. Hit a new high of day there. All right, got my orders in on CRSR. Still waiting to get filled here at around 875 rule on MLEC. And I would say, too, watch for that crack under 875 for more short back on down. Oh, did anyone get filled at 3? There's your dip buy on Adam. You bring it up, I alert. I tell you where the bounce is going to come. They don't call me the bounce machine for nothing. All right. This may form a W shape and rip up here, which would suck. But if it does, then we put orders back down at 10 again. Maybe even 1050 becomes the bounce play. Your breath, bro, is absolutely horrendous, Merlin, and you're a puppy. Oh, look at the bounce play off of Adam. Anyone get filled? Did anyone? Where's my Myrons of the world? Max, T-Web, King Lion. Perfect bounce play right here at 3. ATOM, quick little bounce play and money there. I've got my orders at 7 and to 685 for CRSR. Still have orders at 875 for MLEC to see if we get filled here. Now, we need to get filled here soon. Otherwise, I'm not liking MLEC the way it's teetering and teasing right above it. So I want to get filled here sometime soon, or I'm going to cancel my orders on MLEC and look for another play like CRSR that could continue to get bouncing opportunities for me. Yeah, you're good. Yeah, that was a money little quick little bounce play. Quick little bounce play right there. Oh, MLEC halted down. Halted down. I just now noticed that too as well. Halted down. So let's see if we get a bounce here out of the gate. Finally got filled there on MLEC. Finally. Average entry price for me is right there at the halt down price at 862. So I am filled right now at 862. 862. Did smaller shares here. 862. 862. King line same. 57.16 is the halt down time. Let me take a quick little break. I'll be right back, team. I'm gonna fill my water up. I'm like getting cotton mouth this morning because I haven't had any water. I'll be right back. I've done a lot of yapping. I haven't drank much water. My mouth was closed all night. I'm sleeping. I don't snore. Okay. I'll be right back. All right, team, back in. Here we go in the saddle. Should come live at 0216. 0216 here for MLEC. So let's see where we go live for MLEC. Big gap down here, team. So again, watch your shares here. Big gap down. I'm going to go ahead and just lock out of this. I was only in 1,500 shares. So MLEC there. Big gap down. Big gap down right there. Big gap down. Yeah, oh yeah, King Line. Yeah, I just immediately stopped out of that. Huge gap down. Yeah, I like CRSR still for a long play. MLEC, the sell-off. Like I talked about this in the morning alerts to you guys, if you remember, right? I said, hey, MLEC, watch for some gains to be given back. It's probably moved too much up this morning. So it's one of those things where I'm not surprised for MLEC here at all. Already had my stop, so I wanted. Oh yeah, you're good. You're good. The first bounce was it. We just missed it. We're not getting the 1, 2, 3 bounces at 10. I thought we'd get a second one here. Let's just be honest. I mean, I really truly thought we'd get a second one there. Win some. Oh yeah, I'm not even worried about it. I'm not even worried about it really. Oh yeah, Cam, my bad. Didn't turn it back on when I got back in here on the mic. When I got on the mic, I was worried about him. We are seeing the another bounce play, but I really would not expect it to come around 810. I'm going to sit on CRSR. This is your main play for right now. I'm going to put orders, have my orders in at 7. We could look for another play at 735 here. You know, possibly at 735. I mean, look at this bounce plate. I'm not surprised out of the gap down. You know, you're going to get some buying pressure back on up here. This is going to see some resistance at 875. So if you are looking for a short, I honestly look for a short. I just go back into 10, add in a little bit over that. I think she's done for the day, in my opinion. CRSR is going to be our main bull play, but I will keep MLEC on watch because it's still, to me, it's battling between the top gainer. You know, 70%, they're right there battling for who's the number one gainer on the day. Man, X is selling verified sticker like hotcakes. What do you mean? Oh, wow. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I know what you're saying now. Yeah. I've seen that even like across. I mean, that's just how they're doing it across the board to make more money now. They realize. I think a lot of it too. It helps people for the old. Yeah, NCI is really nasty. Got big reversal right there from NCI out of nowhere. Excuse me. There's that 875 reversal we talked about right there. But it's a way for them to make money. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, but then also for the fake accounts, which I like and I did because so when which I thought was cool of them and it's fine for me, but on Instagram, I'll probably have to do it for Twitter, but on Instagram, I was building up followers, and then I started getting fake accounts because people started realizing who I was, etc. And so they started doing these it'd be like Josh. I was Josh Smith official. Like no weird letters, no nothing. It was just Josh Smith official. Then you'd see one with like an extra letter or some extra character in there, right? You know, like a period or just something, an extra I, an extra something. To where even, which is crazy, you know, you have those people, because point being, like, I was over at Tradecaster, and of course Sean Deckmar and Sean had a lot of that too. And like, hey guy, he had it before me and more often than me because he had more followers and was obviously it was bigger in social media. But you'd see, hey Deck, are you asking me? And he asked all the time, guys, it's not me asking you for money or why would I reach out to you and say, hey, how's your day trading? Yada yada yada, you know. And then people started reaching out to me and say, Jai, and I was like, oh my god, now it's happening to me. To where literally, I don't know if Deck or any of those people ever knew anyone personally, but I know someone personally. Selena is her name. She texted me one day and says, Josh, can I have that money I gave you? Huh? And I'm thinking for a minute, and I'm like, okay, Josh, you didn't do anything stupid, did you? And like, one night, like, you know, I was going through all the messages, like, no. I'm like, So I'm like, what money? And I'm like, you didn't have, I'm like, I have, or I worded, like, this didn't happen through, like, Instagram did it, and someone asked you how you're trading. Well, I said that. She's like, yeah, blah, 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 it's your Instagram account. And I'm like, no. So then I go to my Instagram, screenshot it, and so I'm like, you know, and then kind of zoom in on I'm like, is this the profile name verbatim? Is there like an extra period or letter in there? Why don't you send me a screenshot of yours? And then she immediately messaged back. I was like, oh fuck. And I was like, how much was it? And she was like, oh, it was only like $500. I forgot what, something like that. Luckily it wasn't a lot. And I was like, oh my. So I actually knew someone that I literally kind of, I mean, I would say dated. We went like on a date or two. We went on like a date or two, and it was just like, nah. But she's a sweet girl, but it just wasn't meant to be. So a girl that I literally have kissed before, literally, she thought, I'm like, what? That's nuts. I literally know some. I mean, yeah. So point being to where Instagram shut my account down, and I had to do the whole face thing, and they have like no customer service. They literally are like, well, send an email, or not send an email, send like a picture of your face. Like, you can't talk to anybody. There's like. And when that happens, and I've like reached out to like day trade and other people like day trade professional, like, yeah, you're lucky if you get it back. So I did get it back the first time, and then it happened again within like about a month or so later, and I never got my original. And I had that since like 2012. And Avery was on it and I have like pictures that weren't saved on my like backup. Like now everything's backed up on drive, but back in 2012, 13, 14, I didn't have that like a backup drive that was backing stuff up all the time. I didn't have, like, you know, some people have the iCloud. I wasn't doing that. I had Samsung at the time. I didn't have an iPhone until like 2019. And so Samsung, of course, Google, but I had Google Drive, and that started backing stuff up finally like in 2015, 16, something like that. But 2012, and then there's a lot of stories that were just, I'd go to my phone and go to my like Instagram, and, you know, because that was a big thing in 2018, 19, you would just add to your stories. Man, that was so cool. So there's so many stories. Like, it'd be like, because you get on your phone, like, I'm on this day. Well, all those are gone now. Like, some are on Facebook, thankfully, but a lot of those early ones are not. And so it bums me out that I don't have my original Instagram, and I never could get it back because it's some like, hey, send a picture and make sure verify it's you, yada yada yada. Like, and I got it back the first time, second time, and that's crazy because this happened in 2022, and it was really bad. And Deck lost his original one, which is, lo and behold, like right around the same time I did. So I didn't feel bad, and I was like, gee golly, that's fucking stupid. But right after I opened my new one, Instagram immediately messaged me and said, hey, do you want the check mark, the verified? And I was like, yeah. And it's like, I forgot how much I pay. It's like $5 a month, 10, something like that. I'm like, yeah, I want it because I don't want to deal with this ever again. And since then, I haven't had to. So that is the one good thing about having it. At least for like someone like myself, is my point. All right, so we're slowly popping up on MLEC here, team. Like I said, looking for, if you want to short the top. We do have a downtrend too as well. Again, let's just start. I want to try to get another trade in, but I want to start how you guys can easily just put lines in and see exactly what you're working with here. And so this would be your downtrend line. Oh my gosh, look at this. Almost a downtrend from earlier, bouncing right on it now perfectly. And so this is really where you're going to, I wish I would have left that line in, honestly, earlier when we broke up out of it. I wish I would have left that in because that would have even let me know even more confidence just to wait for this 8 and 70. I wish I would have gotten feel that sucks so bad because I would have been done trading for the day and would have had probably $1,000 winner right there. Now I'm down like $600. And I'm glad I didn't go with big. I tried to go big the first time. Second time, I'm never going to go as big. Nice little uptrend back on up here. So nice uptrend for MLEC. It's slow and steady here. It's still on watch. Bounce play for me would be, I don't really have one. I mean, it's really bouncing on this downtrend line, you know, and literally the old downtrend is now support through the new downtrend that we're creating, which is absolutely bonker sauce. I am waiting for CRSR to get filled down here around the 690 to 685 mark. Let's see if we get a little bit more of a pullback there. It's a slower play. NCI is not bad. It's really wicky. I'm not a big fan of these type of plays. You know, this is toilet seat material. I don't like these. This is just up, down. Really wicky too as well. Not a fan of these type of plays, but it's just an uptrend channel play is all this is. So you just go and put your lines in, team. There's your uptrend channel, as you can tell, and there is your resistance up top right there, just like that. You do have a little bit of this midline area of resistance too as well. So I'm just not a big fan of uptrend channel plays, but there you go. I mean, there's your play for NCI. Your toilet seat, up and down, seesawing. Mr. Seesaw. Not bad, but yeah, we don't have a ton today. This is what we have been in the small cap sector. It's just been sit back and wait and see if you get a runner for the day. And you're not getting really anything momentum that's nasty crazy and in market anymore. You know, you're getting your slow and steady eddies. Some plays get some decent size moves. Like I was surprised yesterday that FSLI made the move that it did. Fastly, that was a really good move off earnings yesterday. SMX nothing today. FGL random moves up. So FGL's halted up again here. FGL really sketchy play. SPY's not doing much, so we'll put FGL just for fun on watch here. You golly be careful with FGL. Yeah, former runners. Yeah, just watch that smoke tuna. That's the thing today. It's a theme, in my opinion, what we'll probably have here over the next month. The rest of this one is my point. We'll go to I mean, that's why we went back to SMX, FGL, BNAI, runners we've seen before. NCI is another one that we've been looking at. If MLEC holds up enough today, it could be when we're looking at again, you know, like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of next week. Like, oh, MLEC's popping up again. Oh, yeah, that's right. Last Friday's pre-market runner didn't really do too much in market. You know, whatever. We'll see what it does today, but now 875 trying to hold again, so watch for a re-crack through 875 for the move back on down. Need to be taking profit mainly at this 820 down into this 815 area. Absolutely perfect bounce right out of the gate there that we alerted some of you guys. Most of you got filled there. Beautiful bounce play. Took it for the second time. Didn't want to work. And where you can just see here, just overall the volume starting to die off on this play. Traders are just not interested here on a Friday. For much of a move. You know, we do have NCI up, not too bad. MLEC in market down red. CRSR is really starting to lose a little bit of the volume as well, as you can see here, team. The last, 10 minutes here, volume is starting to die off. Now I say 8, 6, whatever you call it. But you can see here, we're starting to build at least, 9 minutes now, almost 10 minutes of slower volume. Doesn't mean we can't pick back up, and I like the bounce play still back down here. Get filled around the 690 mark for the move back up to 630, 625 area would be good. All right, let's get into, ooh. Here comes the crack possibly here. Watch for this to curl back on over yet again. Nothing wanting to hold today for the longs. If you are wanting to short here, I like this short back under here. Watch for candlestick confirmation here in the 1 minute time frame. Earlier we got it with a halt, but it did go down about 50 cents or so from this area. Could even find its way back to the bottom of the downtrend that we are in. For the pop back on up, like I said, I really like if this got some momentum and volume back up to 10 to 1040, 50 area. I don't see it probably getting any higher than that, at least for now. We are 45 minutes, almost an hour after the opening bell, and you can tell there's no real mob winner. So sometimes on Fridays, and what I talk about, this is the time. If we're going to have a runner for the day, it's going to show its face in the next 30, 45 minutes. Yeah, this would be the one in my opinion, but it's just I think the float. What's the float on this dude? Yes, it's bigger than even F-Slides is, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, well, I can't remember what F-Slides was yesterday, but I don't think it was 46. I think it was smaller than that. But CRSR's float is 46 mil. It's a little bit bigger. It's going to make the tank a little bit heavier to move around. Watching for some more pullback there from MLEC. I'd rather short up top, though. So if we are going to take a trade, at least myself, I want up here, team. I want to short up here, this 10 to 1050 area, really, especially right around 1050. NCI starting to die down a little bit here. That was, of course, another move was Atom today. So Atom was another one we were just looking at, ATOM. So this was decent. It's starting to chop around and find its true channel right around 335 resistance, 310 support. F-Slide channeling up too as well. So we're getting some channels being built up today. 660 resistance, 1605 or 1610 support. I don't know. I guess that's in there from yesterday or on a certain chart to see when it goes live. I need to put that like a separate little like chart somewhere hidden Thinkorswim, because it like always pulls up these random, like BYFC is one that I have that is just always on there. I need, what's the other one that's halted? TGCO, my play, TGCO, which is nuts. I even got QM. I mean, I got QMs, which is crazy. Going back to QMs here on this day, I was Glass Blowing Trader was in chat. Glass Blowing Trader, I was in a one-on-one with him. This was flying up at the end of the day. It halted up at, I think we can see even go back and look at it possibly. Maybe the time has gone by too far now. Let's go back 180 days. Can we do 5 minute? Well, let me go back to September. Yeah, all right. This play was bonkers. So I was in a one-on-one. This play was halted up right here at the high of day. So we got to go back to right there when that was high of day. And it gaps up all the way to 200. A $50 gap up. And I'm like, God, what? It does this quick wick, immediately goes flying into a halt up. I'm like, I've got to trade this. I'm going to get in like 10 shares. And I got in 10 shares. I'm in a one-on-one. This is right, in power hour. Like, I'm getting in this. There's no way. We got a $50 gap up. There's no way we don't get a $25 gap up. We got a $25. I mean, it was right on the. He was. I mean, his mind. He was like, "This is nuts. This is." I was like, "I told you." And then I was like, "Most likely, because it's halt 1 to 2 with these gaps, you're gonna run into a third halt up." And my target was 300. And mother, just fucking perfect. Beautiful trade there. Literally 10 shares made almost. It was like right around $700 because I scaled out, of course. Right as it went into a halt up here, I was scaling out. Right into that one, I was scaling out. So only had a little bit of ammo left right here, and it got out the. As soon as it opened up, I was out. I'm like, oh, 300, fuck yeah, woo! And then it was halt down, and then the closing bell, which yeah, but this was absolutely money. And you can see here it went live at 40 after or whatever. Anyway, it was beautiful, beautiful trade there. Man, I want those runners. I just can kill those. I want some more of those. Mimi down. Mimi down. Mimi down. NCI, Adam starting to chop around, really almost in the same price range area. NCI does have this uptrend. We do have this low. Look at this. Bounce off one. Finally made its way to the downtrend over here for MLEC. The volume, though, is really low compared to what it was earlier. You can see a lot of these 1 minute candles are down into the 60 to 100,000 range now. Slowing down here for CRSR is slowing down too. FGL still halted up. What's up, Bothy? How you doing, handsome? How are you doing? Gonna get into waiting to see if we get our all-day runner here. I'm just waiting to see if we get that all-day runner. No, we're not missing anything. I'm going to get into how to like to sit back and wait and watch for trades here. We're going to go over MLEC. We're going to go over F-Slide from yesterday. Just going to put a little lesson together that I can post, of course, on YouTube later today for a little weekend video for you guys for a quick little 4 or 5 minute lesson on what to look for in bounce plays. Quick little bounce recap. Nothing we're missing here right now that I see. unfortunately, the volume has died out so heavily on these plays. It really gets to like, hello? Come on. I mean, look at CRSR. I feel like I'm looking at a play that's 100 million in float, 200 million in float, and is just moving literally 1 penny at a time. Merlin, come on, Merlin, lay down. Merlin, lay down. Lay down, Merlin. Coin and MSTR are flying right now today, team. I say flying, so Bitcoin must be having a pretty good day. Going through other large cap tickers. I was pretty much all over it today. We're just not that. Ooh, and wow! Look at some of these tickers, though. I mean, I'm just going through the ringer here. I'll go with FGL. I got on that side. Okay. I mean, wowzers, trousertons here. Check this out. I mean, look at AMD for the day. Look how what? Wow, that is ultra tight. That is ultra tight. I mean, some of these plays that had a crack, but then see how tight that is. Look at Tesla even for the day here, team. I mean, wow, just nothing, just completely range bound in between my 417.20 line and my 411.50 to 4 this. I mean, look at that. My line's supposed to say put your lines in and trade them. And this is absolutely perfect here, team. I mean, this is why I always try to tell you guys. And Amazon finally. Okay, no, it didn't. No, it didn't. I thought it was. I don't know why I saw 197. I thought the rug pull. So this is. Look how tight that is. But just go back to Tesla here. Look at the lines. Look how the line works out yesterday. Now, it's not perfect in after hours, but it's pretty darn close. It's pretty darn close, right? This is what I'm saying to you guys every day. Go find lines, put them in, see how often they hit, you know, and then keep them in. You know, like this would be a good line to put in right here. I'm actually going to add one in right here. Right there. Go more to the left. Look at that. Boom off there. Boom off there. Fail, fail, fail. Bounce, bounce, bounce. You know, so today is it intra working any bit. A little bit of the sandwich middle line today. Look at that. So, you know, this is how you're putting lines in. This is why I go through. I've done these lessons with you guys. I go live every day and try to go through and chart at least once or, you know, 1 or 2 plays a day. You gotta be kidding me, though. NCI cracked the trend line there, team. Candlestick confirmation there. There's your, you know, at 305. Got good candlestick confirmation. Now, there's not a lot of meat on this trade, but there's a little bit of a short opportunity right there. This is perfect timing for we're not going to get a runner today. I mean, this is a if we get one now, or it's going to be a random mover out of nowhere in like the next like an hour and a half from now or something. Got S-Slice, they popping again. JDZG, yeah, just former runners, but they're just ugly. Ugly, ugly, ugly. Ugly, ugly, ugly. Ugly little ducklings today. Very slow. Very slow. You know, F-Sly, look for, you know, another short up top. Yesterday's high of day, today's high of day. Bounce play for S-Sly is at 16 and around the 1590 mark. JDZG is trying to pop up from the depths of hell that it cracked back down to, from pre-market high to all the way back down to 180 this morning. Has some resistance at 230. Then we'll have some at yesterday's high of day in 250. And then over that at about 275. Sorry there, team. FGL still halted up. Excuse me. Candlestick confirmation at 305. Now down to around 280. So good little short there. And this is where we can't... I know a lot of you guys can't wait for these to start coming back. Trendline crack, we get great confirmation, and then we just slowly slide on down. Just get some easy peasy shorts right there. They just haven't been working that well. Woo! CRSR is this flat. Again, I'm going to just say one last. This is it. This is to me. If we're going to get a spiking play, two of them. MLEC's not done, but CRSR has this nice flat top. It looks like it wants to squeeze here soon. Kind of reminds me of FSLI from yesterday, where it gets a big pop at the bell. Doesn't really, it kind of meanders for the first hour or two of the day, but again, this is a bigger float, so it is going to be slower. I don't think it's going to have the bigger moves that FSLI had yesterday, even when it gets going. But this has that look to it today, and there is a possibility that MLEC could still pop here. You know, we're flirting so much with this 875 downtrend line here. It's kind of a make or break coming up soon here from MLEC, 100%. You're going to see a move coming from MLEC. One last round of volume, and it could still be to the downside where we just flush and move back down for a little bit more of the pullback here. All right, I want to get this lesson in, though. It's just... I don't mind FSLI. So you want to practice something, because I think you could my point being there's profitability zone on FSLI. CRSR at this point, I'm still going to stick with the 7 to 690 bounce to see if we get it. Now if this does squeeze up to the next level up and gets up to 8, this plateau of 760, old resistance, will become what? New support. You guys know that, right? And then over at FSLI, we have a great ground over here to come back down to 16. 16.5, 1595, lower VWAP bands there as well. All the bounces from earlier in the day, all the bounces as well, minimally going back up to the 1660 mark. I don't see how you don't even get 25-30 cents back up to 1630 or so. So that would be your bounce. Other play would be watch for an upper VWAP resistance into this deviation channel line. Those are really going to be your main plays. All right, sweet, you beautiful people. Bounce around 720 CRSR back to 7. I would go 7 with CRSR. I mean, that's where I have my orders in at, 7 into 690. Essentially this area right here. All right, let's get to the lesson, team. Bum, 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 bum. We're going to go FSLI first. Slide out. F's. Look at that trend line crack there. You know, like when these work, and even back in the day, I would take these in 2020, 2021, and you're like, damn, that high up. I'm like, oh, hell yeah. Like at that point in the day, they're just, you'd see a sell off, and then you get the trend line crack, and you just would reverse. You're on an uptrend channel for so long, you're bullish all day. There'll finally be some selling and profit taking, and shorters really start to step in heavier. And look how much red, you know, what you're seeing here. So, man, I miss when you just like trend line crack, watch buy. It was very nice. Like, it was good. It was very good. It was very good. It was very good. Because this is where I got filled right there, just so you guys know on the TTP stream. So let's get into this. Boop. Bop. All right, ready, team? Lesson time. Lesson time. Did you go to lesson time? All right, want to get into a lesson here. Well, I should start it off with introducing myself. Hey, AK-47, Josh Smith. I want to give you a good quick recap on how I find my bounce plays. You can find these every single day. A quick way to make money. Don't forget, smash the like button, subscribe, follow. You need to subscribe. I promise you, you're going to get so much good information every single time in these videos. Let's get to it. FSLI, yesterday, we pop up immediately, and I'll kind of go into my magnifying scope here, and I'll go into a 1 minute time frame. So I'll get to my magnifying here, and I'll kind of zoom in. When I come in to see this play squeeze at the opening bell, and I see these sweeps down, these little liquidation sweeps, back up, right? I know this area right here, I'm going to start surrounding it with dip buys to get filled. And I didn't get filled, unfortunately, in round, in round 1 or in round 2. But in round 3, I finally did get filled right here because I moved my orders up. I told traders on the live stream, this is the dip buy opportunity for one more dip as we were building what? We'll go back into a larger time frame from yesterday. Building a nice tight bull flag, are we not? It's really getting tight right through here. Right through there, right? And so this is where we get that last dip opportunity. This was a beautiful bounce here. I did it on the Trade the Pull stream. I'll put that and clip it at the end of this. And you can see when I took it and kind of clip pieces of it when I'm scaling out. And it was beautiful. A lot of my bounce plays are like this. I mean, any of the ones that I wanted from before, when I didn't get filled, it's right up. It's right up. it's immediately right on up. There's not a lot of hesitation. So when you find these areas, this demand zone, so to speak, get filled here, and I'm slowly scaling out of this play. And especially somewhere between this 1525 mark. A lot of resistance, 1520, 1530, 1550. And I love that. And my goal was to get $1 out of that play and get back up to high of day. And I held this entry as long as it didn't crack my entry price. So I held some shares and got out on the way up here to the new high of day. Now, do I feel bad that I only got leg one? Right? I got one leg. And there's a second, and there's a third, and there's a fourth. But at least I got the first leg of this multi-leg move up. So again, this is a old support area that was built in right away. These sweeps on down lets me know this is the area, 1465, 1470. So I can get filled once we, especially when we popped a new high of day off of this last bounce. So one bounce area, two bounce area, and especially here on this area when we go up, I know if we go from 1470 all the way up to almost 1570, there's gonna be another bounce play there. My real goal was to just get back up to 15 plus, just a little hair over it. Give me 50 cents. You just gave it $1, give me 50. And then the $1 was the goal, and we got the $1. Now let's go to today's play. MLEC. Beautiful opportunity for bounce play. And it's off of old support. This is the old support resistance area. And then we got two of these. So we have first off being built up here. I'll go to a 1 minute time frame again, magnifying scope to zoom in a little bit. This old resistance area becomes what? Old supply becomes new demand. Old resistance becomes new support. We get one bounce, two bounce, three. Now one bounce, two bounce, three. Opening bell may see some sell-off. So we canceled our orders here and came down to here in 875. Why? It's pretty close to being old resistance, new support. But no, this is just like I was showing you on FSLI. Right? This is a demand zone that was built in. Traders came in and let you know for a good, now not as long as FSLI, but a good 20 minutes or so here. We had one bounce, then we came down and bounced. And when that's not only do we bounce, what we do, we went to new high of day. Remember, like we just did on FSLI. That bounce that I wanted to take after was because the last bounce it had there, it went to new high of day. Well, I know there's going to be some power there, and whammy, look at the power that we have from 875 back up to 1075. It's marvelous, and this is what we're looking for in bounce plays every day. Either my sandwich areas that get built in, old resistance, new support. So once you see this bounce here, and it's a pretty good sized bounce, you know you can come back for a second and possible third bounce. And look, the third bounce goes to new high of day, so that's good. You get good multiple bounces there. But we know after three bounces, it's going to get a little iffy in that area, so you may want to come down. So we have sandwich areas that get built up, old resistance, old supply becomes new support. It becomes the demand zone for bounce plays. And then you have, like you saw in FSLI yesterday, these demand zones get built in when you pop the new high of day. And when you want to see a bounce play, what did the last bounce play do, right? So if you point being here, old resistance, new support, you have a bounce play right out, boom, we come down to it, you bounce on it. You go, oh, that was a good, not only a bounce play, but I went from 10 back up to 11.40. That's a good bounce. I bet I can get at least, if I got $1.40, I bet I can get 70 cents out of it on the next time down. You come down again, you feel you surround that area. Once you, essentially all you're seeing is this on the chart, right? You're going, ooh, that looks juicy. Next, it just went to new high of day. Or not new high, just went to new, had a spike back up to 11, had a good move off of it. It didn't go, 10.50. No. If it did that and it's trying to cut, no, you're not trying to get filled again down there. You either got filled through here and you're getting filled, and then once it pops up, now you know you can come back down. It got you a $1.40 spike, and then you get actually almost $1.40 again. So it's not only building up these areas, old resistance, become a new support here, so you know to take it here and possibly there, but it's what did you do off of that first bounce? Woo, pretty good move. So I know I can trust it here, and then maybe there. Same thing here. You come up and you find a demand zone, a support area gets built in. And the first move up, we go up, we come right back on down, and what do? We see a bounce from 875 back up to 980, really overall hangs up and goes up to 10. So you get about 80 cents to $1 out of it. Well, you know the next time around, you can probably get about 50 to 60 cents out of it, and then a lot of the time, like you see, you may get more than that. So it's not only building the areas up, but what did the bounce play do leading in to it? There's your lesson on bounce plays and what I'm looking for. Either my sandwich area is being built up or the demand zone's being built up. And also how big were those bounces that happened just before that. Were they big? Were they big moves? Well, then I know I've got big moves coming. Now I'm going to put in the trade the pool actual stream here so you can see the trade that I took, why I took it, and explaining it and where I'm scaling out and as I'm scaling out. There you go. There you go. Oh, and MLEC still in play. Still in play. Still in play. All right, all right. Let's see. I need a plan to grow the TS platform. Give me some ideas on how to convince traders to try out the platform. Is it? It's free to try for 15 days. You have used multiple platforms. Yeah, Smoke Tuna. It's just one of those things where you just have to put it out there. Do Twitter. Going live is another thing. You know, go live and show it off. Go live on Twitter. Go live on Instagram. Go live on YouTube. I'm gonna start using EV Mux because you can stream live through every platform there. I can on OBS, but it's a little less. It's a little more limited, and the OBS is a little kind of archaic. But I have the free version. I think there's paid versions of OBS that you can add and do a lot more with. But you have to open up multiple OBSs, like for if I want to stream on Instagram or Twitter, you know, where I want to stream live across all the platforms. Which I heard, I guess Twitter literally is one of the bigger ones, and I need to get that going, which I'm going to try to do before I go to my AKNR. So essentially next week. We have the day off Monday, and I have a lot of time off from doing no one-on-one. So my plan is to get Twitter up and going and go live on Twitter. So that would be another opportunity for you too as well. S-Line, nice, good, slow and steady move back on up. 1750 to 1775 resistance. NCI dying off here. Nice, good trend line crack. Got about 30 cents out of it. Now she's really low volume. CRSR, we'll see if we get filled here at 7 to 690. Target would be, at least for now, back up to 720, 730s. MLEC not done yet for the day. Like I said, finally I was told you there was going to still be one move on MLEC. I called this out. I said this, 10, 12 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago, before I started getting into that lesson. And there is your move on MLEC. Does anyone have the resume price on MLEC? Let it show and confirm the area and take off. Yes, of course, she salted up now. Yeah, for sure. If you're around, Mr. Osborne, anyone else that may have the LULD, Mr. Reese, thank you over on, I just now saw that light up right in front of me on the Discord. $10. Okay, so now a little bit of a gap up. A little bit of a gap up here. Not much. CRS are frozen for you on TTP, KK. No, I'll have to check what's going on. Reese, I want to make it to NOLA. Maybe next one. It's all good, Reese. Just down the line, my man. You just let me know when you want to get into one. Margo, let me see if she's at the door.
What are we doing? Miles! Shh! Go by now.
You what? I'm still going live, so hold on. All right. She is live. All right, cool. Now she is live. Oh, yeah, I forgot I need to put on. Why am I gotta go to Zendu. Gotta go over to Zendu and use that. Forgot about old Zendu there. FGL is halt. Oh, the FGL did go live. FGL went live at 35 after team. FGL. Oh my gosh. FGL halted up there, team. FGL. Holy bonker kratonkertons. That has resume price of 25, resume time of 43 after and 4 seconds. Let's see if this goes live here at 43. 43. It's coming up soon here, less than a minute. 43.05. Says 25 resumption time or price. Hold on one sec, team. I'm going to stick with you guys. I'll stick with you guys. Hold on. All right, yep, just holding the open price. As I have any interest in taking index original idea for trade crash, I'm not sure what changed. It fell off for him crash. Creating a Twitch type platform. As a software, any interest in taking? Oh, gotcha. Both would be certainly interested in building it. Yeah, that's just it's honestly a lot of work. I don't have no offense. I just don't have the want for it. I don't have the want for that. I just don't have, especially as busy as I am. If I didn't do one-on-ones and do morning alerts and do trade the pool, you know, it would have to be like full-fledged. Let's create that. And I'd have to have two of me, to be honest. Definitely is a good idea. Did not go live, so we are not live. We are not live. Not live there. Let's go back to, now it says, okay, now we're down to, okay, so it just adds to 5. Okay, it just keeps adding 5 minutes. Yeah, of course. Well, I thought maybe it was, I didn't know if it was a guarantee. Now we're seeing 26.50, 27 maybe even for FGL for the resume price. 26.60, 26.33. It's kind of going all over the place. 48.04 would be, 48.04, of course, we're just adding time essentially overall. JDZG did see a quick little liquidation sweep up to 260, right back on down. Very small candles and got a big pop out of nowhere. Let's check to see if this opens up. This will be the one fun play for the day. FGL. Going back to FGL, if you know here recently, there's been reverse split. This is a play that I actually shorted, and I can show you guys. I have right up here actually me shorting this play in December of 2024, and look where this play shows it was at. Yeah, it was some. This is the weekly, I know, but this is reverse split. But yeah, anyway, I shorted it. It was like a play that went from like 11 gap, anyway, 11 all the way back down to 2. It was a monster short. Monster short. So it's been reverse split to kaput. Pretty tight movement from small cap or large cap plays today. It's really just overall a slower day. NVIDIA's not bad there, Reese. It's got some decent movement for the day. Just going through some of these large cap tickers. Amazon's really tight and ugly. AMD, a lot of places are getting some sell-off right now. We'll say that. So Amazon, SPY, just SPY for whatever reason here, just nailed a line I have in at 84.50. SPY nails a line I have in at 84.50 and is coming back on down. So SPY here, beautiful move to this line I have in. Didn't work out really yesterday, but working out gorgeously today. And that's the thing. Sometimes these lines work out real well, and then sometimes they don't work out really at all. And you kind of have to take them with a grain of salt sometimes. Especially as you can just see how choppy. Boop, 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 boop. That's just the stock market here recently. Some days we get good movement. FSLI is a great example of that yesterday. FSLI is an absolute marvelous, beautiful move yesterday. But anything that was up today right now, I don't know if anything was said at the 30-minute mark, but right here, everything starts coming down, large cap-wise, that I'm looking at. I don't think anybody's talking today. Boy, look at the range here overall in this play. Just choof, oof, we're all over the place. Yeah, it's just slower. That big flow, I say it's bigger. That bigger float is hurting CRSR. Pullbacks now from large caps. NVDA SPY starting to come back on down here. FGL, we'll be seeing some. Yeah, and Bothy, yeah, it's the new scam. We literally just talked about that, Bothy. Please go to, you can click on the icon, Bothy. You can click on it and report it. So click on it and report it, my man. I don't know if you can type in a message. I can't see it, unfortunately, because they've already blocked me. So I can't find that person, unfortunately, but that's how it always was on Instagram. I was literally talking about both of you missed this conversation earlier. So conversation I had earlier, Bothy, because Smoke Tuna said Twitter's sending out verified, you know, like you can get the check mark and be verified, but you got to pay. Back in 2022, I was getting Deck was getting big. I was getting big on social media and getting a lot of followers, but then just overall, I was knowing we were good traders, so we had a lot of fake accounts that would then hit up people on Instagram and say, hey, how's your trading going? And then they'd eventually say, hey, give me money. I'll invest for you. And so I had a lot of people, you know, in Deck's Live back in the day on Tradecaster, and the Deck, I'm like, that's not me, blah, blah, blah. And then finally started happening to me. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. I'm getting that big now. And they're like, yeah, you know, back this is 2022. So I'm just like, Josh, you're good. Like, I'm like, really though? I'm like, I'm not that big though. So sure enough, had a lot of people that a lot of fake accounts that people kept hitting me up with the extra character or the period or the extra letter here or whatever. And finally they banned my cut me off. You know, Instagram did. They cut my account down, and to get it back, Instagram has like no customer service. You don't reach out, like it's an email thing you have to do, and then send a picture of you with your fucking, like a picture with your ID, like your driver's license. You know, you send them that to verify this is me, this is my account. Like, how do you not know what scammer account is a scammer account? Because you go to the scammer accounts, they post everything on the same day. Like, you can tell when they first created it. It's like, post. You're like, mine are 3 weeks ago, 5 weeks ago, a year ago, 5 years ago, 7 years. So they have, like, no one working for them. Like, it's like all AI, I'm guessing. That no one, that's why, like, how Instagram obviously makes money. Because they don't have any, they probably have 8 employees like TCGL does. Fucking sad. Like, anyway. So, got it back, though, the first time. Happened to me again, and I couldn't get my account back. It's gone. You'll never get Josh Smith Official. Spell Josh Smith Official. No one can have it. No one will ever have it again. It kills me because I had so many videos and pictures and stuff that I didn't have backed up and saved. And what's, like I said, I had a girl I knew. Like, I literally know this girl that went on a couple dates with her in college back in the day, hit me up, and she follows me, and she texted me one day and said, hey, can I have that money I gave you? And I'm like, huh? And then it finally hits me, like, because I don't text her back, and I'm trying to think, like, what the fuck? Like, what? And I'm like, oh, fuck. I bet it was one of those fake accounts. And I was like, hey, blah, 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 you know, about that. I didn't know. I don't think this happened. You never gave me anything. And, like, I'm willing to bet, was it something to do with Instagram? And, you know, I explained, like, with it having extra, blah, blah, blah. And she's like, yeah, it's your Instagram account. I'm like, no. And she thought it was, like the way I explained it, because she's kind of and there are guys that are like this. But, you know, she was like, no, it's yours. I'm like, no, it's probably not. Like, go ahead. I scanned her screenshot, blah, blah, blah. And does it say Josh Smith Official with no weird, like, that's true spelling. That's how you spell Josh Smith Official. Like, does it have a period, an extra A, an extra L, an extra I? And then she immediately texts back and realized it. She's like, oh, and I was like, so I knew someone that gave money to, and I'm like, dang, that sucks. I'm sorry, girl. So anyway, it's now happening, but I paid for that on Instagram. I paid for that verified, so that way I don't have fake accounts out there, because it got bad there. I mean, there's just so many. Like, I have scam number text me yesterday and call me. that they're fake. They're trying to be a real company, but then they don't leave a message. They don't leave your name in the text. They don't mention anything that said. They just say, "Hey, you owe money to T-Mobile. We have a whatever, blah 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 blah. Click this," and you click on the link, and it takes you to T-Mobile. And then you look up the number, and the number's not attached to it. I forgot what credit place it was, and I was like, scams. And then I've looked that up. I even had one recently about tollway. I've had that in the past about you owe whatever to toll, and I'm like, I haven't driven on y'all's roads in fucking months or years. I don't owe you. And then you look up the number that's associated with it, or the number they call from, and the text they usually text from like it's 5 numbers. It'll be like 58221, and like, well, that's not a real number, And they also would send you something in the mail. They would say, hey, I need. Anyway, because I've had that in the past. I've gone to a couple times where we did owe a bill, and I'm like, what the fuck? Or we get something from collections. Avery's done it before, and I've had to get Avery hates dealing with that shit, so I'll be Avery Williams, or when it was, or if I was Avery, I don't know if it was Avery Smith. You get my point. I would call and be her. Oh man. Ayo. I'll cancel my orders, Reese. I'm not trading no. It's too slow for me. CRSR. It's way too slow. Way too slow for me. I should have been filled by now. Just don't like the way it's moving. Too slow. Too slow. Too slow for me, my man. I really wanted to trade FGL there possibly, to be honest, but FGL, I just don't know if that's ever going to win, if and when it's going to open. It's going to be a random resumption time when it does resume, in my opinion. Last, we'll go to 1 minute time. Yeah, 06:37. So this was most likely a random 21-minute resumption. So we'll watch for 20 minutes here. Would put it 57. So 57 at top of the hour. See if it goes live. We'll keep it on watch here. But I am watching it for those, just in case that are interested. Getting a little bit of bounce back up in the large cap space right here from SPY. You can see came right back on down here. Trying to hold this uptrend, although we cracked the true uptrend. A little bit of a maybe W shape starting to form. But the main resistance from the day really coming in heavy right around 82.75. 82.75 to 83, somewhere in there. Dogs barking in there. I'm still alive. Let him out. Oh, there's Neville. What?
I have to be Emilio. I don't.
Well. Having all these dogs. Emilio got into something in the backyard because he's stinky, I guess, supposedly. That dog, no offense, that is one of the dumbest dogs we've ever had. Oh, man. Missed some Groot. That guy was smart as a button. Merlin is like Droopy Dog. I mean, that guy is a doofus. And he does the same thing. We're going to have to fix our grass now. It's getting close to that time of the year, which now hopefully no more freezing. But anyway, there's a dog next door, and every time he just runs over and does this it's just, and now the gray, you should see it because it's like a horse running at the fence. And so there's probably a 10 foot wide by 5 foot deep area of it's no more grass there. He's completely with all the snow too, and because it deteriorates, and though he's running over there, and he does this pounce thing at the fence because there's a dog next door. He doesn't do anything, but he blah, 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 blah. I'm like, and he's the biggest baby because it's funny, like I've talked about, that damn pit bull next door. Unfortunately, I wish the fence faced the other way to where we built the fence first. Well, they built the fence first. And so, we have the inside it's facing us, right? We don't have that. We don't have the boards aren't, point being, I'm trying to think of how to describe this, but you know how wooden fence is, and usually if you have a wooden fence, you do your house, you have it all, the outside it's nice and smooth with like the 2x or the 4x4s or whatever that are holding it up, you know, along the way on the inside of your fence, like my parents' house or these guys' house. Well, my house was built last, so my only side of the fence that has that is the, no, they didn't even do that. So we got this house, the back, all the fence. There wasn't even a house behind us. There's not even a house behind us. It was completely open. There's nothing but field behind us before they, you know, completely filled out the neighborhood. For whatever reason, the fence, the back part of the fence, they put the 4x4s on the back side of the fence. So did they want it for, you know, for aesthetic reasons? So they didn't see the 4x4s and it was a nice smooth fence and they got to see that. I don't know. Because the 4x4s are not on the, you know, they're not on the inside of the fence at all. So maybe they want it for aesthetic reasons because, again, the house is on the side of it. It's got their fences done first. And so they had the smooth part on the outside. So we have the smooth part. So that pit bull can pop its head into those boards. And what do? They can pop open. Well, if it was the other way around, the pit bull would hit those boards and it wouldn't be able to, it'd have to break them. Well, over time and with weather deteriorate, these fences with those staples that they're put in with, they're staples. At least I don't know if it's a shit way to do it. I don't put up privacy fences, but these staples over time start to, you know, like they start to rot the fence or whatever, the wood with all the precipitation, and they start to rust because all those staples you should see them when they come out, they're just rusted now. But he can. I think it's a she. She just nails the fence, and so like we have about 5 or 6 slats, like the boards, you know, whatever you want to call those, anyway of a privacy fence that are all fucked up, so she can get her head through. And so we have to rig it up, and it's their fault. It's their, and I'm like, hey, when are you gonna fix your fence? I'm not gonna get into it. Welcome to Arkansas. Welcome to having redneck neighbors, or just why I can't wait to just be in my next house, away from everybody, sharing no yard, no one. I can yell and just run around freely like a naked buck. So the pit, one day Merlin was doing that. You should see it's like a shark. It's a really cool looking like scar on his nose, but we'll see if it stays. But she got his nose. It's like, and it goes. It's almost like a bull flag where it's like a line, a smaller line, and it's like one line's this, and there's another line. There's a little baby line, and it's getting tight. It's this cool. It looks like a little shark scar almost. And me and he were like, oh, it was cool. It kind of makes him look tough because he's a big baby. When that happened, he put his. Everyone's like, it was so funny. He's like, I wondered what happened to him, because like there was a day he did that, went over there, and then he was just. I guess we didn't see him do it, but Avery just hears Merlin crying like a baby, and she's like, oh, that's what happened. I'm like, yeah, didn't you see his nose? Because she didn't notice his nose for a couple of days. I'm like, you don't see his nose? And she's like, oh my god. She's like, so that's what happened the other day. I'm like, he's a huge baby. He acts like he's a tough. Now we've had most of our Great Danes they are bosses. They are like, do not mess with me. They bark the bark, walk the whatever. They walk, they talk, they back it up. But this one, he's like Scooby Doo, Marmaduke, big doofus scaredy cat. I mean, literally, Merlin is he is Marmaduke, Scooby Doo's brother. My first Great Dane gapped up huge here. Oh, I missed it. Oh, I was yapping away. Another huge gap up here. Holy bonkers here, team. We have a barn burner today. We have us a barn burner today here, team. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Barn burner. She's a burning for a barn, 'cause she's a barn burner. And here he comes, the goober himself. But my first one, Deuce, was that he was a boss. He was like, don't be messing with me. Ain't happening. Groot, same thing. Don't mess with me. Ain't happening. This guy is Goob Central. We'll love to catch FGL on this move down. If we could get the gap down, or if we get the halt down, team, Margot, stay. You're fine, sweet face. If we can get the first halt down here, team. So we gotta watch it. We gotta watch it hard. But FGL here. Oh, FGL. Oh, FGL's live. FGL here, team. Did it already halt down? Did it already halt down? Did it already go live? No, I just missed it. When did it go live? Oh, I just missed it. Oh, no. Oh, I would have traded this. Oh, I would have traded that right there. It's probably going to see a huge gap down here. Oh, pansy farts. Jeez. It's probably going to have a huge gap down. I literally just pulled this up on Trade the Pool, and I was like, it was open, what? Because I literally over here, I see it at 26.94. I'm like, just as I pulled up on Trade the Pool, I literally just pulled Trade the Pool over and up again. I'm going to short this. There's no way I'm going to get this. This doesn't halt down or gap down out of the halt down. So point being, you get in right when it's halting down, and it's most likely going to gap down to where we halted up at here. And if it cracks that, we're going to have another halt down, and then it's going to gap. We could gap down huge again. I mean, look at this gap up from 16.35 to 21.50. That's 5 buckaroonies. 5 buckarootanos. Jiminy crickets. Any questions you guys have? I think most people are else, have any questions about the charting. I'll put that lesson out here for you guys. Today was that. I was just going to get into how to chart, how to wait and get you a good lesson in. I say how to chart, how to wait for bounce plays. Someone's coming to the door. Couldn't tell who that is. Hey, F-Sly's still rolling here, so F-Sly might be a all-day runner again. F-Sly all-day runner if it gets over 1785. There's no room for him in here. Petey, there's no room. We have no bed. We don't have any beds in here for him. She can't hear me, and then she's deaf anyway. That's your only bed, buddy. It's a small dog's bed, but you can fit in it. So we have 1785 resistance from yesterday. I'm going to see where we gap down there on MLEC 2 as well. Or not MLEC, but on FGL. FGL halted down at 10:02:12. 10:02:12. So 07:12. 07:12. We'll see if that does go live. MLEC, yeah, still struggling with that 1050 mark. I talked about this earlier for a short up top for MLEC 2 around 1050. I don't think it barely even clipped it right there once. I don't know if we ever would have been filled there. Again, I'm not a really big fan of shorting the top, but I did say 10 to 1050 earlier. I know we talked about it. Still just struggling in this channel area right now. This is still on watch for a move today for sure. MLEC, I like FGL. I'm going to watch this to see if we do go live at 7:12. If we get a big gap down, go into another halt down, I'll stab at that just to see if we don't obviously get another big gap down. Because what we should do is if we get a halt or a gap down and run into another halt, we'll get another gap down and could run into another halt down. Or at least a lot of selling pressure off of that. PD, no, you're not going to steal her bed. Stop. You're not going to steal her bed. You lay down and be a good boy. You have a bed to lay in. Bounce play for F-Sly here, team. I like F-Sly today. Hasn't built up anything, in my opinion, that's great, but I do like the $17.20 to $17 mark, this reversal, this last little dip buy area, and how we've run up real nicely. That would be your dip at $17.20, $17.10. PD, I don't know what you're doing, buddy. You guys are way too small. Yeah, PHIO, good eye there, boss. Spy working its way back on up. I'll keep Spy on watch over here. Thank you, PD. That's being a good boy. And PHIO, there you go. Fine little small cap squeeze out of nowhere. This is what I talked about, about 30, 40 minutes ago. And I said, if we don't get a runner, watch for something. It kind of came a little sooner than I anticipated, but watch for random squeezes from other plays out of nowhere. And FGL's kind of that example too, although it was halting up already. This first halt lasted 30 minutes, then we had a 20-minute halt, and now the last one, we're going into these maybe quicker halts. We'll see if we go live here on FGL. And the thing is, does it go down to another halt down. If it does, we're going to see probably a pretty big gap down. Uh-oh. Now it has resume price question mark. And gap down to 23 incoming. God, this sucks. Oh, I wanted to get into this play. I would have gotten in 500 shares, maybe even 1,000 shares team here, knowing we were going to get a good sized gap down. And then there you go. You get $2-3. I mean, you get a $2,000 or $3,000 play. I mean, even with 500 shares, you could make 1,500 easy, 1,000 easy. Yeah, 2280 Reese. Yeah, it could be seeing huge gap down. So I was trying to pull it literally as soon as I probably pulled it up. I'd say 10 to 15 seconds too late. I tell D Sarley, you probably see D Sarley's name over in Tradecaster still. Maybe, I don't know, but I know you guys remember D Sarley. D Sarley, D-I-S-A-R-L-A, D Sarley. It's not S-A-S-I, S-I, D-A-R-S-L. Anyway, D Sarley. I can't even spell right now. But D Sarley, this was one of his things he would attack. So I would always say, like, hey, if you get these huge out of nowhere moves and you're getting massive gaps, look for the first halt down and try to get in there, because I promise you, you will see a major gap down out of that first halt. And so I'm going to keep my eye on that, because when that goes live, that's going to be the one trade I want to take. Again, if we get the gap down into another halt down, I'll stab at that, knowing we're most likely getting another big gap down and another, of course, halt. I'm going to get the second halt down. That's when I'll stab at it. But I anticipate a second gap down, another big one. To me, it's like free money. You don't have to even be a part of the move. It's just get in, and then you get a bonkers $2, $3, $4, $5 maybe gap down or up. SPY had a new high of day. F-Sly, she's rolling. She's had good earnings there. Did Fastly. I would say if this rolls up any higher to around 1830s, 1840s, look for a dip by around 1765 to 1750. 1765 to 1750. PHIO, not really build anything up there except for the plateau from 142 to 150. You could start adding in at the VWAP down to 142. Oh yeah, King Line, it's been around forever. I've taught this since 21, I want to say, because of all the moves we saw from 2020 to 2021. So I started shorting these plays, and everyone was like, hold on, what's this? It's kind of like it's a mixed bag of halt strategy plays that you can trade here. So essentially, how to trade halts. I need to do a new lesson on how to trade halts. Whether it's my halt strategy and you're going for the dip and rip, or you're going for the backside move, and when you see the massive gaps, if you can get that first halt down, you're going to get a gap down. It's just going to happen. And you're going to get massive profit. Like, we've got 23s to 22 showing on the LU or on the open price. That's nasty. That's immediately you're up $3, maybe $4. Like 100 shares, that's $300-$400, And I trust them so much. I was going in 1,000 shares, 2,000 shares. Back then, just like, oh, this watch, this is gonna be easy money, watch, and just mega bankers, easy plays. See if this goes live at what would be again 12 after and 12 seconds. I never usually mention the hour time because we're always in different time zones. We're in East Coast, West Coast, Central. You might be like Smoke Tuna in a different part of the world. I don't even know what your number is at the start, but I know we all have the same minutes and seconds. So 12 after and 12 seconds. Happy Valentine's Day, everybody. Wore my pink for you guys today. Happy Valentine's to all you beautiful women out there. Take care of your moms and your significant others. Men, treat your ladies right. Give Avery a massage of a lifetime tomorrow. I'm going to rub her toes, her feet, her fingers, her shoulders, her arms, her back, her neck, her head, her buttocks, her thighs, and her eyes. because my face does some love making to her eyes. All right, see if we go live here. 12-12. 12-12. Let's see if we go live. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Coming up. Coming up. Do we go live? Oh, yeah. Massive. Massive gap down. It's, oh, God, that hurts. That hurts. That hurts right there. Oh, that hurts right there. Oh, look at that big play we could have had. Oh, that's $1,000 banger right there. That is $1,000 banger. It's all good, team. That's it, though. As you can see, your massive gap down. You're talking, I mean, you opened up around in the 22s, hitting the 21s now. So being able to take profit there, absolutely. Now she's going to be done and just flop and chop around like a dead fish. Oh, that hurts. Because I would have saved some shares right there and got out in the 21s again. That would have been a $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 banger. Oh, what a time to join the YouTube Yahoo-lease. Good job, good job, good job today, team. If you had some money and you're profiting, take that money and run to the weekend with it. Run to the weekend with it. It is Valentine's Day weekend. Treat yourself, treat your wife, treat your significant other. Get your moms a little something, something for giving you birth to this life so you're able to day trade and breathe the fine air that you get to breathe every day. Oh, that hurts so hard right there. The two plays I've missed today didn't get filled here. Absolutely hurts my heart. 875 up to almost 1075. That's a $2 banger. And then I 10 seconds too late to pulling up my freaking market depth for FGL here. I'm like, oh, it's what? No, because it was. I cannot believe this was a 5-minute halt. I just cannot believe this was a 5. I cannot believe it. Oh, that hurts. I could have just with no way it was going to be a 10-minute. Oh, that hurt so hard. Again, bounce play material probably right around 1750s, 60s or so if you're looking for F-SLY. FGL, that was the fun of the day. If I would have, and again, I missed this one. I missed this first. If I would have been on FGL earlier, I didn't catch it until here. Right? I'm like, oh, I would have gone, if I would have saw an FGL, halted up earlier, and I saw this gap up of $5 and we're racing to another halt up, I would have went long here. This is where I got in on TCGL. You're going to get, if you got a $5 gap up here, you're going to get about a 250 here. And you got more than that. That would have been a massive banger, and this one would have been a banger. Ah! Oh, $2.20. Woohoo, yeah, right. It's one of those days, again, it's just one of those days, other cousin. It's one of those days. Best plays of the day so far was by far was MLEC bounce plays at 10. Since I was watching MLEC, the bounce plays at 10 were money. The bounce that we called out at 875 was money. And then these where I'm barely missing them, but now it's going to die out. And I'm like, no. So I need to keep FGL on watch because it's been doing this here recently. This has been the biggest day, but it's been having these weird halty days. That's not big movement. This is what I'm looking for. When I see gaps that big, there's just no way on God's green earth there. Oh, we're halting down again. Halting down again here. FGL halted down again here. Nice. FGL here. Halting. No, it's going down for more. Going down for more. FGL here, team. Nice. Beautiful move on down here for FGL. Beautiful move here for FGL. Going to see another gap down here. Let's stab at it. I'm just going to go in for fun here. Got in. Whammy calamities. FGL, let's go. I'm just going to get a little. Let's see if we don't get a big gap down right here now. Or at least a decent sized gap down. Hopefully get a gap down like sub 20. Sub 20 would be huge. Sub 20 would be huge. Yeah, Adam, ATOM, slow and steady move. PHIO, same, both of those plays, team. Keep them on watch. Smoke Tuna's always got your slow and steady eddies on watch. I think that's kind of more of up his alley. NCI from earlier, ATOM, PHIO. Look what Smoke Tuna's trading for, guys that need less slow plays. Not Reese. Right at 20, Reese, thank you. Aussie chick. Any of you guys that have the slow and steady eddies, that's what I'm telling you right now. That's going to be huge for you to start trading those slow and steady eddies. Nice, good job. Good job, King Lion. Good job, King Lion. Good job, King Lion. 1603 is the halt down price. 1603 or time. 1603 is a halt down time. 1603 halt down time. Resume price would be 2103. 2103. We got 1982 to 20. It looks like resume price. 1982 to 20 resume price. 1982 to 20 looking to be resume price there. Got 20 from Mr. Zindu. We got 19.99 from Reese from Lightspeed. So it's looking like right around 20. Going to get a little bit of a gap down. I actually got filled at 21.20. I didn't realize I'd pressed the button that quickly. I guess I did. I'm at 21.20 for the short here. Good job, though, King Lion. Let me join for dual screen to share the progress on Scalp Watch. I'm about to be caught for the morning, my man, on today. If you want to join here in a little bit, we can go over it. I'll go live again. You know, I'm going to be live all day long. But, yeah, if you want to go over it here in the next, like, couple of hours. But, yeah, I'm going to take a break. Usually I'm done at this point. I am talked out for the week and talked out for the day for sure. You know, every day I'm usually around 7:30 to 7:45, you know, yapping it up, doing the morning alerts, to going live and trade the pool and one-on-ones, and then still talking at night because I'm a talking machine. You better believe I am, even with my wife. I'll talk to myself. But yes, smoke tuna. I wouldn't mind that, dude. If you want to do that, you know, I usually like doing a lunch just to come back at lunch. So you can do the lunch if you want to with me, or you can do this afternoon. Oh, I forgot you're over there at night too. I forgot you're probably about to go to bed soon. I would imagine too. But if it isn't too late, if you want to do it here in just a little bit with me, I wouldn't mind. But I'm about to call it for the morning. Once I get out of this trade, is what I was going to say. Once I get out of this trade, I'm going to call it for the morning. Going to call it for the morning, at least for myself. Finally getting a positive trading to make some money back. I lost about 660 on MLEC because I wanted a second bounce play. And I'm surprised, honestly. You know, I'm surprised we had this huge sell-off. You know, whatever. It is what it is. And it sucks I didn't get filled there because this, I would have already been done for the day. I would have been done probably about 30 minutes ago now, 20 minutes ago at the top of the hour. And this would have been my only trade for the day. You know, I was sitting back waiting to get one bounce play. I didn't get filled. I want to punch the computer screen sometimes, you know. Whatever. It is what it is. Then I lost. I was like, okay, we should get a second bounce. I don't see how we don't back up to, you know, at least like 975, 950, maybe back up to 10. I lose. You got to be kidding me. So now I want to get that back on a Friday. So I sit back. I cry that I missed this move, and I cry that I didn't see this move, you know, or this move. You know what I mean. But now I'm getting a move. I'm getting my money back, and I'm going to call it for a minminute. No, I'm always, oh, sweet, yeah, smoke tuna, dude. Let's do this afternoon. I usually do Power Hour commentary. We can start right before Power Hour if you want to. Because, man, Power Hour just flies by for me. It's just like, I'll be talking, next thing you know, I'm like, Avery's like, why, hurry up. You know, she thinks I'm going to come back here, and she knows. I say, oh, yeah, I'm just going to go out for just a few minutes. And then I'm live for like a while. And she comes out, so, yeah, 20 minutes, huh? All right, resume time at 5 minutes would be right here. Coming up soon here, team. There we go. There we go. Nice, good move there. Nice, good move back on down. I'm still trying to hold this. It's just not giving me what I want, so I'm going to take it right there. I will take that. That's fine. I'll take it right there. Back in the green for the day. Back in the green for the day overall. I'll take that little short. I wanted more pie there. I wanted some more pie. Didn't give me a lot of pie. I'm glad I got in at that 21 mark. God, this one right here still is killing me. Boy, that could have been a monster trade right there. Hey, Josh, do you like a bounce on PLTR at 129.25? Thanks. Let's go to PLTR. PLTR. One. Yeah, I do like this area, Fred. Yeah, I mean, I like more touches, though, Fred. And that's the one thing. I like this area more, Fred. Now, just to show you why. I like this area more. You got a touch right here at 126.50. Got a touch right here at 126.50. Got another touch right. I like that the most. I would go heavier here, lighter here. Does that make sense? Ah, there's that flush. There's some more of that flush down. This is what I was hoping we'd get right here in this candle. I knew we'd pop up, but I was hoping we'd flush down for more. She's probably going to make a round trip all the way back on down there for FGL. I'm just glad with the profit I got back in green for the day overall. So FGL, nice good trade right there. Got back in the green. I'm good. Have that one she's doing on. There you go. There you go. There you go. This probably won't see much of a gap down. We're just going to kind of keep selling off here. This probably won't see much of a gap down at all. Nice, good move there on the way. That's why I'm just trying to show you how to trade these multiple movers. You can trade slow and steady movers, the bounce plays, shorting here, the reversal back down, these round trip plays. I wish too. That's why I can't wait for Trade the Pool to let us like have more. Because that's what I love about Thinkorswim. If you're in a long on Thinkorswim, or of course short, like if a play's halted, you can just press market order and it just sits there hanging, waiting to get filled until it opens up. Yeah, I got PHIO on watch. We'll put PHIO again back on watch here. PHIO. Got your other slow and steady mover here on the day, which would be ATOM. Adam, ATOM. Those would be your two plays here. So let's go back over to FGL, halted down. Probably just going to die out like a dead fish. Like a truly smoked tuna. I'm going to put Adam over here. Mr. Adam and Eve. I'll watch FGL back over here to the left, or to the right, I should say. Nice, good bull flag here from PHIO. I'm going to go through levels here real quickly before I call it a day. And then, for the morning at least, I should say, and in my trading. Back in the green now with FGL. Going pretty heavy size there on that gap down, which, again, I got in at 21.20. Kind of like what essentially did the same thing that Mr. King Lion did. You just jumped in with momentum there and took it as it continued to crack. And then I got that halt down, which was huge. Should have held some shares there for some more continuation, knowing it was going to go in. 21.20, it barely clipped my entry price, so it should have saved like 500 or 1,000 shares. That would have been money. Because I don't see how this doesn't go all the way back down to around 16 or so where we first halted up at. Levels real quickly for you beautiful people. We'll keep MSTR or MLEC on watch. What we're going to do with MLEC is move this line up to about right there. Keep that blue line in so that we have the resistance and support lines in on. So you have the lines in already on MLEC, MLEC. Now MLEC, I'm going to put a line in too right there at around 1150. Now ATOM, where are we going to put lines in at? Let's go here to the 3-year 1 day. Psych. Let's go to the 1 year 1 day. Let's check it out. All right, here we go. I see one right out of the gate right here. Old resistance, new support area. This little sandwich right there, right? So we're going to have some, we'll call it 380.85 resistance area. Next line that we want to put in is this little base right there. And then we're going to come up here and put one more line in. If somehow, some way, this sucker can keep rolling. And then I'm going to go into 4 hours, see if I see anything differently. And no, I like those lines. And then there are your lines there on ATOM. I keep saying PHIO. Going back down here to the bottom side on ATOM. Right here would be your main resistance support area for a bounce play right around 335. PHIO on the way up here. We'll go to the 4 hour just because a lot of these sub $1 plays will have some resistance right down yonder in the Chattahoochee. It gets hotter than a hoochie coochie. She laid rubber on the Georgia asphalt. Got a little crazy, but never got caught. Down by night. All right, so 170 resistance and then 180 resistance there for PHIO. And look how that runs into today almost perfectly right there, as you can see. Let's go to the 1 year, 1 day on top of this. Boom. Bam. All right, cool. So there are your lines for PHIO. All right, all right. Oh, man. Whew. Yowzas. FGL open. Not much of a gap down at all, if anything, but I do see probably more sell-off coming from it. We'll do some large cap tickers here real quickly. Amazon might squeeze the new high of day, but overall, Coin and MSTR had some good large cap plays today. Coin and MSTR, so Bitcoin must have had a good green day back to the top side. So those plays look pretty good. A lot of these others are range bound. You know, SPY is really choppy and range bound. It might squeeze and finally go. Tesla, same thing. A lot of these plays are really gross. They really haven't done a lot for the day otherwise. I do like Coin and MSTR, those have moved up. SPY's trying to squeeze the new high of day here. Has that 84.50 resistance over that. Watch for another pop up over 84.50 for the move to 85.50 or so area. All right, all right, all right. Thank you guys for coming over and joining today. Any last questions you guys have, let me know right now. Anything else? We good? King Lion, Smoked Tuna, Mr. Fred. Other cousin, Mrs. Elise, how you doing? Reese, JT, Mr. J Webb. Bothy earlier in the morning. Thank you for coming on earlier. Of course, earlier. Aussie Chick was around. Mr. Osborne. Mr. Detmar came through. Mr. Crow. We had quite a few traders over here today. Front and AC, that's right, made some money off that first bounce. Loved it. Max. Love it, love it, love it. Front and AC was over here today. Love it. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Sterling, yep, Detmar was here. Paula was in chat today. Had a good representation of traders today. And you know what? I always forget to put out my dang links before the darn tootin' day is over. I always forget to do that. Son of a gun. So the first thing I should do on a public day is start throwing my links out there. And I always forget, and I do it when everyone starts to leave. Free Discord, come and join. Free Discord team. I'm talking live alerts all day long. These, as in when I say live, these alerts are ahead of time. When you get trade ideas, you get charting over there. You get P&Ls over there. What people are trading, so you go back and look at where they're getting in and how they're getting in, etc. I'm telling you, it's for free. It's one of the, if not the best Discords out there, especially being free. And you need some anytime, team. You need help from me. Please sign up for the one-on-ones, for the morning alerts, for the live stream. You got to get the whole shebang today of what I do. Going over levels, putting lines in, how to find bounce plays, how to short crazy fast halt movers, how to trade slow and steady eddy plays. And again, when I do these one-on-ones, they're 1 hour Zoom sessions where we can trade live together. I'm going over your trades. You get trades in live. I mean, so a lot of traders, from scaling in to scaling out, holding trades for 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 minutes as they progress in our way. Or, again, stopping out, moving our stop loss down. Always taking green trades for the most part. 80, 90% trader. looking over your trades, that's the huge thing, and trying to figure out who you are as a trader. So each week when you come to see me, again, you got to think about this as going to school. You got to treat it like school or a business. I mean, it's Monday through Friday is a grind. You have to come in and go to study hall, get your homework, make sure your homework's ready to go to library, make sure everything's ready to rock and roll for the day. Then you go to school and you're in trading, you're in class, you're learning, and you're soaking in the charts, and you're waiting, you're having patience, right, to make sure you have good test grades. Then at the end of the day, you go back over your homework. What did I do today? What did I learn today? What was my homework in class? How well did I do? Now I've got to do homework and prepare my brain for tomorrow. So let's go back to the study hall in the library and end the day there again. Go back over my trades. Go back over charts and chart. What trades did I miss? What plays did I miss? What can I look for tomorrow? What is my eye catching right away? What looks pretty to my eyes? What looks that I can catch right away? And I'm like, this is what I trade very well, and I have a lot of discipline, and I hold my trades longer, and I have patience in these trades, and I stick to my stop loss and understand that when I'm in these trades, they don't work out, and I understand that because I have a pretty high win percentage, or a decently high win percentage on these trades, and I understand when this happens, I need to get out, or working my stop loss, working with your targets, working with your entry areas, going over those every single day, refining the process. And it's like that. It's like you have to do that. You have to do the study hall in the morning, pre-market, get ready for the day in class, go to class. At the end of the day, do your homework, and that's what I'm here to do homework with you for the one-on-ones, the morning alerts. I do all of that. So you're coming to me in the morning, getting your lines ready, getting your brain ready with the morning alerts. $30 a month, that's $1 a day. And that's the amount of traders I have in there is a lot, over 100, and the amount of traders that have banked off of it is nuts. Millions upon millions, and I'm not lying because I've got one guy up multiple millions. So regardless, I know I'm up millions on that for people across the board. You're not going to lose a lot of money on the morning alerts, if anything. And it's a $30 investment. You got to think about some people up millions on a $30 investment. That's pretty crazy a month. Live stream's only $70 a month. And I've got the packages for the one-on-ones out there too as well, where you can do one-on-ones with me. And of course, here are the prices right here. So take a look. Prime Trading Investment. This is what I have to offer. Live stream sent out every single morning. It's a private link I send to you individually. Eventually, I'll have it where you can come in and log in on my website, Prime Trading Investments, and just log in there and have the live stream every single day. Still working on the website a little bit. F-slide, did anyone get filled? Called it out. Did not quite get down to my 65-50 area. I'm telling you, the bounce king, bounce master. I love some bounce plays. I'm very high win percentage on bounce plays. Absolutely banger right there. Absolute banger right there. All right, cool. And there's FGL halted down yet again. Shocking there. All right. Our F-slide. Let's go to levels. I don't think I gave levels on F-slide on the way up here. And this is the one we have to go really far back in time to start finding some levels. Yeah, this is the one too where it's not really clear cut. I do like that 21 mark, but I don't see it's going to right there. I feel like somewhere right about right there-ish, maybe. See how that works out. So that's still got some room to go till we fill that hole, which would be right around the 19 mark, 1875 into 19. Somewhere in there would be your next leg up, and definitely could get to it. So don't be surprised if we run our way into that F-slide. And again today, your slow and steady winner. It seems like for the day, it's going to be F-slide again. Don't keep MLEC out either. Don't keep MLEC out either. Don't forget tonight, we will be live. So King Lion, Sterling, I'll put that, of course, on the Discord later today again. Kevin will have it hosted tonight on his YouTube, but I'll put that link out there for you guys. But don't forget, tonight we'll be going live again on Friday night. So come join. King Lion, Depp, I know you guys joined last week. So come on over. Yeah, good job. Yeah, and don't forget we're off Monday too. Good job, man. Good job, King Lion, getting back in the green. Aren't you glad we found FGL? aren't you glad we found that little guy? I was like, hold on, FGL's moving. This looks like we could make some money off this guy. This got some big moves to it. And now, like, yeah, green on the day now. I'm like, I'm done. I'm green. I'm done. That was awesome. Glad I caught it. And yes, we're off Monday, President's Day. It's a 3-day weekend. I am going to sleep my ass off. You better believe tonight after I get done with that live stream with Kevin and you guys, I am going to take an edible and I am going to take some sleep meds and I'm going to I'll probably be snoring tonight. I don't snore most nights. I probably snore, honestly. I'm just giving you guys a little. All right, team, I'm going to call it for now. Thank you guys for coming over today. Got everything up for you guys for now that I think you need to be interested in. All right. All right. See you guys back here at lunch. Don't forget, smoke tuna if you want to stick around all day and alert, do it. I'm going to take a break off the mic and from the office for a good 30-45 minutes. Be back in here probably around 1 to 1:30. Do some lunch, quick recap briefing, touch up on what we saw for the day, and then we'll come back for afternoon power hour commentary. Smoke Tuna will join in and go over some stuff there in power hour for you guys and keep you ready and rolling. Of course, this will be the last stream anyway for 3 days. We're off on Monday. MLEC still on watch here, so we have the resistance lines up top for MLEC. 10 to 1050 is strong here. So he's trying to go yet again. So that's what I'm saying. MLEC to me is still, your all-day slow and steady runners are down here. Your slow and steady eddies are down here. Your fast mover right here going for a halt up now, hitting the LULD, is MLEC. I'm taking a break. My jaws are just saying, Josh, stop talking. So I'm going to stop talking. I'll see you guys back here in just a bit. If you're out for the weekend, have a great, safe, blessed 3-day weekend. It's going to be a beautiful one. Well, it's going to be rainy and gross. But anyway, have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled weekend. I'll see you guys back here on Tuesday for the paid streamers, Friday for another free live stream. If you're sticking around, which you should, good information coming this afternoon. We always have fun in Power Hour. Always have fun in Power Hour, but also Smoke Tuna will be joining later as well. I'll see you guys back here in just a bit. 1050 strong resistance, like we talked about. Another race right to it on the dot. I'll put some jams on for you guys here as we head into true lunch. True lunch hours coming up. Music on now. Bangarang. Peace. Love you. See you guys back in a bit. back on the mic real quick, like I said I would here at the top of the hour. Really not a lot going on here in small cap space, just going back and checking the space overall. Had a couple little pops here, PHIO, MLEC, MLEC here, of course, as well. JDZG was another one too, run back up. So you have your little sub $1 slow and steady plays here. FSLY, slow and steady, hit that. There's that 875 roll resistance and fail. PHIO out to the right. MLEC got the move up here, like right after I got done. Had that quick little cup and handle here. You're almost inverse head and shoulders as well, whatever you want to call this through here. Nice little pop and drop right at the 11:20, or I should say 12:20 mark on the way up there. So I'm going to keep the line in where it's at. We're right around this 11:50 mark. Didn't fail at it. We may end up moving it up to 12:20 if we fail at it yet again. Moving back on down, had this, we'll get rid of the old trend, downtrend right there. We did have this trend line form, and we just cracked that uptrend channel right through there. And we really had just kind of like midline uptrend channel resistance line. I say midline, but it was kind of like right through there, right? Kind of working its way out through that uptrend channel, but that's cracked. Now I'll leave the uptrend channel on. See if we come back and fail it. Of course, we have the VWAP and $10, 1020 resistance line in there anyway. FGL was fun earlier in the day. If you did look at FGL, that was a fun, crazy runner. Had some crazy gaps up and then a couple of them down. Got some profit on it. Small cap wise though, just really overall slow and steady out to the right here. We got some decent movement from MLEC. But as far as top gainers are concerned, and we're looking at all of them. CRSR was another one that was up today and was really slow as well. Just really a more of a sideways day for the most part. We got some decent moves here and there. Nothing too crazy. We do have JDZG popping a little bit though. These plays almost look similar. I'm trying to figure out which one. I'm going to get rid of Adam. I'll get rid of Adam and put JD's. This is yesterday's runner, JDZG. We'll put that one up. I'll put Adam over here. Slow, slow, slow out. All right, and the SPY had a good move back up, went up to 686. Slow and steady there is the SPY coming down to its trend line right now. So the SPY is on a beautiful uptrend channel for the day. The SPY is on a beautiful uptrend channel, working its way up here. Just put the trend line in. I'll put the SPY right here. Beautiful trend line. Watch for a crack back under this 84.50 mark on the trend line. First move down would take you to right here in 84.20. Under 84.20, we come back to 83.40, 83.35. Hey, I see you. All right, cool. Let's see here. Put a little bit of a trend line in up here, uptrend channel. Boom. All right, I'll be back here in just a bit too. I'm about to get some food. I'm going to check back in the charts here in about 10-15 minutes, all right? I'll be back in about 10-15 minutes, see if we see anything new. The high watch would be JDZG.
PS halted. PLX. ONCY. FGL. Big spread.
L.
PHIO. mRNA.
PDC.
JDZG. 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 HSPT halted. PHIO. JDZG.
Doug.
Doug. CLYM. Geos. Big spread.
Odd. Odd.
CLYM. MLEC. CRSR. MLEC. CLYM. VRME. MLEC. IMUX. MLEC. 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 POAS is expected to resume in 15 seconds.
HXHX. HXHX.
BTCX.
HXHX.
POAS resumed. MLEC. JDZG. ETHZ.
Sons.
JDZG. Rhyme.
NRGV.
HSPT is expected to resume in 15 seconds.
ARQ.
HSPT resumed. VEE.
Sons.
VEE.
HXHX. Doug.
Doug.
Odd. Doug. FBRT.
S&P futures getting a little pop here now.
MLEC.
DOCN.
MLEC.
VIVI.
UPXI. PHIO. GCTS.
GDX.
NCI.
RZLT.
JDZG.
Val. DTI.
GCTS.
DTI. 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 MIAX.
ACMR. MLEC. CNDT.
DOCN. MLCI.
NFE.
DTI. YOLO. VAL.
VRME. VRME. MLEC. 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 PHIO. MLEC.
VAL. DOCN. FBRT.
ESLA.
ELF. SAGT.
AAL, American Airlines seeking approval to operate U.S. flights to Caracas and Maracaibo
JDZG.
from Miami. Got no filing. That's Alpha Alpha Lima.
GNRC. GNRC. HXHX.
FGL. Watch the spread. JDZG. FGL. Watch the spread. JDZG. FGL. Big spread.
VAL.
DFLI.
DUG.
Rhyme.
XXII.
ICLR. Big spread. TEAD. ICLR. Big spread. ONCY. XXII. HYPD.
DOCN.
IMUX. MLEC. MLEC. JDZG. MLEC.
MIT.
QSI.
HXHX.
HUMA. PGEN.
XXII. Odd.
HSDT. PHIO.
DOCN.
NUAI.
ARQ.
PHIO. PHIO.
VAL. DOCN. XXII. XXII. MSW.
ONCY.
VAL.
PHIO. PHIO.
Win.
DVLT.
Adil.
GP.
GB.
GP reports earnings.
GP.
XXII. SIF. SPWH. PHIO. JDZG. ZIP. JDZG. ZIP.
GDX.
CHE came at
Mayo. Man, I need to shave. Woo! Woo! It's either let it grow out and grow the beard at this point, or we need to shave. I noticed that earlier. Man, I need to shave. Hopefully, you guys are having a good day. Time for the weekend. 3-day weekend, by the way. And boy, is this going to happen back-to-back days. We saw this yesterday with F-Sly. This nice overextended trend line, and we cracked here. It cracked earlier, about 30 minutes, 40 minutes earlier than we did today, but we saw a nice elongated pullback. And wow, doing that yet again today. Nice long, kind of overextended trend line running into resistance line. And how about that? I put a line in at 19. What's my line at? I put a line in at 1910. Beautiful. Beautiful. So not only got the fail there at 1910, now we're getting the trend line crack. And this is levels we put in earlier. Getting Aussie Chick, Reese, or anyone else out there, right? Charting. Charting is everything. Charting is key. Adam, I don't think it gets these little random pops. Big volume bursts there, of course, there. And at a random time, 3:15 Eastern, 2:15 Central, whatever. Did get through this top resistance line at 380. That's past short history resistance there as well. You see that, it's probably not going to do a lot. If we have an after hours runner, it's going to be this Asian Chinese play right here in JDZG. We saw it yesterday in after hours, and we're starting to see it yet again today. So this could be your after hours runner. I don't know if we'll get anything new today, to be honest. I doubt it. Every once in a while, even when you least expect it on a Friday, you will get an after hours runner. It's usually we've been hot, watch for it to happen. Yeah, even in Friday, yeah, it could possibly happen. A day like today, I don't really know. I wouldn't completely bet on it, is my point. Nice head and shoulders from the SPY up top. Not perfect. Really more of a descending wedge right there. Cracking a resistance support line I had in at 84.50. And down she goes. What do I always say? It seems like it was just Friday. I know literally you just said time flies there, Reese. Reese. Go. It seems like I was just talking about this last Friday, right? It seems like it was just like, hey guys, every Friday, oh my God, we're just running through these Fridays like it's nothing anymore. I always said that. Like people are like, man, how's life? Well, you go see people, like when I'd go to get out and about and you see someone you hadn't seen in a while, how things going? And that's the first thing I'd always think of is saying that. Like, time's flying. It seems like it's like a Friday. It's Friday. Like I remember saying this to my mom years ago too. Of course, I just remember saying that to her. I'm like, I've just said this so much, but I just feel like it's Friday. Like right now, I feel like I have to dust again in here because every Friday I have to dust. I dust every Friday, it seems like. Usually I do it in power hour. I'll probably, as soon as we get done going, I get done with this, I'll come back in here and do a quick little, I see where it's dusty because the sun's coming. It's been all week. I'm like, oh boy. And then I start wanting to do it with my hand. I have a lot of beats. Man, that's hilarious. But yeah, it's crazy. It seems like it's just Friday. It's Friday. Over and over and over. It's just like boom, boom. But anyways, last Friday I was going to say this again. Watch for reversal. There is going to be a green movement back up from SPY before the end of the day. I would be looking for a bounce play somewhere right around 680, maybe a tad below it. I doubt she sees pre-market lows in 679, and I very highly doubt she sees 67.50 before the day's over. I would go around 80-ish area, watch for a bounce play, or go with 79. Those would be the two you pick from in the large cap sector. MLEC, the play we're looking at this morning, had that one right when I got done going live, had that little W shape in the pattern. I see that now more clearly on the trend line. Cracked it though after that, and then it just really died out for the day. PHIO and ATOM, JDZG, these kind of have little uptrend channels to them. Still bullish, so I would be watching for those plays. JD's, we're looking at all of them. I have F-Slide over here just to see how much more it goes down. The fact that it doesn't seem to be, didn't do it yesterday, what it did yesterday, and of course now into today, doesn't seem to be one we really need to be worried about now that sell-off is happening. So we'll put PHI over there. I've got F-Slide over here. Just watched that's another reason I was taking so long. I just got hooked. It was in one of the latest documentaries that came out about Epstein on Netflix. I'm sure there's a few of them out there. Avery loves watching all those, like Oh, there's a new one on Diddy. Oh, there's a new one on Epstein. That's just creepy. Of course, the money they had, the power they had to never get caught for so long, and of course they were caught. They got caught, but they would just be, that hush money that they would just be putting in people's mouth. That's nuts, how that just shows you how unethical and how nasty and gross people are. I mean, they don't care. Cool, give me money. I don't care that you're doing this to girls. Enjoy it. Like that. Wow, it was crazy. And then, anyway, I haven't watched too many of those things, and I just got hooked. I haven't really looked into too much of the Epstein stuff. I mean, I knew about it, read some about, back, but it wasn't like one of those things that was, 2019. I was more worried about stocks. 2018, whenever all that was going, like at least the real, like 20, and of course the first round of things where he was, 2005, 6, 4, 5, 6, somewhere in there, where he was like, went to jail for, like he got one, I didn't, can't remember all this stuff as in, until I, watched that. I was like, oh, I think I remember that back in, he got like one count and it should have been a lot more. And then Florida was just like, yeah, he just kept giving people hush money. And then finally, New York came in and said, all right, Mom, you're going down. And FBI even got involved, and they didn't do shit. My God, the hush money, strong. And just see it across the board. I mean, you see it in sports. It's just, you got tons and tons of money. Tons and tons of money. Oh, any questions you guys have? Any stocks you want to go over? Anything at all? Let me know. FGL, I was still watching it. It's still been moving around all day. I mean, for the most part, we got the fun run of FGL earlier. Thank you for having that being part of that. And of course, Reese with the level 2 work there earlier on. Appreciate that. But these would be your main plays for after hours pops, ATOM, PHIO, JDZG. We'll see if we get anything. SPY just on a complete move back on, just a nasty move back on down. Google is seeing a sell off. Apple is selling off big time to new low of day. A little bit from AMD was a very ugly play today. Amazon, although going back up in green, now back down and seeing some red coming in and just again selling off. Getting that move across the board here from large cap tickers, and NVDA down at new low of day now. We're pulling back here with the SPY, really truly becoming an anchor sometimes when you see this movement. So what I'd say with the last hour-ish or so, maybe a little more, we've seen that pullback here overall in the market from large caps, being that SPY really starting to drag the plays down right around here, right around 13:20 my time, which is 1:20 Central or 2:20 Eastern. Just got back in. What do you think about 270 bounce on JD0? Like 270, no, I'm not sure if I'm going for a bounce. Yeah, I like the area. Yeah, I mean, I like the top area. I mean, you could start putting some feelers in at 290, honestly. I don't think we come back down to 260s or 270s, to be honest. And if we do at that point, I don't know if you're going to take a bounce play that low, because, you've seen these plays when they come back on down in after hours. They don't. They usually go up. You don't see a play, and then you don't want to come back down, in after hours right here toward the closing bell. You want to be up, up, up. And so, usually I would say somewhere in this area would be your safer area down below the red line. That's just past chart history plus what we saw here recently. I like this area if we were earlier in the day, just to be safe. Go, okay, first hour, if that had been created from pre-market or it was just earlier in the day. Yeah, right now, I'd be careful. I say be careful. I just don't know if that's going to be a good bounce play once you got back down there. This place seems to be bullish, wants to stay up through this uptrend channel. You can see we got outside of it just once here, but now we reclaimed it. It's crazy to think. Dropped out of it here, we'll call it for about, 10, 15 minutes, and dropped out of it here for about an hour. So about an hour and a half, you've been outside of. Otherwise, you've been in this uptrend channel for all day long. You've been in an uptrend channel. So I don't think you'd want to come back down here for a bounce play. Yeah, exactly. Yep. So that's just one of those things, yeah, like golden rule of thumb. It's early in the day, then yeah, but just here as we get into like the afternoon or after hours, you don't want to be heading back on down that low. Don't forget, we're off on Monday. Monday, we're off. President's Day, we're off Monday. We're off Monday. We won't be back live trading until Tuesday. So nothing on Monday morning, team. Oh, I just now thought about that. I need to reach out to. Hold on, I'm thinking about this. I guess I could message him tomorrow, honestly, or on Sunday, I should say. Sweet. Aussie chick, when a play breaks the channel trend, do you usually remove once broken? No, I mean, no. I'll leave it in, Aussie chick. Like I always, like I've said this so many times. Leave these in until they make no sense. Like right now, see how the trend line's cracked on the SPY. You can remove that, and there's no. You're not looking at this zoom. There's no way we're gonna reclaim that, or even go back up and fail at 688 here in after hours, or whatever. There's no point to leave it in. You're just not gonna see that line anymore, so you get rid of it. There is a chance that PHIO can either A, fail at, or B, reclaim this uptrend channel a la JDZG. So when JDZG cracked out of it, I am leaving this uptrend channel in until this play is like all the way. And maybe it doesn't, right? But if it does, then if it gets back down to 2 and we're dying out and after or whatever, then I get rid of it because there's no way we're going to use it again. But when we're still in sight to A, reclaim it, and then B, start using it again, right, and failing at this, now we know we're back in it, right? So then we can start trading it again. I don't trade channels usually, typically. I just don't. You'd never know for sure how long they're going to last. But I leave the lines in until they just aren't. They're not. So point being again, like say if PHIO fails here in after hours, starts coming back down to like $1.60, and then it's just kind of dying out an hour after the closing bell. I'm going to delete these uptrend channel lines. There's just no way it's going to push back into it and fail and or reclaim it. But yeah, I leave them in until there's just no point. We won't be able to use them again. Yep. It's like a good example. We would just go through like another one here, here, great example. I'll leave this in for now just in case maybe it squeezes in after hours. And I know I kind of sound like Bill Cosby right now, the white version. The way I was wording that. There's maybe a way this kind of pushes back on up and reclaims, and because it's also at a fail area. So maybe somehow in after hours it gets this crazy push, right? And then plays like NVDA here. I'll go over to NVDA and look at this uptrend channel crack right through here, like say this initial one, because I saw multiple. There's no way, there's no point. Okay, let's say when we formed a new one here. There's no way. There's still no way we're going to get back at this point. And with after hours soon to be coming, I know on a Friday and after hours, these large cap plays don't do jack squat shit. I ain't going to use it. I'm not going to use it again. There's no point to keep it in. That makes sense, Aussie chick? How was that? King Lion, was that close to being like a white Bill Cosby? Well, let me tell you something about my pudding. Get a little Jello pudding in here. He always kind of talked like he was almost drunk, when you think about it. Like when I always do his impressions. I feel like I'm kind of drunk when I say anyway. Yes. Yes. Hopefully that answers your question well. That was weird, I was saying the Epstein thing. I'd really never. Let's see here. Boom. But that was nuts. like the girl that like his girlfriend or wife or whatever that one girl was that was like British. I just never really looked into that. It was, of course, I'm just not into that. I'm not into the dom. I don't know, like the people that rape people or mentally abuse or sexual abuse. Or, I don't know. I'm not in. It just blows. I don't know. I'm not too intrigued by it. Like the Diddy stuff or it's like, I'm like, how do you get there? How many times the girls too on the documentary today are like, Like the one goes like, the last time I saw him, he's just going to town on himself. Like how weird is that? Like I haven't seen that. It was like when they saw him in court before he hung himself. You know, and anyway, like they had to go to court and make sure he's not flight risk, and yeah, you're not going, you're staying in jail, no bond for you, buddy. But yeah, the guy was like, last time I saw him, he was like, that's just a creepo. Listen, I love some ladies, but man, it's just the weirdness of the 12 to 14, because then Avery, I think it was before the Epstein thing, like yesterday, she was watching some, and she's always watching those weird, like, documentaries, she just gets intrigued by that stuff. She should have been like a psychologist, to be honest. She should have went to school for that, or philosophy, something like that. But she's like, man, and then she's like, imagine those that are into like babies. And I was like, I know, it's fucking creepy as fuck. Like I've never got it. I just don't get it. It blows my mind. It's just really crazy how messed up people are. I mean, it comes back to the gun situation. I really don't think we need the kind of guns we have. I wish we had better gun laws, and I know there's no offense to people that love guns, and it's not the guns that beat people, it's the triggers that I'm like, it's mental awareness, but point being, if they, they wouldn't be able to kill as many if you didn't have all the assault rifles that they are, they'd be less, at least deaths, a little bit less, they wouldn't have as many rounds to shoot off as fast. I don't get the need for that. There's no need for an AK-47. Like, what do we need an AK-47 for? Like, just to be completely honest, that should be a military-grade weapon that only people in the military, as in civilians, should not be able to arm them. That's the way I feel. That's what handguns are for. That's your level. You didn't go train in the military to handle these weapons. There should be an intensive 6-month or year course that someone, if you're gonna sign up to get some weapon. Like, you can't just go buy a fucking grenade launcher. Like, might as well have Grand Theft Auto and just get rocket launchers going, too, as well. Anyway. I'm fine with guns. I just don't like all those. It blows my mind. But the people, like, that just go out, like the mass murders or whatever you see. The people that just, like, what's just crazy. The mental, because I saw a poster recently. It's mental aware. Like, it's like the mental thing of the world we live in, though, anymore. It's like, how are you going to address all that? It's a lot to address. There's a lot of mentally effed up people out there. A lot. It's crazy. Like, honestly, absolutely nutso. Spy still crack-a-lack, and you got 7 more minutes. I think we should almost just time it. 7 to 10 more minutes, and then it's time for the bounce. Let's see if we don't get it. Usually it's like at 50 to 55 after. Right, crazy crowd. Yeah, it's just the world we live in anymore. For sure. For sure. It's just getting crazier and crazier. I think about, like, times, how the shock factor would be if you take someone from, like, the 1500s, 1300s, whatever, just forever ago, and put them into our time, and then the exact opposite. Imagine us. Who would hate their lives more? People in the 1300s or 1700s or 1200s, or just people for hundreds of years ago, they hate it more now, or we hate it more back then? I think I think we would hate a little bit more, but they would completely hate living in the world we live in. I think some of it would like, like people that were rich or could still be rich in this world. I'm like, no, you start over brand new. You ain't, King Charles or whatever. You got it made for you back in the day. Now you get to go make it again in the world we live in now. Good fucking luck. Good luck. And make sure you don't get shot in the process, or stabbed or something by some psycho, or you get scammed out of all your money, or you don't get sexually trafficked, or you're like, what's going on? But I mean, that's all. But the people with the human thing has been going on forever, because that's like, I forgot what show we were watching, whether that's like the original, what the good verb or the adjective would be for it, but like, beauty essentially was the first way to bribe, I don't know, to make money, or, your beauty, right, was a way to make money. That was like a thing to think about, and it's just always been that way. So it just has gotten, I think, crazier and crazier. Although, I don't know, imagine the Egyptian days. How crazy were things back then? With, like, the people and the slaveries, and how many thousands of people, supposedly, we never know, we won't ever have footage of this, built the pyramids. How? You know how long it would take to build those pyramids? What the things weighed? How many thousand? And the force of labor, getting paid nothing, breaking bones, dying, all for the kings and the pharaohs or whatever. What was a funny comedy TV shows? Oh, yes. Oh, gosh. Yeah, you got to be watching. I would love to do maybe if it was private, but even maybe if it's private, I could start showing that stuff. I don't know. But it's in living color. I wish I could show some skits off of In Living Color. In Living Color. Kind of a cool, twisty name to a TV show. In Living Color. You know, of course, color TV was in its prime in the 80s and the early 90s. Of course, it was already around, but, we're getting bigger and better TV sets, yada, yada, yada. That's funny you usually call that TV sets. You don't call it a TV set anymore. When's the last time you heard that term TV set, probably? That's just flat screen, smart TV, whatever. The old TV set. It was like a whole furniture piece back in the day. What's up, Starling? How you doing, handsome? We just having fun on a Friday. Well, we're going to have more fun tonight. This is more of like AK's podcast hour, Friday and Power Hour. This is like AK's podcast. All right, today we're going to talk about all the shit things that have happened over the world. The forced labor, the human trafficking, how long that's been going on. Slavery, essentially. Slavery and human trafficking. How long has that been since the start of man killing as well? All the bad things that we're seeing more and more and more of in the country, the United States, or of course across the globe. Human trafficking has been brought up big time. Of course, we already know about slavery and forced labor, killing. Who just the world we live in. That's all we ever see on news. Rooted in evil. Thanks, Adam and Eve. Freaking Adam and Eve. I'd go back and bitch slap both of them. Not so much Eve. I'd give her I'd let maybe him. All right, I'm gonna give you two, Adam. This one's for you. This one's for you, Eve. Nah. He's like, you hit me harder for Eve. Yeah, it's for Eve. Sorry, Adam. Oh, you don't need to yell at me for working for, yeah. The old telly. See, on my way home. There you go, on your way home. On your way. Good. Well, just get a little, hey, 680 who called it out. God, please be right, Josh, in the end. Look at the beautiful call out. Large caps market just come over here out of nowhere. Say, it's probably going to be 680. Maybe 679, but I'm going 680. We're getting closer and closer to where we should get more of that volume back on off, or up, I should say, because usually, again, at the end of the day, if you're selling off, the last 5-10 minutes, you get a pop back up. If you're pushing, the last 5-10 minutes, you'll get a crack back on down. Small caps, JDZG, and ATOM had the best shot to squeeze in after hours, at least out of the gate. Why? They're up, and away, the top right-hand corner of the chart. So JDZG and ATOM both have the best shot to squeeze for after hours, not only movement, but if you're green on the day like I am, what are you trading for? Just leave for the day. Most, again, traders, you're not going to be that successful trying to carry that boat over. Wait till you become just a beast of a machine. And then also you have those little small red because you're up green. And you won't go nearly as big. And you start learning that. Hey, listen, I've already banked for the day. If I want to, I love to trade so much. I got to get a couple extra trades in. I feel it coming. There's a setup. Make sure the setup is there. Make sure the volume is there. And just go light. Just get you a couple trades in. But yes, it's Sterling. It's all good, brother. It's all good for you. Yeah, yelling at you. I'll give you a little laugh here at the end of the day, though. Oh, we're fucking killing it. 680, was it? It was 680, baby. 680. 680. Love it. Starting to get some bounces from other large cap plays, too. But now I just want to jump on the mic here. End of the day, see what was going on. Call out and see if we get the SPY reversal. We are. JDZG, seeing if we get the squeeze up off that trend line. Today we had a good lesson on charting and where to find and how to find bounce plays. I'll post that coming up soon. I'm going to edit some of the live stream from yesterday on TTP and add that to my post of me and the long on FSLY. Of course, today's bounce play on FSLY, MLEC was really good. We are hitting new high of day here. So JDZG, as I talked about, the one stock to watch for a squeeze in a power hour. Right here into after hours. We're getting close to it. Next true resistance I see. Let's go through some lines here and put them in. Go right there with those lines right here. All right, so we have lines in at 410, 440, and 465. 410, 440, and 465. Nice move here to squeeze at the closing bell. Pretty much last 10 minutes of the day. Aussie Chick Sterling, last questions you guys have? Anything you want to go over before the day is over? And the week is done. Whoa! 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 We're missing one. RIME. Remy going on a tear. Remy on a tear. Whoa! Whoa! Nice. Okay, so we caught our other mover here, at least for right now. RIME, Remy. Bounce potential back at 240. Let's go to past chart history here. Oh, and there we do see it. She's shining like a bright light. She's shining like a bright light. She's shining like a bright light. Come join tonight. Aussie Chick, you West Coaster. You better be joining since you're out on the West Coast. Dirt Sterling, you as well, Mr. Detmar. Come join tonight. Kevin Avery, I'll put the live stream link out there when he gets it going live later on tonight. Going live, maybe another little Friday night live. That's right, Traders Anonymous. Come join us. It's going to be some good times. We're going to keep this Friday going every Friday night so you guys can come over and actually join the live stream, talk about your trading week, you know, some of the things that you're going through just to get it out, some of the trades you had, what are we doing right, what are we doing wrong, trading philosophy, you know, trading ideas, sharing the love. Yeah, Jesse, what's up, brother? How you doing? Yeah, we'll do Aussie Chick. Yeah, get you a drink. Come on over. So we got our levels up top there for RIME. I'll go back down here right around 240 for your bounce play. I don't know if King Line is still around, but King Line there, that you want a bounce play. I would go with RIME, of course, JDZG. This one's still on watch for a bounce play, brother. So we still have two long potential plays here as we move into the closing bell. We'll see if we might get one or two new runners now just because of a little bit of a spice that was brought here in the afternoon from JDZG and RIME. You know, thank you. I'll have to review my trades. Yeah. We'll review them. Like I said, man, go over them. I know you were texting right before I got back on the live stream. You know, I'll be busy the next couple of weeks, team. So next week, taking the afternoon off from doing one-on-ones just so I can prepare for and get ready for my AKNR, which is the following week. So the next 2 weeks. Next week, I'll be at least get to spend a little time with you on the live stream. We'll be in the office. Avery's going to go visit her parents, which I'm kind of happy. I'm glad she is, just so I'll have the week to really kind of zone in, get some stuff done, like for my work. A lot of the free time when, you know, I get now, you know what you do as a human. I want to go spend it with a pack. I want to spend it with Avery. Let's go walk the dogs. Let's go do this. Let's go do it. When I'm by myself, it's like I get so, and especially now that next week I don't have any one-on-ones in the afternoon, I'll have a lot of that free time to go back over and prepare for the AKNR and, you know, to stream live with you guys more, yada yada. I can get and concentrate on work more is my point. You know, when you got a hottie, you know, you got a model in the house, it's hard to concentrate, you know. It's hard to concentrate with the hottie in the house. This is what it's like right now in the office when she's gone. I have the door shut, but it's like dead quiet. Dead quiet. Any questions you guys have? And then also, too, the ones that are coming to the AKNR get to meet Avery, so they'll get to have some good fun. Get some good food. Meet some of the dogs at the AKNR New Orleans, which will be sweet. Man, I don't want to push it. I used to pre-market into market and lunch, and after that I would. Oh yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I was just saying. You know, like you have plays and potential for sure if you were looking for a play. And that's what I was saying. If you're already up, I just think most traders trading on a Friday and after hours, they're just begging for if it doesn't happen that day, somewhere down the line to just mess up. You're over trading. You're doing too much. Like I was saying earlier to Sterling Detmar this morning. Look how many traders. No, name them. Name a trader that you follow that trades all day long, every day, all day, from pre-market to closing bell into after hours. I don't know many at all that are that successful. I don't know one really. I mean, you know what I mean? Like no one that streams or posts or anything. They have their niche and time of when they're trading and what they're trading, and they're not all day trading. And most of the traders I do one-on-ones with, that's their issue is they want to trade from pre-market to closing bell and after hours. I'm like, man. That's not a successful trader. Look, and like I brought up, look at Steven Dux's of the world. Steven Dux's of the world. Anyway, and he takes how many? He takes how many less trades than all of us combined? Right? Like he's more probably less trades than me. I'm sure, and he's killing it. But I mean, go to Ross Cameron. You know, who any of these guys? Yes, they have red days, but they have major green days, and everyone knows and hears of these names. They don't trade all day long. They don't. They do not. Has anyone got CR Trader's Excel spreadsheet to journal from the last AKNR? I don't think so. I don't know if he sent that out. He should have sent that out already. I don't know why he hasn't. We need to put that over like on the Discord and have it pinned or whatever. Need to have it pinned on the Discord. I'm sure someone has it, Aussie Chick. We'll, just ask for it next week. We'll figure it out. Oh, that would be great. Yes, yeah, to get it in chat and pin it. I don't know why for myself, I just was never big into like spreadsheets, doing Excel. I don't know why. I don't know. It's so funny how I would rather write everything down. I have no idea where that. I think again. I think I get to think about it. The only thing about it where it came from was my dad. My dad was a morning show host on radio, and he had the legal pad and would write down all of his show material. Like Sunday, I mean, this thing would be like 3, 4, 5 pages deep. No lie, and he wrote real little, so there's so much material on this paper, or papers. It was crazy, and it's low. And I'm not kidding you. Let's see here. What's it good? Let's go Google. Go. Let's see here. Well, I thought we could look. I can't. I guess we're not. I guess they just started it. Okay, so they just start. I'm trying to find the. My point with my dad, it's what's funny. It's the Arkansas Broadcasters Association, and now they have a Hall of Fame. And I'm trying to find like all the members are part of it. But my dad, like one of the legal pads, they asked for it, and one of the legal pads, it's like a museum here in Arkansas that you can go to in Little Rock, and it's the sportscaster, whatever, like the broadcasters, whatever it is, whatever I just said. So all the real famous, really awesome Arkansas broadcasters over the years. I'm sure other states have them. Like I'm sure California has it in the bigger states when they're bigger. From the Yankees and the Dodgers or the Lakers and all those guys that have broadcast over the years. Chicago, whatever, for the Cubs and the White Sox and the Bulls. Anyway, so Arkansas has one now, and that was I remember them talking about that, and like my mom, dad, or whatever, and how honored they felt being nominated, or whatever, and then the point being, not only nominated to being part of the Arkansas Sports Hall of Fame, whatever it is, Arkansas Sports Hall of Fame, that is one, but the Arkansas Broadcasters Association and their Hall of Fame. And at one of his legal pads, they asked to have it. It's like a museum that you go through, like you see the different Hall of Fame, the different Hall of Fames we have out there, from football, basketball, right, NBA, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Anyway, his legal pad is in there, so that's kind of cool. It's like a piece of. I wonder how long it'll be in there. If it's in there like 50 years from now, 20 years from now, 50 years from now, 100 years from now. But yeah, I thought that was really cool that one of my dad's like Manila legal pads, or whatever you want to call them, not manila folders, but legal pads, the little yellow pads, is in the Arkansas Broadcasters Hall of Fame, or whatever the heck it's called. So yeah, I guess I got it from that. It's the only thing I can think of. I just thought I'd give it a try. Yeah. Let's see here. Yes, sir. Heard that been said I would call it, so I'll go race. There you go. So I'll go touch the race car until my lady gets on. There you go. You have a good weekend too, King Line. RIME continuing to climb here, team. And we do have the levels. Oh, no. I thought we did have the levels out on RIME, and that's just 52-week high. So we are at 52-week high right now. We are at 52-week high right now on RIME. Let's go back and try to find some more lines here to put in. Merlin, move. Merlin, go. Trying to work here. Whoa, not a lot. RIME does not have a lot of charting to hold it down. JDZG is holding the trend line right now, so JDZG is holding the trend line right now. And there are the resistance lines for RIME. We'll keep Adam on watch over there, and we called it, team. Hey, Aussie chick, you go tell J Trades next time you want to go join his lobby and say, hey, I love you and all, but AK kills you when it comes to charting. Oh, he would hate his life. He would be like, oh, don't say that. Don't say that. Nah. I'm like, Jay, it's the truth. I taught you everything you know. I am Professor X over here. I didn't teach him everything he knows, but Kurt, perfect call there. Coming over in Power Hour saying watch for a bounce play and reversal last 10 minutes or so of the day, and then calling the level out at 680. Nice little play. And most likely here in Power Hour, if we move, it's 682 to 680. Boy, you know I'm strong. I'm gonna throw your ass down. 682 to 680 is going to be your channel that you're in right now for SPY. ATOM, it has that. I'm not going to probably do much in after hours. I do have after hour scanners up from Trade the Poo. So Trade the Poo. Not Trade the Pool. I have Trade Ideas. Trend line is holding right now for JDZG. So these would be your two plays, RIME and JDZG. All right, King Lion. Yeah, I feel you. No, trust me, King Lion. I love Beerus, our 392 Final Edition Jeep Wrangler, and it still smells brand new. Like I was saying, that Napa, I love it. And every once in a while, I leave it unlocked, even in the garage. I always leave it unlocked just because every once in a while I want to open the door and just smell because it still smells brand new in there. But I love looking at Voltron. X5M competition. It was funny, even yesterday, a BMW commercial was on, and she was like, those are pretty. I was like, huh? And I turn around because I could see her looking at the TV, and it's the X3 that's on the TV. And he's like, yeah, it was just, they just showed the X1, 3, 5, or I don't know. She was like, they're just, I'm like, those are them. She was essentially, I can see why you love them so much. Merlin. She's like, I miss because she had it, hers is the X3. She likes them a little smaller. She loves the X3s. And she's like, I want mine back. You stole her from me. No, I was like, I sold her for you for my ride because you got your ride, right? We can't have like 18 rides. I'm done with all these rides. That was so funny that she's still butthurt about Beeman. She loved Beeman more than Elvira. She loved Elvira, but because it was her first BMW, and I did get it for her. Even though I love BMWs, I did tune it, and I loved Beeman, the silver one we had. It was just a normal X3, but it had the M competition pack, or no, the M Sport package to it. So it had all the M badging, had the M wheels, had the sports diet, whatever pack with it. So it was nice, but it just didn't have the oomph. It had oomph because I added some oomph to it. Had like probably about 300, 320 horsepower, about 300, 320 torque. Somewhere probably right around there after I had modified it and stage 2 tune, up the turbo inlets, downpipe, etc. Yeah, she misses her X3. I'm like, we'll get another one. I know you love those X3s. I do too. They're sick. Those engines are nasty awesome. They're freaking bulletproof, as they call it. Well, there goes JDZG as of right now. Getting a good size sell-off. Any last questions you guys have? Any last questions you guys have before I do head out for the day? I'm about to head out. I appreciate each and every one of you joining me for the free Friday here. For the traders that don't join on the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and some Fridays are not free basis. You got all the way back if you want to rewind the stream today from morning alerts, going over levels and where to take trades and bounce plays that we took, longs we took, the short on FGL we took, you name it. We went over it today. I even gave you a great lesson on where to find bounce plays and why and where I'm finding them at. You can rewind the stream and watch that as well. I'll have my live stream up all afternoon, and I'll put some lessons up later after we get done running here in after hours. I always give after hours a good couple of hours to see if we get a runner or something moving, and once we do, I stay on it and we'll go up top with it. And eventually slow down. That's when the lessons will come up and you'll cover most of the stream because really nothing is moving in after hours. Don't forget tonight, Traders Anonymous. I'll put that link out there later on, not only here on the live stream before it's over with, or at least Kevin Avery's page on YouTube, and hey, it'll be here later. The link will be up soon. I'm shutting my live stream down now. I may even leave my live stream up all the way through that and put his stream on my stream so you can watch it here or on his just to make a stream longer. Regardless, you'll have that link later and come join us to talk it up, yap it up in the week on a Traders Anonymous. How was the week? The week recap. How do we see things moving into the next week? Let's see. You have to set that. Let's see. Things have a good week. You too, bro. Don't forget we're off on Monday. Monday, the market is closed. Monday, the market is closed. It is President's Day. Enjoy your day off from not having to worry about trading, the stress, the tracking, the journaling, the charting. Take a day to relax. If you need that extra bit of work, just take an hour or two to go chart, prepare for the next day. What moved this last week? Well, let me go back and look at these small cap tickers that I traded or we did look at, and I want to go chart them. Where could be a possible breakout? Where could be a possible short? Where could be a possible bounce play? Prepare your brain for the next week. Get that secondary and journaling system going. What were my good trades last week? Where did I go long? Where did I go short and why? What was my stop loss? What was my targets? What's my overall win percentage on these certain setups, right? Dive in a little deeper there. I'm going to enjoy Monday. Avery's leaving on Sunday to go see her parents for the week. Monday is going to be about a 70-degree beautiful day here, and I don't have any one-on-ones. Oh my gosh, O's. I can't wait to sleep in, and then I'm going to get out in Voltron. Me and my X5 competitions, I'm going to have a good time on Monday. I'm going to get out and rip it. I'm going to rip it, team. I am going to go out for 30, 45 minutes and just burn a lot of gas. A lot of gas. And not the kind that comes out of your ass. No. I save that for the dogs. I always get right in front of their face. Man, you ever have an uncle back in the day? I had one. And that's actually my more, he's my funny uncle, but he's like anyway, Uncle Mike. You know, you think he'd be the asshole uncle. The uncle that would drop down. Hey, man, we picked that up for me. It was always a quarter, some kind of dollar bill, just because, you know, oh, there's money. I'm going to pick it up, sure. Maybe he'll let me keep it. Hey, man, we picked that up for me. It would just fart right in my face. I mean, do you just have it building up and loading up? Because my farts just come out of nowhere, just to be honest. It's not like, oh, I'm going to fart. Oh, hold on a sec. Hey, Josh. Hey, I dropped that. We picked that up for me. I should be like, man, you ain't fucking, what, you handicapped? You pick it up. I'm over here. I'm 5-10 feet from you. I mean, maybe every once in a while I could have been right beside him, but I mean, just to have that quick thought of, oh, we're gonna drop something. Oh, I'm about to fucking fart my fucking ass off. Hey, Josh, pick that up. I just go straight up to my dog's face. I don't ask him to pick anything up. I just say, hey, guess what? Ingrid Ostrico, yeah, there we go. Hello, sir. I am sorry to interrupt you, but I just want to know, do you need a thumbnail designer or video editor? Shubham. I mean, I love one, but I just, here's my thing, and I've said this for years. Just the you know, if someone wants to do it for me because they're taking my trades and they're making money with me, you know, and they've signed up for the morning alerts or the live stream or whatever it is, and they're banking, they want to do it for free, then sure. It's really, for me to pay for that, you know, because that's the thing. I mean, I would love to have more content on social media. I've had people like, hey, let me edit your videos and your live stream, but then I know they're always going to want money, and I'm like, I don't want to pay. I just don't. I'm not because I know it's not going to happen. I'm not going to have 50,000, 100,000 followers out of nowhere. I can pay for those followers, fake followers, bots, whatever. It would have happened naturally by now. You know, it's like you got to put a lot of work into that, or you got to pay someone to do that. I did a little social media stuff from we have a Jeep it's called, anyway, it's a badass Jeep. Did its Instagram, and I'm just posting stuff, all the fucking, trying to do all these cool little things, and let's do these videos, and it was work. I grew it up to, a few hundred, whatever, not see how many thousands of people, but and we got a lot of, what are they called? I was what is it called? Brandon, we were ambassadors for like a lot of, so we got free tires and discounts and all this stuff. It was freaking work. I do one-on-ones. I stream live. It's not like a lot of these guys that just go on the mic for like an hour or two. I'm like, oh yeah, trade, I bank. I do a lot of extra stuff. You know, between the one-on-ones and the morning alerts, there's just a lot of stuff that goes. So I don't have the time or want to do that. You know, do all the social media stuff. I'm trying to add more than I'm on my own now. But you need someone then, and again, if you don't have the time or the want to do it, you know, to make the splashy thumbnails and stuff. you gotta have somebody to do it for you, and then you gotta pay it. And it's just like, God, do I really want to pay someone to do something that I could do, but I don't want to do it because I don't have the time to do it. And so that's where my brain's at when it comes to that. See, I'll see you. Have fun. Yes, yes, yes. Let's go tonight. Sterling, you better be there. Sterling, you guys already do it, huh? But I will as well. What's that? See, next thing we are killing. Yeah, I got you. I love it. Bye, Sterling. Love you. Merlin, sit down. Merlin. But yeah, if you want to show me some of your work and you want to do something for free, and then like maybe I do a post and then that post gets like 100,000 natural views on TikTok or Instagram or YouTube or whatever, please think about it. Let me know. Let's see here. Let's see your issue, but can we connect and figure out if there is a solution for both of us? Yeah, I mean, Shabham, if you like, yeah, that. I mean, it would be one of those things where like if you could just, you know, I could, because I don't really ever have. That's like you have to create like a thumbnail all the time for all these different pieces, and I wouldn't mind having like one like for Valentine's Day, like have one for all week long, and it's like Valentine's Day week, and then just have another one that's just every month it's a new one, right? So once a month there's a new one, but then there may be a theme one, like March Madness for March. You know, I have one for March. It's March Madness, and I could just use that all month long. And then April, you know, I have one like Easter-ish colors and whatever, right? May. Have like some, I don't know, you get my point. So it's themed every month and it looks cool. But yeah, it's just one of those things where I wouldn't want a lot of it, you know, and then for posts and stuff. So it's just a lot of extra work for sure. It is a lot of extra work. But I've had people throughout the years ask me about that, my man. And here's my email. If you want to email me if you want to. Reach out to me. Email me at joshasmith7@gmail.com. Have 14 dogs, yada, 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 like this guy. I keep having to push down. Merlin, sit down. So, yeah, if you want to email me at joshasmith7@gmail, would absolutely love it, my man. Hit me up. We can figure it out. This room's getting super hot. Sorry, team. I'm getting spicy. Woo! The room gets so hot in the afternoon with the screens on and the door shut. After hours runners today, LFS. Let's take a look at some of these. LFS, not bad. Okay, so we are getting a couple after hour spikers. LFS and Rhea. Rhea and Rito. I'll keep an eye on these over here. All pretty much up and then kind of now out to the right. LFS, Rhea, Rito, after hour spikes. C1 has caught them, so watch for sideways. I see you. I see you. Eleanor, I see you. And this is what happens when that's why I leave the door shut, because this is what happens. They all want to come in here. And I'm like, I don't need you all in here. So it's what do I want? Do I want to get hot? Or do I want to be bothered by a bunch of dogs? Whew. So far pretty dead in after hours. Yep, Shubham. Reach out to me, man. Let me know. Sorry to, like I said, it's just one of those things where I would like it, but then, you know, it's just all about how much, how often do I need it, would it really even contribute to anything for my own good down the line? You know, so that I think once I start, Twitter is another big thing too, which I need to start posting more on Twitter. Gotten a little bit of, you know, ground on Instagram. I'm trying to on TikTok and YouTube for videos like shorts and stuff. Just because you got people that are on those all across different platforms. There's some like me that'll kind of go through all of them just because there's some people that, you know, but then there are people that are just always on X or Twitter. There's some people that are always just on TikTok. There's some people that are just always on Instagram, or they're just always on YouTube, or they're just always on Facebook. And that's why, like, you know, I've seen that. Now that you're on your own, you got it. And especially X is bigger than I thought. Doing Twitter and X, especially for stock trading, I've heard that so much over the past couple of months, just the start of this year. So I'm like, I need to get on Twitter and X. So that's what my plan is over the next week or two. Since next couple of weeks I'm a little slowed down on doing a lot of one-on-ones. I'm still busy, but I'll have some extra time to not only get X going, but then stream live on X, etc. All right, cool. Calling it for the day. We do have LFS and Rito going down. Rhea is popping up, so Rhea trying to pop up here, but we do have LFS and Rito right back on down through the VWAP. Rhea, RAYA, is the only one really starting to pop up here and holding its after-hours gains, at least to start off with. I'm jumping off the mic for now. I will come back in here in a couple hours or an hour or two from now and check on after hours, see if we have any new movers or what these movers in after hours are doing. Shub, Sterling, Aussie Chick, Reese, anyone out there, King Lion as well. Thank you for joining this afternoon. Jesse came on over as well. Forgot we had a few people this afternoon. We had a few people this afternoon. That was Jesse that talked about RIME afternoon play, which I missed that when Jesse said that earlier. So thank you, Jesse, for alerting that. And Rhea did just hit new high of day. So Spy, usually, like I said, done in after hours, not a lot of movement. I will put Rhea here on watch. It is at least moving in after hours and hitting new highs there. We do have RIME, JDZG heading back down toward their VWAP. Still in play, as they're still above the VWAP. Rhea taking a little bit of the mob, though. It's like every time I put my links out there for you guys, I swear it's like another slew of people come in. The Shub. Yeah, see, these are like the like these things. I need to get pictures of me too as well. I don't have a lot of like thumbnail pictures of me made. You know, I don't have a lot of those. It's just real simple stuff, and so I need like all these extra. And that's the thing too. Like, I have to send you these. I'd have to send you pictures, right? So like, be like pointing at something, like right. I can't just send you a picture of me going like this, and you have. I guess you can maybe AI a hand and a finger in there, but I need a lot of that. Like where I'll see people like, hey, you know, like because they know they're going to be pointing at a chart above them, like or like, you know, like, and I'll have a different face reactions, but like this one serious one. Hey, check out the chart, money. You know, all those different things that you see the guys are doing in those thumbnails. First of all, you haven't set the camera saturation on your OBS. So yeah, it will increase your camera. Gotcha. What's up, boss? See, this is what I don't understand, because I have set it up on the like on YouTube some days. I swear this comes back to where it's going back and forth between I have to do OBS, EVMux, Streamlabs or Stream something, going through YouTube, doing zooms, and I have to adjust my volume. Like right now, watch. See how loud I'm about to get? No, I didn't get that loud. Yeah, there we go. See, I'm getting louder and louder and louder. Usually I'm right here, but now like I have to turn it down today because I'm going like the Zoom. When I go to Zoom, I see people like turning me up because they can't hear me, and then I'll go to the audio set and I have to like turn it all the way up. And then when I do that, then it messes with my OBS. I'm like, I swear I keep having to go back and forth between all the different. There we go. So let's see here. The bit rate. There we go. Boom. Let's see, Mims, what's up? When do you short? Let's see. When you short, do you usually short tops of the range, or do you wait for the break of swap? It depends on what I'm looking for. Mims. It depends on what I'm looking for. So, if I'm looking for, which aren't really working anymore, for a while I was looking for trend line cracks. So, you know, you have a long trend line in, and let's go to FSLY, back-to-back days here. FSLY had trend line cracks. So we had one yesterday here, uptrend channel. We crack here, we come down. And it can be very bullish play, well above the VWAP. You wait for candlestick to confirm. The first candle to close outside of the VWAP. Candlestick confirms right here, and you get to move on down, right? So there's that way to short. There's put your lines in and trade them. You find nice past chart history here on FSLY like I did. I think I had to go, I forgot how far back in time to find it. Regardless, I know I put this line in earlier for resistance. You can just put limit orders up top. So those are the two more general ways to short, in my opinion, that we're seeing all the time, like on my Discord, or what I'm looking to short. Now, your other way to short, like we did earlier with FGL, and it's just breaking ranges. So when I see a play, and this is 1 minute time frame, 5 doesn't matter, we have these huge gaps. Well, I know my range, if we get a halt down, we're going to gap down because we are getting gaps up. So the goal is, once we see the move up, take that move back on down, right? Now, this did make full round trip, which we, a lot of the time, oh, it did actually almost make round trip back to, I knew this was going to get back down to the 16s. Ha! Jackapana, menino, manana. Should have held some shares. Can y'all stop? But those are like the 3 ways I would say I'm shorting, or what a lot of traders, at least on my Discord or here in the lobby, are doing. Or if and when we see them, like F-Sly, you know, going for trend line cracks. Or finding resistance areas up top, whether it's past chart history or created from that day of, and going for failing at top at resistance and putting limit orders in and truly just waiting to get filled. And then, of course, the last way would be plays like FGL, where you have momentumous type of reaction, and you're just playing the break of range, where this is the move up, the break of range is back down, and so you just break. I think break of structure is the one that CR talks about. I just call it break of range. You're breaking the range, opening bell range break, like orb, you know, for large cap plays, which a lot of traders in my chat are also doing. You know, you have that first 15 or 5 minute opening bell movement from large caps, and you take the break or the crack of that range that was created, so to speak. Yep, Shub sounds good. Shubby. Yeah, we'll talk. We'll talk, my man. We'll talk. We'll definitely get some talk. Does that make sense, though, Mims? Does that make sense, Mims, on how to trade and what I'm trading, essentially? And that's it for After Hours. Ray is your winner. Ray is the winner. LFS not bad. Mims, does that make sense though? Mimadim dims. Mimadim dims. Mimadim dims. Mimadim dims. All right, beautiful. Beautiful. All right, I'm going to put my links out there again now. Mims, Shub, any last questions here for me before I put my links back out there again? Links with the dinks. You got it though, Mims? You got it though, how the shorting, does that make sense, Mims? Hopefully you caught that. Hopefully you caught that. Mims. His name is Mims. He's got no hymns. Fucking hymns. Never thought I'd talk about hymns that much as we see it. Just talks about on the live stream. People talking about it, trading it. All right, put the links out there. Link-a-dink-a-dink time. Please like today's live stream. Like it, love it, subscribe. Got some good afternoon commentary today. Look at us rolling. Look at us rolling. Went live here for what, about 40, almost an hour now. An hour now. Look at us. All right, rocking and rolling. Be back here in just a bit, team. I'll get some music on for you guys yet again. If you have any questions, like I said, let me know. I'll be around. I'm going to probably walk the dogs and feed the dogs. Walk and feed them. Then I'll be back in the office to see if we have any after hours movement. Any questions? Any questions? Any questions right now? Let me know. Can't play this one. Everyone wants to know Avery's crush. You want to know who Avery's new crush is? Right here. Tate McRae. I played it the other day. I thought she was hot, and anyway, for a while. Avery's like, hold on, who's this? Avery is obsessed with Tate McRae now. I mean, who wouldn't be? I mean, let's just be honest. But yeah, it was so funny. I came in the other night. She was just, you should have seen her watching this video. She's in front of the 85-inch TV like this. I think her arms may have been crossed. I don't know. She was just like, I was like, you finding a new one, honey? She's like, oh my God. I'm like, yeah. And I was like, you want to go see her in concert? She's like, oh, I really thought I was joking. She's like, yeah, we can go see her. I'm like, wow. Go see Tate McRae. We'd be the oldest people there. Even at 40, we'd be the oldest people there. Oh, man. That was so funny, though. The other night came out. I was in here in the office, came back out. She was just zoned in to some Tate. All right, now let's get the progressive house melodic techno rocking and rolling. Mims, yes sir. Cool. Good. Glad you got it, Mims. There. Hey guys, chill. All right, put music back on. After hours music. I'll see you guys back here in a little bit to see if we have any after hours bangers, and if not, I'll put some lessons and videos on. As right now, we don't have anything in after hours moving that's significant. It was Rhea and LFS. Both of those plays have fallen right back on down. Rito as well. Both of those, all the plays that spiked up initially have come back down. Not too shocking on a Friday. Not too shocking on a Friday. I'm glad you got it, Mims. Go back and watch today's live stream. If y'all want to rewind, go back when I was live earlier on this morning at the opening bell. It's good information to go back and see my levels too. You can scroll back today, all the way back to this morning when I first started streaming live, and go over my pre-market levels where I break down small caps and large caps and do my morning alerts, which you guys can get a taste of when I go live for free on Fridays every once in a while. You guys can see what exactly I'm doing and how and where I'm getting my levels from. Be back here in just a bit. Right now, after hours slow. Still could be a pop from RIME. ATOM, and maybe one, and here's the bounce play. I know King Lion's out. King Lion, that's why we put our Lions in and trade him. He was looking for a bounce play. I know he's like, I'm not going to risk it. I'm going to head out. So I say just trade the smart levels. Perfect bounce play right there at 3. Will you stop it? No one wants their drool all over their arm. I'm going to go get some sun. It's 66 degrees out. Time to walk the dogs. Bangarang, lost boys, lost girls. Have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled 3-day weekend as it's President's Day on Monday, so enjoy the holiday weekend. Time to eat some good grub. Happy Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day. Happy pink Valentine's Day. Oh man. All right, bub. You want to get into? Go ahead, and however you want to go. Go ahead from start to finish. This is going to be though, team, so everyone knows, trade station demo. So any questions you may have, hold off till the end, and we'll get to the slew of questions. But AV, this is all you, boss. Roll into it.
Roger Dodger. Okay, so TradeStation is a fantastic platform. I've used E-Trade, I've used TradeZero, I've used Lightspeed, I've used Robinhood. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry, Robinhood. Everyone's kind of had that bad moment, I'm sure. But
hey, we've been there.
I found TradeStation because my granddad, who has traded for 30, 40 years, back when they had to look at newspapers to figure out stock prices, he turned me on to it, and he said, I've used this one for about 10 years. It's fantastic. Customer support's great. The platform is, hands down one of the cleanest, as far as like the looks, the capabilities. You can even plug in algorithmic, trading for yourself if that's something you want to do. Like you can program the platform to trade for yourself. Like I don't that's way beyond me. I can barely plug in a VCR still, but I really like it. I've been using it for about 2 years, and there are several things about it that really make it unique and make it very, very user friendly. And one of the first things I would mention is this thing called the order bar. And as you can see, this gray line is the current stock price. So it's going up and down, $80, 80, 99, 80, 97, up and down. I mentioned before, if you had an interest in going long or shorting this stock, you can look over at the chart. You can find areas of support and resistance, and you can actually plug in, like, I see significant support, at this level. Then you can plug in your orders, and you can put a spread on it very quickly, very efficiently, and you can get those limit orders filled, exquisitely quick, versus having to pull up, a bar and manually enter the price that you want your limit order in and press OK, and then go to another price and press OK. Like you can just legitimately click your limit orders in and, set it and forget it. And I call them kind of like landmines. As soon as the stock price falls down to where your limit order is, it gets filled just like that. And if it pops down a little bit more,
I love that sound, man.
It pops down a little more, it'll fill your next order. And, you can just kind of like load the chamber on these stocks. And this is cool because when those penny stocks spike up like crazy, you're never going to get that perfect entry. You know where the support and resistance levels are. But, it's good to spread out. And, sometimes I'll do a 10, 15 cent spread. Like I have here, like 100 shares. I skip every penny. I'll do this for 10, 15, 20 cents, and then when these crazy movers spike up and hit my entry, a lot of times it won't fill all of them, but it will get half of my orders filled, and I'll have 5, 6, 7, 800 shares. Even if I had 2,000 in, I'm happy with that. It doesn't have to be perfect, but it helps you instantaneously average up or average down as the stock moves, which is pretty cool. So the order bar is fantastic. And just as you can limit order in, you can also limit order out. So like if I think this stock's going to pop here, I can take profit at these areas like this. So, they talk about scaling in, scaling out. This is how I do it. When I get those entries, then I'll start plugging in profit targets. And, I'll put the profit targets on the chart. And then as soon as the stock pops up to those profit targets, it'll close out those number of shares that I had put in. So you can get in and out very quickly, very efficiently, very easy. And it's a very cool system, in my opinion. The second thing I wanted to talk about is OCO orders. This is a pretty cool feature that TradeStation has. And all you have to do is go over to the right here where my mouse is, and you can select what type of OCO order one you would like to do. And for this one, and I'll explain what this is just in a second, I'm going to do a 10 cent or an 8 cent risk and a 10 cent hit. And what you can do is place an OCO order, and it will basically put a safety net on either side of your trade. So you have a profit target and you have a a safety net for risk. And if you're confident in your trade, I wouldn't suggest doing it this close to where your order entry is, but just for the sake of science, I'm showing you guys this OCO order basically puts a safety net at the bottom and a profit target at the top, and it will take you out on either one it hits first, which is cool because deck talks about the 2-to-1 risk to reward ratio. You always want to have 2-to-1 reward over risk, and you can put in your target and your risk threshold on any trade, and then as soon as you go into that trade, you can basically set it and forget it and kind of watch the movement based on what you're willing to risk and what you want to make. So the OCO order feature is really, really cool. I find myself using that one from time to time as well. There's also the ability to change your share size very quickly, from 25 shares, 100, 200, 1,000. So you can market order in very quickly if you want to do 1,000 share market order, and you can do those instantaneous orders as well. So scaling is really cool with the order bar. The OCO is really cool. There's also something called OSO orders, which are a little bit more complicated. I don't use them often, but if you're interested in that, it does have those as well. And you can do some research on OSO orders on your own. But that's also another cool feature. Any questions on orders in the order bar before I move on to the next topic? Just throw in chat.
Is that what you typically, obviously, since you're going over, that's probably 90% plus you're primarily how you're putting your orders in and trading?
I'd say 100%, to be honest. Yeah. Like I hardly ever market order in. The only times I do is when I see a stock that's just like exploding and I'm going to take a quick scalp and get in and get really quick. That's the only time I ever market order, just because I like to play the chess match against the stock. I like to figure out where it's going to bounce and place those landmines and spread them out so the stock comes to me. I don't like to chase it. I like to play to come to me and hit right where I want it, and then take a bounce. So that's kind of my philosophy. What I try to do.
A lot of pre-markets. Why I say that. When you say these keywords, I always got to bring them back up. That's why I always say in pre-market, wait for your plays or setups to come to you. When you do that, you're going to be so much more successful than you trying to get out there like with an AK-47. Like I always say with an AK-47 and just trying to plow the place over. That's just not going to be as successful. So real quick, we do have some questions. All right, so Abro says, have you ever used the charting trading function for TradeStation? Seems like a cool option. Have you used a charting trading function, the chart trading function?
Yes, I have used the chart trading function, and there are hotkeys associated with that. And you can use either or. I honestly, I've tried hotkeys. I think they're great for pre-market and aftermarket. But with the limit order bar, I don't really need them.
Right, exactly. That's why I wish Lightspeed had something like that big time, because that would help out Lightspeed, and I would not have to use hotkeys.
I did a demo on the intra-chart trading, and I didn't really care for it, to be honest. And that's just personal preference. I mean, there's no silver bullet to this. All these companies are selling the same widgets. It's really just finding the one that works best for you. And for me, TradeStation works the best. So that's why I've stuck with them. The smoothness, the ability to manipulate charting and read it and stare at it all day and have it not burn holes in the back of your head is very important to me. So it's a comfortable platform to look at. It's clean, it's concise, it's easy to draw lines, see breakouts, look at different time frames, identify patterns, and look for the things that I look for on a daily basis. And that's why I like it.
Paul says,
the only fee.
I was going to say hotkeys. So you can't add them though?
What's that?
You can add the hotkeys?
Yes, you can. You can add hotkeys.
Cool. And Paula said, "Is that what it's called, a matrix?" I just want to make sure that was, because while we're still talking about hotkeys, I want to make sure that I didn't know if you knew how to put them in and where that was at.
To do hotkeys, I believe you go up to this chart trading thing, and then and I haven't done this in months just because I haven't had to. But once this enable keyboard trading button is clicked, you should be able to use your preset hotkeys to make those trades from your keyboard. So it says click chart to activate keyboard trading. And right now, my keyboard trading is activated. I don't even remember what my hotkeys were because I haven't used them in so long. But I do have some preset in there, and that's how you do it. And there's plenty of YouTube videos on how to set up your own hotkeys and customize the board the way you want it. And they're easy to find. That's another cool thing about TradeStation. It's been around for so long that there's tons of instructional content. They update it very frequently, but the overall look of it is kind of like Google. It hasn't really changed that much over the time that they've had the platform. It's just really good and clean. They haven't had to. But from a dashboard standpoint, everything is manipulated to your own customization based on how you want it. You can have as many little, tickers up on the screen as you want. You can put any lines in on any one based on what you want to see. You can add in as many charts as you want. There's even, and I'm going to bring another screen over to my background here. This is my second desktop. So you can have multiple desktops. I have 3 of them with TradeStation. 2 of them are for monitoring, and 1 of them is for trading. So this one's on my other computer, and they even have, the top gainers, everything that's moving. And there's also a feature that's free with major press releases. So, this one just came out. CryptoPunk sold for 84,000 on Ethereum. I don't really care about that. But anyways, these are the news releases that you get through TradeStation, which are free. The only thing that I pay for on TradeStation, I'm going to move this off my chart real quick. The only thing that I pay for is level 2. And it's $25 a month. And that's the only fee there is. There's no commissions for trading. There's no, there's no borrow fees for shorting. There's nothing other than level 2, $25 a month. And if you don't like or don't have any interest in level 2, another cool thing about it is if you look at this trade bar over here, it gives you kind of a level 2 light or a beginner's level 2, where you can see orders of other people on this trade bar that give you an indication. And then also this over here is volume. So you can see which areas on the chart were high demand or supply zones based on volume. So obviously if the stock's down in this area, you see low volume. You know that there's not going to be much demand. But over in this area where there was high volume, there's a high probability of a potential bounce. And that's probably why it's been hovering in this area around this line for so long. So also time and sales is included in the level 2 data. So that's part of the $25 per month that I pay. So it's pretty low considering, light speed is like a second mortgage if you're making money on it.
All right, I think you're good to move on to the next round right here, boss.
Cool. Next thing I was going to talk about is studies, and I'm going to clean up this chart a little bit just so you guys can see what I'm doing a little better. But from a drawing standpoint, there's so many different things you can put in. There's Fibonacci cycles, there's arcs, there's retracement calculators. I don't use any of this garbage. I think it's all just too much. I'm successful in what I do. I don't need to use it. But a lot of people find very good success in utilizing these tools. I don't even know what Andrew's pitchfork is. But to put a study on the chart, you basically click right on your mouse, you go into add study, and then they have all of these pre-programmed components that you can utilize on your chart. Let's see if it runs so slow. I'm sorry, guys.
Real quickly, I don't see it on there. Does the level 2 have LULD, the limit up, limit down?
That is one thing that I am a little bit taken aback by. They do not have LULD on the level 2.
Gotcha.
But typically, for my trading style, I'm not typically chasing after ones that are gonna get halted anyway.
Right, exactly. Exactly. I'm right there with you. That's one thing when yeah, it's one of the ones I tell a lot of traders. They always ask about that. I'm like, it's really only you think about day in day out and how often I'm using it. I might use it throughout the whole entire year. 5% of the, you know what I mean. It's not very often. I'm really. I mean, 2020, 2021. You know what I mean. There are times where I'm different, but for the most part, average time, you're not really worrying about the halting essentially that much.
Yeah, exactly. So I showed you the studies. You can click any study you want. There's like RSI, psychological line. I don't know what that is, but there's like 500 of these things, and you can research them and see which ones you like and put them on your chart accordingly. Another cool thing about the ease of use in this is, if you want to put a moving average on your chart, you can throw it up there. And then you can edit it any way you want. So like this one, for example, if I wanted to, that's VWAP, let's see. If I wanted to edit this moving average, all I have to do is go to input. Okay, this is a 50-day moving average. I could change it to 20 days and then okay it, and then you'll see that line move down to the 20-day period. So like you can edit these lines, you can put them in however you want, and you can add in multiple ones. There's all the widgets and things that most trading softwares have, but studies are really cool. It's an easy way to implicate or initiate indicators on your chart that could be useful to you trading.
Yeah, it reminds me honestly.
It's really easy to change.
I was gonna say sorry. It reminds me a lot of Thinkorswim. It really looks. It's beautiful. A lot of the things you can do, how easy it is, and the way it honestly just looks overall, it's gorgeous. So I mean, that's why I can see why I haven't gone to using it because I'm just been still before I moved over because I was maybe thinking about leaving Thinkorswim for TradeStation in the end just because it's the same thing. It's just a newer platform. So I'm trying to, and it's just hard for me because I love, but it's almost identical. So that's why I tell a lot of traders. I mean, there's really not too much differences between the two. You're getting pretty much the same thing overall as when it comes to your ease of chart setup and setting things up and adjusting them. It's called like the ladder system, whatever, on Thinkorswim. But yeah, I like the one thing I do like more. The level 2 is way prettier over on TradeStation than it is on Thinkorswim. Thinkorswim's level 2 is trash.
Yeah. And it's all customizable too, depending on what colors you want. You can change that's awesome. The level 2, 3, 4 colors based on what you want to see. But it is nice. It's pretty. It's clean, and I can stare at it for 9 hours and not have a headache, which is important to me.
Yeah.
Exactly. You can change the charts however you want them. You can make as many desktops as you want. If you got 6 screens, throw up 6 desktops, have 6 different things moving on each one. It's your prerogative, whatever is your priority. But if you wanted to locate shorts, it's as easy as going to, and this is the simulator, so you're not going to be able to see it like really happen. But you go to your short locate, which is going to be in this bar here, and it's not on the simulator because shorting on a simulator isn't, you don't need to locate them. But you just go to your short locate list, you click short locate, you put in your requests, and it's as easy as clicking the confirm button, and then you get whatever shares are available. And I will say that probably if you're looking to short a day top mover on TradeStation, you might not get a short. You might not get any shares. But if you don't get those shares, then just move on to the next play because there's probably going to be 25 other ones. I don't really have any issues, and I'm a short bias trader, and 70% of my wins are short plays. And I use this platform. So people ask me like, oh, well, you can't get shares for anything. It's like, yeah, you might not be able to get shares for 1 or 2 tickers, throughout your day, maybe 3 or 4, depending on, what the liquidity is and the volume and, all the different components and variables that go into that stock. But, obviously it's working for me, and I short, 70, 80% of the time, so, I like it. I have no problems there.
Is there any, I would say, for you when you first started using this, because that just a good question maybe for chat, just and for anyone out there, this would be my question. Like when you first started using this, was there anything that you did run into that was a struggle that you had to figure out that, oh yeah, traders may run into this and this may be a little bit, or was it, I mean, I get my point. It may be just as simple as can be. There may not have been anything. I just don't know if there's anything out there that when you first started using this that you had to figure out that was a little bit of a struggle, and then you figured it out. It took you maybe 5-10 minutes or something.
Yeah, this is a learning curve. Just like any platform, it's going to take you a few weeks. I would suggest, paper trading until you really know what you're doing, especially if you're going to be using the order bar, because there is a learning curve to utilizing this order bar, and you have to kind of, figure out how to manipulate, the screen just to make sure you get the orders placed where you want. And it does tick back to where the stock price is. So sometimes you can like scroll way down and you're starting to put orders in, and you check your chart and it goes right back to where the stock was, and then you put your order in, it's the wrong spot. Like you got to be cognizant of those kinds of things before you go in with real money. So those are just kind of the things that you need to look into. Also, like utilizing this took me like 3 weeks to figure out. Like I couldn't figure out like how do I get this chart to like compress. All right, well, all you have to do is click over on the right, drag it up and down. Like that took me 3 weeks to figure out. So there's just little nuances that like they're not necessarily in the handbook that you'll just kind of pick up just by like messing around with the platform, with software. I'd be happy to answer any questions if you guys run into like big problems or small, like they're probably easily resolved. Look at AMD; it's already a buck in the money from my
yeah,
alert.
exactly.
So
that nice little W
trade
at the bottom there. Is TradeStation paper trading live or delayed? Stepman asked.
It is real-time paper trading. It does not offer pre-market or post-market paper trading, but from 9:30 a.m. Eastern time to 4 p.m. Eastern time, you can paper trade, and it is real-time.
Any last questions? If Alex, anything else you can think you want to go over, anything else you want to say? Thank you again, honestly, though, for coming over, AV. But any last questions you guys have for him? And we've gone, I know, for about an hour now. So any last questions you have? Thanks again for going over these setups and strategies. Of course, the TradeStation demos, whether it's stock trading related, it's TradeStation related team. That, and definitely give Big AV a big round of applause before he heads out today. So I appreciate it, boss, for sure, for coming on over.
Yeah, I'm here to help. So if you guys ever need any help, if you decide to switch this platform, have questions for me, just fire them off. I'm around every day. So
hey, and Uncle Mark showing up in chat too. I saw that.
Uncle Mark, yeah, he made a name for himself down in Florida.
Oh man,
really
good times,
cool,
my friend. Those good times.
I love and respect him very much. And just for the record, he is my uncle. So even though he's unanimously known within chat as Uncle Mark, we have some blood. So that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, AK, thank you very much, Josh, for having me here. It's good to be back. And I hope you guys, have a profitable year and, stick with it. Trading's hard. 90% of people fail because they give up. But if you keep pushing and, you size down and you try 20 trades with one share, try a new strategy. If that doesn't work, 20 trades with one share. If that strategy doesn't work, go do another one. Figure out top 2 strategies for you. Figure out what you're good at, and then look for the alerts that coincide with the setups that you want and make those trades and have confidence. And that's what's going to push you to the goal line. That's going to make you a successful trader. So keep at it and rock on.
Yep, man, I appreciate it, Bub. And Mello asks, how long you been trading for?
About 2 years.
So there you go, team. Look at that. 2 years. Look at the. I feels like we were just a baby. You were just a little baby. And look at you. Now you're a full-grown man over there with a beard. What's going on? How'd this happen so fast? But as you can tell, everyone loves
Thought
you
about
so much.
shaving everything but the stash just to like.
Dude, we should call it Stash July or something. I'm telling you, everyone in chat starts growing them. Or if you have it already, like you got to shave the whole beard. You can do an amazing handlebars. Are you kidding me? Like that would look super amazing, man.
Yeah.
I think that's about it. I think that's everything else. I think we're good to go. And yes, one last question. I didn't see D. Starley. Yes, this is being recorded, so I have it recorded. I'll split it up into 2, though. So what I'll do, too, just so you know, Alex, I'll have the interview round 2 part, and then I'll have interview round 2, part 2, essentially. So the TradeStation demo will kind of be separate from, your strategies and setups and stuff like that. So you'll have 2 videos, baby boy.
Perfect. Sounds good, man. Appreciate your time today.
No, I think that's it. Yeah, no, thank you, dude. Seriously, again, thank you so much. I think we're done. I was just making sure we were done with questions. I think we are. And obviously, anytime they have questions, like he was saying, anytime you have questions for Alex, hit him up in chat. He's here. Like I said, that's what we're kind of all here for. And I'm glad we had, like, again, I'm glad you stayed around, and traders that do get good stick around to not only, obviously be successful and a part of a great chat room, but then to help other traders. And that's what I love to see. So yeah, anytime y'all need Alex, just hit him up in chat. And again, no, seriously, man, thank you so much for being here again. Seriously, it was amazing.
Thanks, man.
Yep.
Appreciate
Have a good
you.
rest of your day, boss. I'll text you here in a little bit with the links after I get those up as well.
All right.
Have a good
Later.
one, bub. Peace out.
On this episode of container volumes are dropping. I'm your host, Sal Mercogliano. Welcome to today's episode. We're back at home headquarters here in beautiful North Carolina. It is a beautiful hot day outside. I know that because you can't see it, but I am soaking wet from sweat. Just came back from a fire call, volunteer firefighter for 23 years, and was directing traffic in 90 plus degree temperature out there for 2 hours. You will not see a realistic TV show about firefighters unless they give you an episode where for 1 hour they're just standing out there directing traffic, because that to me is what it's all about, being a firefighter some days. At least it was for me today. All right. Today we want to talk about a report that just came out from John McCowan, his latest report on the top 10 U.S. ports looking at containers. The headline of his story is this: 6.9% container volume decrease in May with bigger drops coming. So we're going to break down John's report and also talk about some other stories dealing with container trade in and around the world. If you're new to the channel, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel and hit the bell to be alerted about new videos as they come out. So John looks at the top 10 U.S. ports, and what he's showing here is a 6.9% year-over-year drop in the month of May, with the latest month was a sharp reversal of both April's 9.6% gain and March's 11% gain. Now, remember, one of the things we talked about is there was a lot of front-loading happening with containers coming to the United States. May numbers are reflective of the initial tariff initiated by President Trump, and we're seeing the result of that, particularly on the West Coast ports. It will not be as pronounced on the East and Gulf Coast ports because of the longer sea transits, but we're going to break that all down for you here. So looking at some of the charts in John's work, this shows you the percentage of change in total U.S. inbound volume year over year. Now, he takes us back to 2017. And one of the things you see is that largely before COVID, that period from 2017 to 2020, we had a good kind of substantial growth in container volumes, almost anywhere between, a 0% growth to 10% growth. Where we see that first initial dip there is in early 2020. That is the impact of COVID and the disruption in the supply chain. But as everybody found themselves at home, we have that first massive peak there. That is the normal shipment of cargo coming across, plus with the shipments for COVID on top of that. And we see that begin to level off into 2022, a bit of an uptick again in 2022, and then that massive drop in 2023. What we see coming out of 2023 is that uptick into 2024. A lot of that is being caused by disruptions in the global supply chain. You have the Houthi diverting cargo around the Africa coast. We see an uptick in the economy in general during this period of time. But now what we also see in that period is a lot of front loading of cargo in late 2024 into early 2025. Chart shows you the volume of containers inbound TEU. Those are 20-foot equivalent units. Most of the containers you see coming down the road are 40-foot or FEUs or 2 TEUs. This shows you that measurement. Go back to 2017, 2018. We're just over 1.5 million boxes coming in usually each month. Get to 2021, we eclipse that. We get up to about 2 million boxes per month coming in. And by the end of 2024 into 2025, we're averaging that about 2 million boxes per month coming into the United States. So where are those containers coming to? Well, back in 2017, the vast majority of them, over 50% of them, were going into the West Coast. And this chart shows you that downward trajectory of the percentage of cargo going to the West Coast versus the East and Gulf Coast ports. And as you notice on this chart, right around 2022 is when we hit the 50% mark, where as much cargo was going to the Gulf and East Coast as it was to the West Coast. And the reason for this downhill trajectory was a couple of reasons. Number one, the opening of the large Neo-Panamax lane in the Suez Canal, in the Panama Canal. It allowed much larger ships to go through. We also had issues on the West Coast with backlogs. Remember, 109 ships off of LA and Long Beach. You also had issues with the labor negotiations there. This is ILA, East Coast, Gulf Coast. This is the ILWU on the West Coast. But what we began to see in 2024 is the reverse of that coming back. But notice this really deep drop here in April 25 down to one of the lowest levels we've ever seen, just over 44%. That had to do with the fact with the halting of cargo coming out of China, people stopping ordering, and that hit the West Coast first. And so what you see is a big precipitous drop there on it. We're going to see the flip side of that in the numbers for June on the East Coast as trade resumes when the tariff went down from 145 down to where it sits today. So let's take a look at John's chart here for May imports into the top 10 ports. Now, the biggest ports into the United States, there's a quartet of them. There's New York, there's LA and Long Beach, which are two separate ones, but they're right next to each other, so we tend to kind of group them together. Then there's Savannah, and then there's Houston, and then the tier below that is Norfolk, Charleston, Seattle, and Tacoma, and Oakland. But here you see that may change, and notice where you see the biggest drop. It is in LA and Long Beach. That's one of the most significant drops. Now, New York drops quite a bit too, down 9.1%, but it's LA and Long Beach. You see it. Savannah and Houston actually show a bit of an increase. When you look at the 3-month totals, that 3M total there, you see it's Los Angeles down 0.5%. That is the only one showing it over 3 months. If you look at the amount of cargo coming in those months prior to May, you see that uptick, particularly coming into Savannah and into Long Beach. And then that 6Y chart there, that shows you the difference between 2025 versus 2019. That is the pre-COVID number that we're looking at. So you're definitely seeing a bit of a change here in terms of imports. So overall, what we're seeing coming into the ports in the month of May is about 1.8 million TEU coming in. So below that 2 million mark. Now, this is just the top 10 ports. You don't have the other ports included here. But again, those are a fairly smaller number. So we're definitely under 2 million TEU coming in May. Let's flip it over to imports. Now, imports substantially smaller than exports, only 840,000 containers. Remember, 1.8 million TEUs are imported, 0.8 million are exported. Where are we seeing that export take place? What are the big changes? Everyone is down except for Houston being up and Oakland being up. Everybody else is showing a negative, and particularly Long Beach is down. That should be negative 18.6. They are down. If you look at the 3-month percentage, notice how high Houston is, 10.2%. A lot of exports, particularly grain, heading out through the port of Houston. Also with Savannah, New York, where do you see those negatives? Largely on the West Coast, Los Angeles, and Long Beach. So we knew May was going to be a low month. There was no question about that. We heard horror stories about a 1/3 drop in the number of containers. We're not there yet. Remember, the prognosticators came out and sat there and said, trade has stopped from China. We're going to see a 1/3 drop, 35% drop in the amount of containers coming into the United States. Well, here we go. May numbers are showing a total drop in the top 10 U.S. ports as 6.9%. That's what we're seeing that drop being. Now, that is significant. I'm not undercutting that at all. but it's nowhere near as bad as what people were saying it was, and for a couple of reasons. Number one, we got alternate source of material from other places, Vietnam and other nations, India, Indonesia. There were a lot of other sources we did. There was that massive amount of front loading that took place prior to that. And even with the tariff on, there was no alternatives in some cases to get stuff from China. And so while it's bad, and we're going to see a bad June coming ahead here, that is going to impact. Now, John goes on here and talks about that the entire year potentially can be bad. We're going to see that. We'll have to wait and see the numbers. I keep going back to that kind of sine wave we see there with container volumes coming in. This is all over the place. I don't think we can predict that 2025 is going to be a bad year yet because of the amount of front loading we had, the amount of containers coming in, and still the volumes coming in. And that is reflective in these two stories right here. This one from FreightWaves, Stuart Chris, container rates from key U.S. trade partners plummet 39%. And in this story, Drury, no lasting impact from tariff break as ocean rates fall again. So one of the other things we follow beyond the volumes is the cost to ship containers. So when you look at the Drury index, this is the rate to move containers. What you see here is very similar. We get this massive sine wave. July of 2024, we see that big, huge peak there, and then we see it drop. It peaks back up again early in 2025, and then we just had this massive spike. I mean, massive spike that took place in June of 2025, but that massive spike gave way back to a return to normal. The two biggest ones you see right here are the orange, the Shanghai to Los Angeles, and the dark green, the Shanghai to New York. So we're back to where we are. And that just shows the volatility going on right now in ocean shipping. Because of tariffs, because we don't know what's going to happen from week to week, that creates the uncertainty, and uncertainty in shipping leads you to higher cost and higher volumes. All right, we got a couple other stories here I want to run past real quick to give this story from Maersk. Maersk estimates U.S. tariff averages 21% currently. So Maersk is estimating they're paying an effective U.S. import tariff on an average 21% relative to container load. This is less than half the rate before Washington paused its sweeping tariffs in April, the massive 135% to China. Maersk said in a regular global market update that at its peak shortly after April 2nd, when President Trump unveiled tariffs against nearly all U.S. trading partners, the average effective tariff was 54%. Its estimate was based on the group's container-weighted effective average tariff rate metric. More than a dozen major U.S. trading partners are rushing to reach agreements with the Trump administration by a July 9 deadline. The company said it has seen robust container demand growth in the first half of the year. Quote, what played out was not completely unexpected. We did see customer advance orders ahead of the tariff announcements. Goes on, many apparel and fashion customers have now reached single-digit China dependency. In other words, they're getting a single-digit percentage of their goods from China. Goes on, other commodities like home improvements have a slightly higher level of Chinese manufacturing due to the nature of goods. This story from Mike Schuller, U.S. grain exports rise despite Chinese tariffs. So according to BIMCO, quote, during the first half of 2025, U.S. grain export shipments increased 9% year over year, driven by stronger maize exports. While an increase in import tariffs led to a 57% year-on-year drop in volumes to China, the U.S. has been able to find alternative markets for most of its cargoes. The impact was immediate and substantial. U.S. grain shipments to China fell from 26% of total exports in the first half of 2024 to just 10% in 2025. To compensate for that, American exporters pivoted to alternative markets across Asia, Latin America, and the Mediterranean. However, this shift couldn't fully offset losses in specific commodities. U.S. soybean exports dropped 10% year over year, while sorghum exports plummeted by 89%. Goes on here, quote, while the increase in volume was a positive for the dry bulk sector during the first half of 2025, ton miles is the distance a ton of cargo has to be shipped. Demand still fell 7% due to a 14% decrease in average sailing distances. New destinations for U.S. grains are an average closer to the U.S. than China. The other issue here is that a lot of that grain that goes to China has got to go through the Panama Canal. There are only 10 transits a day through the Neo-Panamax lane, the big lane of the Panama Canal. About 32 ships a day go through the Panama Canal. So it gets much more competitive to get in that big lane, and bulk carriers in particularly are competing for that big lane, but because of their type of cargo, it's high volume, low cost. It's really not economical for them to partake in the bidding process to buy a spot. So instead they sit and wait for their chance to go through. Next, we have a pair of stories. This one's over from Seatrade Maritime. FMC, the Federal Maritime Commission, is launching an antitrust investigation into the World Shipping Council. U.S. shippers may not welcome FMC's antitrust investigation as Trump administration takes a more aggressive stance against shipping. And then this from FreightWaves, U.S. Maritime Chief, not a big fan of ocean carriers' approach as agency reviews antitrust immunity. So this is kind of a parting shot from the FMC chairman, Louis Sola, who stepped down as of June 30th. His term expired, and now we have a Federal Maritime Commission with just 3 commissioners on it. We're short 2. Sola said this in the story, quote, "I'm not a big fan of the World Shipping Council and their approach. I've been very vocal on this always. Rather than work with us on rulemaking Congress tasked us to do in the Ocean Shipping Reform Act of 2022, they sued us in federal court." So Louis Sola is a big advocate for basically more expanded role for the FMC, and we've seen that. There are right now investigations going on about open registries. There's an investigation going on about choke points, and now here's one about the World Shipping Council. This all goes down to an issue about whether or not the large shipping companies, again, the top 10 shipping firms, control 85% of the container space afloat. They are organized into 4 conferences. And again, they're not cartels. They will tell you they're not cartels. They're not. I mean, they're not cartels, but they do some cartel stuff they're kind of, they do things. And, it's amazing that when one all of a sudden levels a surcharge, the other one does. And they seem to know what each other is doing, even though there's no coordination between them. Again, it's just a vessel sharing agreement, but at times it kind of smells like a cartel. And so what the FMC wants to do is do an investigation into this. Now, this has been done before. It hasn't gone very far, I will tell you. However, there is a renewed interest in taking a look at this. And the World Shipping Council has been a very interesting organization. I've talked about them quite a bit. I think number one, the name, the World Shipping Council, has a Dr. Evil sound to it. I don't like it. It sounds like some sort of nefarious organization. But in truth, they do some great work. They do some good information. They're a lobby group. They lobby for ocean shippers. And that's nothing wrong with that. I mean, every industry has lobbyists. There's nothing out of the ordinary about it. The problem becomes in that they represent a group that has a kind of a stranglehold on U.S. imports and exports. And during the supply chain crisis, it became very vocal. Especially when U.S. exporters were trying to get their goods out of the United States and they couldn't. Instead, the shipping companies were prioritizing taking empty containers back to Asia to load them up to bring them back at a higher rate than they could the empty containers heading out, or even with American exports in them. And so this is an issue that probably does require an investigation. I think the World Shipping Council should be careful about how they tackle this. They don't want to go too much against what the FMC is doing. Right now, it's just a kind of a fact finding. And so I would let them fact find and see what they come up with. I hope you enjoyed today's episode. If you did, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel and hit the bell so you'll be alerted about new videos as they come out. Leave a comment, share it across social media, give it a thumbs up, and if you can, support the page. How do you do that? Well, you can hit the super thanks button down below or head on over to Patreon and become a monthly, yearly subscriber. I'm going to go and dry my shirt off because it literally has been soaking wet this entire... I probably should have changed before I came in, but the air conditioning feels good in here and it was really, really hot outside. Listen, there's nothing better than directing traffic on a hot highway with diesel and gas exhaust sucking it in. Again, when you see a firefighter or, a first responder directing traffic, be nice to them. Say thank you. Just be polite. Don't yell at them. They really don't want to be there as much as you don't like them being there. Till the next episode, this is Sal. Sign off. On today's episode of What's Going On with Shipping, are U.S. East and Gulf Coast ports heading toward a strike? I'm your host, Sal Mercogliano. Welcome to today's episode. So you may remember many episodes with Sal talking about the looming potential of a strike on the West Coast of the United States during the global supply chain crisis. The PMA, the Pacific Maritime Association, that represented all the carriers and terminals on the West Coast, and the ILWU, the International Longshore Warehouse Union on the West Coast, were in the midst of a contract renegotiation. Matter of fact, the contract expired. They were working without a contract, and there was a looming threat of a strike on the West Coast. Until that magic day in June of 2023, when white smoke appeared above the meeting hall in San Francisco, and we had an agreement between those two. I'm kidding, there was no white smoke. It would have been awesome if they did that. I mean, it was kind of important, almost like a papal selection, but they had an agreement, and it alleviated a lot of tension and concern on the West Coast. Well, just when you thought the issue had gone away, it's back. But this time it's on the East and Gulf Coast. With the end of a labor negotiation, end of a labor agreement scheduled for September 30th of 2024. No, that's not a big problem with a presidential election looming on a horizon. That's right. In the United States, we have a looming presidential election between two young and virile young men who are just fresh-faced and new to politics. It's going to be an exciting presidential election here in the United States. I'm kidding. We have two very old white men who are running for president, who have run for president already in the past. It's going to be terrible. It's good. I don't care which way you go on this one. It's not going to be good. But looming in the background is this potential of a labor strike. We're going to take a look at that. The ILA, the International Longshore Association, and the United States Maritime Alliance. What's going on between those two? If you're new to the channel, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell so you'll be alerted about new videos as they come out. Here's the story from Mike Schuller over in G Captain. The ILA, International Longshoremen's Association, has suspended negotiations with the U.S. Maritime Alliance over a new labor contract for dock workers at U.S. East Coast, Gulf Coast ports, fueling concerns over a potential strike that could exacerbate the already strained supply chains. This story over in Container News goes a little bit deeper, where they talk about the fact that the ILA said it was opting to cancel talks with the USMX after learning that APM terminals and Maersk Line are reportedly using an autogate system at the port of Mobile in Alabama and other U.S. ports. The system autonomously processes trucks without ILA labor, the union said. The ILA then argues that the use of this technology violates the current agreement that the ILA and USMX has. So if you're wondering about the ILA, this is their website, a great site to kind of find out more about them, the history of the ILA, what's going on with them, where they cover. The ILA specifically represents up to 85,000 longshoremen on the Atlantic and Gulf Coasts, Great Lakes, major U.S. rivers, Puerto Rico, Eastern Canada, and the Bahamas. This is a note out from the ILA regarding that automation dispute. This came out on June 10th. Deals specifically with it. According to the spokesman from the ILA, quote, "Here we go again. This is another example of USMX members unilaterally circumventing our coastwise master contract. This is a clear violation of our agreement, and we will not tolerate it any longer." It goes on to say, this is from their international president, Harold J. Daggett, "There is no point in trying to negotiate a new agreement with USMX when one of its major companies continues to violate our current agreement with the sole aim of eliminating ILA jobs through automation." This is the statement from the U.S. Maritime Alliance. What they basically said was USMA and the ILA met for local contract negotiations over the last 2 weeks. As is typical in our discussions, some issues will require further conversations between the local parties. USMX looks forward to re-engaging with the ILA's bargaining committee to jointly move local and master contract negotiations forward. So USMA represents ocean carriers, terminals up and down the Gulf and East Coast. Now, not every port on the Gulf and East Coast are represented by USMA or have ILA contracts in them. It is a bit different than what we saw on the West Coast. On the West Coast, PMA was in every port on the West Coast. That's not quite the same situation here with PMA and ILWU on the West Coast versus ILA and USMA on the East Coast. But here you can see their corporate offices, Dave Adams, who's chairman and CEO. But more importantly, I wanted to show you the directors and who they represent. So you have directors from Evergreen Shipping, that is based in Taiwan, the Ocean Network Express, that is Japan, Hapag Lloyd, that is Germany, Maersk is Danish, and then you have local Jacksonville Maritime Association, Charleston Stevedoring, CMA CGM, that is France, the Shipping Association of New York, New Jersey, Costco Shipping, that is mainland China, Mediterranean Shipping Company, that's based out of Switzerland, Ports America, which sounds very American, but it's actually Canadian, and then Gateway Terminals and the Boston Shipping Association. This statement came out from the ILA on June 10th, talking a little bit more about that issue, specifically some comments here regarding the profits of the ocean carriers. And this is a big issue that the union is discussing. The profitability of the ocean carriers has been immense over the past few years. And specifically, they target a few of the ocean carriers, for example, AP Moller, who for the 12-month period ending on September 30th, 2022, was made a profit of more than $32 billion, more than a 50% increase from the previous year. APM Terminals revenues grew by 9% to $4.4 billion. Goes on here, talks about Mediterranean Shipping Company and their profitability, the TIL Terminal Investment Limited, and even talks about Costco. It goes down here from a comment from the president of the ILA, Daggett. We are not going to entertain any sob stories from employers during negotiations about a sluggish economy. And this has been a kind of standard comment we've seen from the unions. If you look at the profitability of the ocean carriers, 2022, 2023 were large years for them. However, at the end of 2023, going into 2024, we saw a remarkable decrease. Now it's back up again thanks to the Houthi. What the union is talking about is they want a share of that profits for their labor. At the same time, there's this issue about automation. So if you talk about automation in ports, and more importantly, port performance, then one of the guides that most people tend to look at is this. This is put out by the World Bank Group. This is their Container Port Performance Index, the CPPI. They've been putting it out for a few years now, and they really measure port performances across the board in how effective ports are. Now, I want to break this down a little bit because when you look at the numbers, the U.S. does not look good in this report. So the PPI rests on total container ship in port time in a series of measurements. And we're going to look at those measurements because lots of times these measurements are beyond the control of certain agencies. So if you look at the global ranking of ports here, the number one port, Yangshan, is in China. Second port, Salalah, is in Oman, and then you have Cartagena in Colombia, Tangiers in Mediterranean, and it goes on. You don't see a U.S. port enter this list until you get down to number 55, which is the Port of Philadelphia, which is a very small container terminal. And more interesting is when you look at where U.S. ports wind up on this list, they tend to wind up towards the bottom. Long Beach at 373, Los Angeles at 375, Port Elizabeth at 391, Savannah at 395, Oakland at 397, Tacoma at 401. So the question does emerge is, okay, are U.S. ports inherently worse than every port around the world? Because that's what you're going to hear, is that the inefficiencies of the port is what's pushing the automation of the ports, how we need to kind of update our ports, because there is a long lead time in American ports. And the question is, why does that happen? Which means we got to break down what happens when a container ship comes into a port. This chart shows you the anatomy of a port call, and they break it down into 6 stages. The first is your arrival at the port limits. Second is you have steamed in and you've got all lines fastened. Number 3, you're able to execute the first lift. You've cleared all your clearance issues. You've got the containers begun to unlash. You're ready to start moving cargo. Number 4 is the last lift out. You're also securing cargo that's going back. Number 5, you've thrown off your lines. And number 6, you've steamed out. And in all those parts, there are elements where you can save time. And some of these take up more time than others. This chart really breaks it down by size of ships when the cargo operation is taking place versus arrival time and berth time. And you'll see smaller ships tend to take more time in their arrival time. Larger ships tend to be quicker on berth, less idle time, and they spend more of their time moving cargo. But of that, if you look at the overall, less than 60% of the time is really spent on a container ship in cargo operations. The remaining 40% is broken up. About 30% is involved in the arrival and getting in on time. And then the remaining time is really berth idle time when nothing is being done on the ship. And this is a worldwide number. If you look at the type of ships and the size of ships, 47% of the world ships are between 1,500 and 5,000 TEU. 15% take you up to 8,500 TEU. TEU is a 20-foot equivalent unit, the measurement we use for box ships. 16% are up to 13,500, and then 9% are over 13,500, with 13% below 1,500. This chart is probably one of the most interesting they had, where they talk about the average arrival time development per region and ship size. And for this one, NAM is North America. And if you look at North America, it is the one that has the biggest problem. It is where average arrival time is up 19.1 hours overall. So the arrival time, the time it takes to get that ship from arriving to on berth, is 19.1 hours. And also look at the time frame this is taking place, 2022 to 2023. We were having still issues of the global supply chain crisis at that time. And so this is one of the factors that is driving down performance measures in U.S. ports, because U.S. ports were so congested, and that had to do not so much with port operations, but with the ability to get cargo out of the port into warehouses, into the inland distribution system. Now, this still means we have to have efficient ports, but American ports were notorious for piling containers up with them and not moving them very efficiently, to the point that they got so clogged it was very hard to move containers through the system. This one talks about the average arrival time performance per ship size range per region. And again, when you look at this, this looks a little bit better when you compare it. So if you look at NAM, North America, you see it's 11.7 hours. You compare it, for example, to Southeast Asia, SEA, it's 6.6 hours, or Northeastern Asia, China, 6.2 hours. If you look at Northeastern Europe, 8.6 hours. So the average is 9.1, with the U.S., North America being at 11.7. If you look at container moves performed per gross crane hour against various ship sizes, in other words, how many containers can an average crane move, you'll see that the sweet spot here is about 8,500 to 13,500 TEU ship. You can move about 24.8 containers an hour, and with the average being about 23.6 containers an hour. And if you look at the CPPI for North America, there are those U.S. and Canadian and Mexican ports there. You'll see Philadelphia with the best ranking at number 50. In the top 100 there is Charleston, Port Everglades, Wilmington, North Carolina, Boston, Miami, Jacksonville, Halifax, New York, New Jersey. Most of those ports, I would tell you, are on the fairly small side of container ports. New York, New Jersey is the exception there. It is a large major port. Also throw in Miami and Charleston, but the rest are fairly on the small side. If you look at the bottom end there, you can see some of the biggest ports: Houston at 327, Long Beach at 376, LA at 378, and Savannah at 398. And again, I think one of the factors that are at play here has to be the ability to get those containers from the ship ashore. So I think we got to be very careful. I know what the knee-jerk reaction here is based on what I saw when we were talking about the ILWU and the PMA. Groups want to blame unions. Well, unions are the problem, therefore it's the unions. Others want to blame the operating companies and the ports and the terminals. And I understand that, and I try to be agnostic here. I really don't like to choose sides and make sides. I'm trying to inform you of a very important issue, because I do think this issue, if it doesn't get resolved, will have a major impact on the political election cycle if all of a sudden on September 30th, these unions decide to stop moving cargo on the Gulf and East Coast. That is going to cause disruptions on a global scale, not just in the United States, but around the world. So a negotiation has to be done. Right now, the union, the ILA, is upset because some of the operators have shifted over to this AutoGate system, which is an efficient system. One of the things you're trying to improve is be able to move the containers in and out of the port more efficiently. One of the big problems we have, the reason you see those long wait times and that poor ranking of U.S. ports, is because they're not moving containers in and out of the terminals fast enough. We're moving containers. If you look at the measurement of containers on and off ships, that's not the problem. It doesn't matter if you're an automated crane or a human crane. That's not the issue. The problem is once that crane gets off the ship into the terminal and getting it out of the terminal. That's the key. If you look at retailers, retailers will tell you their objective is to get products, in the back door and out the front door as fast as they can. If they stay in the showroom and on the floor of the store, they're not making money. That's kind of what you want for your ports. How do you maximize that while at the same time not jeopardizing the labor base that you have built over the years? And understand, maritime unions in shipping go back a long way. And there's a really good reason why there's unions in shipping. If you look at the history of how mariners and dock workers were treated, again, you get the quick reaction, and go watch All Quiet on the Waterfront or read the book. But if you want to read a history, there's a lot of great histories about this. The maritime strike on the West Coast in 1934, the plight of mariners on ships. It was a really grueling issue. We have got to make ports more efficient. There needs to be a conversation about this. And one of the things that I think we miss in this country is that ports are operated on a local municipal level. It's by cities, by counties, by states. There's not a lot of federal overreach. There's no U.S. Maritime Port Authority out there. There isn't. The Maritime Administration should have some overview of this to be able to discuss and be kind of that good, neutral party there, representing the interest of all the would-be consumers out there who don't have an interest in the port, in the terminal, in working there. They just want to get their goods in. And unfortunately, what tends to happen here, and what happened last time, is the situation was blowing up, and all of a sudden it took the Department of Labor and Commerce to come in to try to diffuse the situation. We don't want that to happen this time. The union, the ILA, and the USMA have to start talking. They have to be negotiating. You don't want this going up into the midst of an election cycle between two very young, strapping young men. I'm going to keep saying that because I have to make myself feel better about this upcoming election. I hope you enjoyed today's episode. I hope you learned a little bit about what's going on with the unions. We're going to follow this story because this is a developing story. Obviously, the discussion is broken down. We will be following it to see where it goes. Again, I am talking on the benefit of all of those who consume and use shipping for their daily lives. I am not picking a fight. I am not with the ILA. I am not with the USMA. I'm talking to you from as much I can an impartial way. Do I have compassion and feelings in this? Sure, but that's not what I'm doing here. Again, my goal is as a college professor and the host of this channel is to educate and not indoctrinate. That's not what I try to do. I hope you enjoyed today's episode. If you did, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel and hit the bell so be alerted about new videos as they come out. Leave a comment, share it across social media, and if you can, support the page. How do you do that? You can hit that super thanks button down below or head on over to Patreon and become a monthly or yearly subscriber. Until the next episode, or until the unions and the shore establishment go to each other's throat one more time, which will probably be sooner rather than later. This is Sal, signing off. On today's episode of What's Going On with Shipping, it's time to talk about Red Sea convoys again. I'm your host, Sal Mercogliano. Welcome to this episode. So we talked about Red Sea convoys way back in December of 2023, right after the Houthi, that faction in western Yemen. Yemen is in the midst of a civil war, a three-way civil war going on, and the Houthis are one of those three factions. They started to attack commercial ships that were traversing the Red Sea, the Bab el-Mandab, and the Gulf of Aden. It started with a very dramatic helicopter assault on board a car carrier, the Galaxy Leader, in November of 2023. This ship is partially owned by an Israeli. That ship was seized by Yemen, by specifically the Houthi, and then sailed into their waters, and the ship and crew, by the way, are still being held 8 months later. The Houthi have upped their attacks. They are attacking these vessels because they say they're targeting ships that are either owned or operated by Israeli, American, or British companies because of the Israelis' attack into Gaza, which is a response to the Hamas attack out of Gaza into Israel. And we could talk for hours about the Israeli-Palestinian Hamas Gaza incident, but that's not what the subject of this video is about. This video is about global shipping along with this channel, and we're focusing on the attacks being perpetrated by the Houthi against commercial shipping and what can be done to diminish the impact of their attacks. Because the attacks, while they have not been significant over the course of over 8 months, they have managed to sink one ship that sailed through, the Ruby Mar. They have killed 3 merchant mariners on board a ship, a bulker called the True Confidence. But now this most recent attack has killed another merchant mariner, the 4th person killed in this voyages around the area by the Houthi. And in the meantime, the United States, the United Kingdom, the European Union, the Koreans, the Japanese, even the Chinese, all have naval forces in and around this area. And it doesn't appear that much is being done to ensure the safe flow of goods through this region. And so we're going to talk about a concept that maybe those navies should be adopting. If you're new to the channel, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell to be alerted about new videos as they come out. So we have talked about on this channel for a long time, going back into December of 2023, the need for Red Sea convoys. And the question became, how are you going to ensure the safe passage of vessels? Because what is precluding vessels from sailing through the region is not so much the Houthi attacks, because again, you can count basically on 2 hands the number of successful attacks against vessels over the course of 8 months. What the Houthis have done, however, is driven up the war risk insurance. This is the cost it takes to sail through a region. Ships have hull and machinery, they have protection and indemnity insurance, but to sail through a war zone, you have to get war risk. And war risk insurance is probably running around 1% the total value of a vessel. And if you look in this image here and you see this Maersk container ship sailing through the region, a ship of that size with that much cargo on board could have an insured value of anywhere from $500 million to $1 billion. And a 1% war risk insurance policy on such a ship would cost $10 million if that vessel was worth $1 billion. And so it is just more economical to sail around Africa, pay the extra $1 million in fuel, don't have to pay for a Suez Canal passage, which is $500,000 to $650,000, than to pay anywhere from $5 to $10 million for war risk insurance. And one of the questions that I raised very early on is, whose prosperity are we guarding? The U.S. Navy, along with the Royal Navy, initiated Operation Prosperity Guardian. And what this entailed was the movement of the Dwight D. Eisenhower battle group into the region, but specifically the use of U.S. Navy Burke-class destroyers, supplemented by Royal Navy destroyers, providing gatekeeper. Basically, the U.S. and the Royal Navy provided a string of destroyers around the coast of Yemen, and they would catch any drones or missiles that flew at them. And in a parallel operation, which was not Operation Prosperity Guardian, which we were sure to tell you, in Operation Poseidon Archer, the U.S. and the British launched missiles into Yemen along with airstrikes to break up those attacks. However, what we've seen is not only have those attacks continued, there's been peaks and troughs, but the number of U.S. Royal Navy vessels involved has diminished to the point now where there's not enough warships under Operation Prosperity Guardian to ring Yemen with Aegis-class destroyers and warships to shoot down everything that's coming. And so what we're seeing is successful attacks against vessels. This is the motor vessel Tudor. This is that Liberian-flagged bulker that was sailing from Russia, heading to India with Russian grain on board. Again, the Houthi always talk about the fact that they're trying to stop Israel, and yet they're attacking vessels carrying Russian grain heading to India. They used a unmanned surface vessel for this strike, causing extensive damage to the ship. An image was caught of the vessel. This is from MT Anderson on Twitter. Caught this. This is the satellite imagery of the vessels. The ship is still afloat, adrift in the area. No other vessels in and around it. This is the UK MTO's office warning on it. It was a series of warnings that you'll see here that was issued. The initial warning talked about an incident. The second update was the vessel had been hit in the stern by a small craft about 5 to 7 meters in length. The second update was the master reported the vessel is taking water and not under command. There is reports out that it potentially was hit in the engine room, which is the worst place for a bulker to get hit. It's one of the few places that is not filled, and so when you start taking water into the engine room, you'll start flooding. This is what happened to Ruby Mar. And the third update, the master reports the vessel was hit for a second time, this time by an unknown airborne projectile. The crew was supposedly abandoning ship. So the Houthi are claiming the right to attack vessels sailing through. Yet, under UNCLOS, the UN Convention of the Law of the Sea, which Yemen signed and ratified, there is a section entitled Section 3, Innocent Passage in Territorial Waters. And under Article 17, the right of innocent passage, subject to this convention, ships of all states, whether coastal or landlocked, enjoy the right of innocent passage through the territorial water. And it defines what it means in Article 18. That means traversing that sea without entering internal waters or calling it a roadstead or port facility outside internal waters, or proceeding to or from the internal waters, or a call at such roadstead or port facility. Now, let me diffuse this real quick, because I know people are screaming at the screen right now, and I will scream right with you. But Sal, the United States has not ratified UNCLOS, and the reason for that is very simple. We're idiots. The United States should ratify UNCLOS. It's ridiculous that the U.S. doesn't do it. But that's the U.S. Senate, and no one has ever accused the U.S. Senate of being a rational body. They will argue that the sun is up if it's the middle of the day. This is what they do. And the fact that we haven't ratified UNCLOS does not mean that Yemen has a right to break UNCLOS. And again, Houthi is not Yemen. They are not the recognized government of Yemen. And therefore, this is a group, a state, not even a state, excuse me. It's a non-state actor that's initiating these attacks and violating a international convention. And the fact that there hasn't been a unified, and I say unified, I mean not Operation Prosperity Guardian. I don't mean the EU's Operation Aspides. I'm not talking about the Koreans, the Japanese. What you have, the Indians, all these different groups are operating. There's no unified effort here to halt the Houthi attacks. And what we've seen is over the course of 8 months is the number of attacks haven't really increased, but the defense has diminished. And if we're going to take UNCLOS at its word, and it is the international law of the sea, then we need to take action against what the Houthi are doing. That doesn't mean, by the way, that anyone is sanctioning what is going on in Israel, in Gaza at all. But you can't sit there and say you're attacking Israeli vessels when you're attacking ships that carry grain to Iran, grain to India, are owned by corporations that have nothing to do with Israel. And then you can't sit there and say, well, because the US and UK attacked us for attacking Israeli vessels, we're going to attack their ships. They don't have a right to shut down a key ocean passage in which 15% of the world's freight moves from Europe to Asia and back again. And that is the impact that they're having right now. So why have these attacks increased? Well, a couple of reasons. Number one is we've seen a diminishing of the amount of resources in and around the area. The U.S., which at one time had 6 Aegis-class vessels in and around the area, the Eisenhower battle group, a cruiser, and up to 5 destroyers, is now down to the Eisenhower, a cruiser, and maybe 2 destroyers in the area. The British have a warship in the area, and the European Union have about 4 vessels in the area. Their command ship is actually a logistics vessel, so it can't really do much. And the frigates it does have are good for point defense, but not really for the broad overall anti-air defense that is needed. So we've seen the diminishing of the capabilities in the area. What the EU have adopted is really providing escorts for the vessels. Now, we saw this early on with the French and then the Italians and some other nations providing escorts for ships that are connected to their nation. They may not be flagged in their nation, but for example, the French took a lot of effort to ensure that CMA-CGM, the national container ship line that operates out of France, had protection for their vessels going through. And so we saw that protection. On the flip side, the U.S. didn't do that for U.S. flagships. Matter of fact, we saw U.S. flagships come under attack and actually turn around. The case of the Maersk Chesapeake, the Maersk Detroit, and more importantly, a Liberty Marine vessel that was loaded with military equipment actually turned around in the Red Sea and sailed all the way around Africa to get to Kuwait. And since then, no U.S. commercial vessels have traversed this area, meaning that the U.S. has surrendered the Red Sea, the Bab el-Mandeb, and the Gulf of Aden to the Houthi. Now, they have taken to escorting ships in and out of Djibouti. So, for example, here, this is from a British warship escorting the Maersk Yorktown. This is HMS Diamond escorting Maersk Yorktown into Djibouti and out again. Those are the close escorts we're seeing. U.S. Navy has done this too in escorting vessels in this region because the Houthi have expanded their reach. They're no longer just hitting ships right off the coast, but they're spanning out and extending the area from which they can attack. So the impact the Houthi are having is right here in this chart. You can see the material impact in the number of ships that are transiting through the Suez Canal, the drop in numbers. We're talking about a 2/3 drop in the number of ships and 3/4 drop in the amount of cargo going through. This is impacting Egypt immensely. And understand, Egypt doesn't respond to this for one very good reason. Even though they're losing, estimates have 5 to 7 billion in tolls going through the Suez Canal. On an average year, they make about $10 billion in tolls. The reason the Egyptians haven't responded is because they have Gaza on their border, and they're deathly concerned that Hamas will turn their rocket launchers 180 degrees and start raining down on the Suez Canal and cut what little traffic going through the Suez Canal is currently going through the canal. So how have the ocean carriers responded to this? Well, I mean, we're seeing the attack, obviously, on the motor vessel Tudor, but Frontline CEO says that ships are avoiding the Red Sea and would continue to avoid the Red Sea even with a ceasefire. Frontline is a major tanker company. The Cape of Good Hope oil trade surges as tankers reroute. We're seeing a revision in the amount of profit container lines are making. The container lines have been vocal about the attack by the Houthi, but in truth, they're making new profits. If you look at the second quarter profits of the ocean carriers, they are up. Why are they up? Because freight rates have jumped back up. This is the Drewry Worldwide Container Index. You can see how it jumped up at the very beginning of the attacks, and then you saw that kind of decrease as it went on. And I was in a meeting not too long ago with a senior representative of the U.S. military who talked about, well, you know, we were told that the Houthi attacks are going to increase freight rates, and what we're seeing is a decline. What they didn't understand was that they were seeing the short-term impacts, but the long-term impacts, which kicked back in, have now got freight rates higher than ever before, or at least higher than these attacks have happened. They're nowhere near at the level we saw during the supply chain crisis. And you can see that here on the rates from Shanghai to places like Rotterdam, Los Angeles, Genoa, and New York. Massive upticks in the ocean freight rates. All right, so I laid it out for you. What's the solution to this? So the old system that they were using, the gatekeepers, is kind of gone. They don't have enough assets to do it. It was going to take a large commitment of forces to do it. The Eisenhower is still in the Red Sea. And let me be clear to the Houthi. The Eisenhower doesn't have to be off your coast to be projecting forces ashore. Just because it sails up the Red Sea into the wind, which it has to do for carrier operations, doesn't mean you have sent it running. You've also not hit that vessel. I don't know why the Houthi want to keep making claims of hits. They have a hard time hitting unarmed commercial ships. To hit a U.S. aircraft carrier is not impossible, but it is very unlikely, especially when they put out media of false hits from video games and showing the Russian Kuznetsov aircraft carrier as the Nimitz. As the Eisenhower. That's great. That's just fantastic. Believe me, the crew on the Eisenhower is fine. The captain is still giving cookies to everybody. Everybody's good. So how do you fix this? How do you go about and rectify this? So there's really two options that are available right now. Number one, if we are not providing protection for ships sailing through the region, then pull back military forces. There's no reason to be doing these operations. Surrender the Red Sea, the Bab el-Mandeb, and the Gulf of Aden to the Houthi. Second to do is, okay, let's change operations. And the operation I would recommend is one I did back in December. I talked about this is what we should have done in the beginning. But again, okay, let's focus on today. Let's start initiating convoy operations, akin to what we did in the Persian Gulf in the late 1980s in Operation Earnest Will. Let's pool together those resources, the U.S., the British, the Allied forces under Operation Prosperity Guardian, the European Union forces under Operation Aspids, the Koreans, the Indians, everybody involved, and let's run convoys through. With the few Aegis-class ships you have there, they could provide distance cover. They would be up close along the coast of Yemen, providing that screen cover, while the smaller frigates, those from the European Union and other countries, could provide close in. And you can run convoys daily past this region. It's not a long region. It's not a big region. And right now, the ships aren't going through the region. What's even more significant is who's getting protected right now. So this is a snapshot live as I'm filming this video of ships moving in and around the region off of Yemen. And if you just look at the vessels that are up here, you can see ships heading the Fujairah. You can see ships listing as China crew and owner, Chinese crew and owner. My favorite right here is a ship, the Seraphim, Liberian flag. It says it's going to free Palestine. Armed guards on board. You get all the views here. Chinese crews, Russian guards on board, all Chinese, heading to Italy, heading to Suez. You get the imagery here. These ships are all identifying themselves as having nothing to do with what's going on in Israel and Gaza. And so we find ourselves in this unusual position where we're not really guarding ships that are making voyages to and from Europe and Asia that are benefiting the economy of the navies that are out there. The US, the British, the Italians, the Germans, the Dutch, the Belgians, the Koreans, all those countries that are out there. What benefit are they getting from the protection there? Because the vast majority of vessels are heading around the southern tip of Africa, taking that longer voyage. So let's do this. Let's set up those convoys. Ships engaging in those convoys may be able to get lower war risk insurance, or better yet, the countries involved can help underwrite the war risk insurance, especially for those ships going through the region that are flagged under those navies. Ships that are not flagged under those navies, if they want to take advantage of this, well, they're going to have to pay. One of the reasons you have Liberian, Marshall Islands, Isle of Man, Panama registry ships is because those navies are not coming to save you. Yes, if you're on a Liberian flag ship, the Liberian Navy is not coming to get you. And so guess what? You got to pay a little bit for those protections. That's what U.S. flag does. It's what British registry does, what all those registries do. The reason you go save Tom Hanks in Captain Phillips is because he's on a U.S. flag vessel. There were plenty of other crews captured by the Somalis that we did not go help. We helped Tom Hanks because, again, national treasure, but also because he's an American. And that's why you have to do it. And so we need to be rethinking about our strategy. Now, Central Command, all the forces involved have not stated that they have changed their rules of engagement, their concept of operations. None of them has had that. I also think most of the news agencies haven't asked the question. So I'm asking the question. Is there serious consideration to changing the way we're doing operations? Because if we're going to continue doing this, This is not working, especially when the major ocean carriers are saying we're not going back and we may not go back after a ceasefire. If that's the case, why are we keeping the Eisenhower battle group in the Red Sea? Why are we exposing our warships to danger? If shipping companies want to take the risk, they take the risk on their own, and they take that chance, especially with the crews on board. Now, listen, I feel very bad about this. I don't like exposing merchant mariners, no matter what nationality, what registry they're on, to danger. But this is part of the job. And unfortunately, this has happened time and time again where we've seen this happen. But I think we need a serious rethink about what are we doing. Again, whose prosperity are we guarding here? If the bulk of these vessels are Russian, Chinese, Iranian, heading other places, let's figure this out. Let's come up. You don't have to send all the ships back through at the same time, but let's run some national registry ships. Let's run some American ships through. Right now, there are American ships going around Africa. Let's run some American ships through. Let's run some British flag ships. Let's run some French, some Italian. Let's run those major registries of ships that have navies out there, and let's run them through and see what happens and see if we can start reducing the war risk and resuming some sort of ocean travel. Because if not, you have surrendered the Red Sea, the Bab el-Mandeb, and the Gulf of Aden to the Houthi. And the Houthi don't have a right, no matter what they argue, to do this. No nation has a right to do this. And if a non-state actor can do this, then that tells me a state actor can do the same exact thing. What stops a nation from closing an international strait to all traffic just because they want to? That's a problem. And that's what you're opening yourself up to if you allow the Houthi to continue this level of action. I hope you enjoyed today's episode. If you did, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell so you'll be alerted about new videos as they come out. Leave a comment, share it across social media, and if you can, support the page. How do you do that? You can hit the super thanks button down below, or head on over to Patreon and become a monthly or yearly subscriber. Until our next video, Sal, signing off. On this, the 105th episode of What the Ship, we look at the top 5 maritime stories. I'm your host, Sal Mercogliano. Welcome to today's episode. So we have been doing this for a while now. Take the 5 top maritime stories, package them together so that you can understand global shipping. Well, we're a little late in getting this episode out because there has been a shipload of ship stuff happening around the world. Try to say that a few times fast. We're going to try to cover the top 5 stories and also do some recaps on some previous stories we've reported on. If you're new to the channel, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell so you'll be alerted about new episodes as they come out. All right, let's head over to Charleston, South Carolina. So our first recap is on the MSC Michigan 7. You may remember the Michigan 7 after its epic 15-knot run down the Cooper River, out of control, unable to throttle back down. The vessel subsequently came back into port for investigation and repairs, but it has since been arrested. That's right, you can actually arrest vessels. And in this case, Carver Maritime, a breakbulk organization in the port of Charleston, issued a lien against the MSC Michigan 7 for damages done to its facilities. It's estimated that about $500,000 worth of damage was done by the wake of the MSC Michigan 7. So the vessel is still being held currently in the port of Charleston, waiting to resolve that claim. You may remember back in February, we reported on a barge that sank off the island of Tobago. There's a very controversial issue and video because of the way I pronounced Tobago, which was incorrect based on everyone who ever watched that video. However, we've learned more about the owner and the tug and barge. So back in February 7th, a oil slick appeared off the island, and it was traced back to a tug, the Solo Creed, and a barge, the Gulfstream. The Gulfstream was carrying about 35,000 barrels of oil from Venezuela. This is a 48-year-old barge that capsized off the coast. The cleanup is estimated to cost up to $23.5 million so far. An investigation by several news agencies, including the Trinidad and Tobago Guardian and Bellingcat, a Dutch journalism group, basically tracked down this vessel. They identified the tug, which was actually arrested in Angola on May 11th. They've been able to identify that ownership of the tug and barge laid with Abraham Olaf Khan of Nigeria, and efforts are being made to get restitution A story we have not reported on but has a lot of attraction is the grounding and loss of Fiji's brand new patrol boat on its very first patrol. This vessel, the RFNS Pau Mau, was built by Australia under Austell and given as a gift from the government of Australia to Fiji. Well, the vessel had subsequently ran aground on its maiden voyage. The ship is taking water and looks to be in obvious trouble and distress. Not exactly clear whether or not the ship will be saved. Another story involved the Laker Michikoten, a 72-year-old Canadian Laker that suffered a hull crack. It was believed initially the vessel may have struck something, but instead what we have identified is the ship suffered a hull stress fracture about 13 feet in length. The ship was able to navigate its way back into Thunder Bay in Canada on Lake Superior. About half the crew was evacuated from the vessel. Cargo has since been offloaded to another bulker. A patch has been affixed to the ship. One of the reasons you operate vessels so long on the Great Lakes is the fresh water that just does not corrode the vessel like salt water does. Canada, along with the United States, operate fairly old vessels. Canada has since repealed its cabotage laws, so they're allowed to bring in foreign-built and foreign crewed vessels. However, the older vessels still remain as long
You can change it right here. This is where you change it. Trail, stop. And now if you want to... Hey, it's AK47 over at Deckmar Trades via TradeCaster.com. Josh Smith Official, Prime Trading on Instagram and YouTube. Here we go. Let's get to it. Finally, the Thinkorswim breakdown. That's right, the tutorial, my setup, kind of the overview of Thinkorswim and how I roll through it, kind of showing you things that I know, what I do, how I use it on a daily basis. Now, let's get into the beginning thing that I always try to help a lot of traders out with when you log in. Now, either you're paper trading or you're going to live. Either way, it's going to help you. This is that little watch hand button that we're talking about right here in the bottom left-hand corner that you can press on that little gear right there. And now, of course, right from the get-go, you can start changing like your English. You know, you go through all the different languages. You want dark mode, light, all the different modes. And then, of course, you can actually see those better, and you can change the color scheme actually when you actually log in. Now, the main thing is what we're worried about right down here. The memory usage. This is what you need to keep up with par with what you have on your computer and how big the RAM and memory size is on your computer. Now, usually a laptop, you're probably going to be set up somewhere between the 128 and the 512, and you want to stick with the 3072. Now, if you're like me and you have a bigger computer with more memory, more RAM, now I'm usually rolling in between 1024 if I have a little bit more stuff on my computer, so I'm not using all my memory RAM, or if I want to use all of it, right, 48. So on a bigger, computer, you have more memory RAM. You're either starting at 1024, going up to 2048, and you're going to obviously start at the 60, go up double from the laptop version, or a smaller RAM memory version, which would be obviously under a terabyte. This is a terabyte essentially. This would be 256 gig. This would be 512 gig. Now, of course, you have a terabyte plus memory. You're wanting to roll with one of these, and then of course you're wanting to roll with the 6144. So I usually have it up on the 1024 and the 6144. You have a smaller computer, I'd do the 256 or the 512 at most, and the 3072. You have a bigger memory size like me, start with a 1024. You can do 3072. I like the 6144 a little bit better. Now I'm going to go ahead and you press save when you're done. I don't need to press save. That'll take a few minutes or a minute or two for it to all kind of log in and save in the memory system. But I just want to roll that with you one more time just so I can go over it. Smaller memory, smaller computer, either 128 or 256 or 512. One of these, 256 or 512. And then you're going to have 3072. A bigger computer size like mine, and what I have mine set on all the time, I have mine set on the 1024 and the 6144. You can always go up a little bit more if your memory is bigger. Now press cancel to go back into that, and now let's go ahead and log in. All right, now let's get to the actual setup, the breakdown, how I use Thinkorswim. I have it back, as you can see now, a little different. It's the simulated trading. I don't accidentally show you my account numbers. I'm going to show you in a minute how to show it and change the privacy setting. Just go through everything. Don't accidentally show my account information. So let's get to, and of course you've seen this, which I love. We're going to start with the home screen, which I hardly ever start with the home screen. You hardly ever are on the home screen, but it's really cool. You know, usually you can have different video set up here, different widgets, you know, orders you place for the day. You can see that I was messing around earlier on this, trying to make sure I have kind of what I was wanting to, you know, break down here in a minute and have that down right. You'll see the, you know, kind of couple of small orders I placed, which I'm going to place some orders with you guys. Another reason why I wanted to have the simulated trading up as well. I just don't have that big a deck, you know, account where I can just place one, you know, small one, you know, trade at a time, one little, even if it's just a share. I just don't have that many trades available yet. My account's not that big. So, and right here on the home screen, it's simple enough to where you can, like I said, that's why I'm never on it, because there's really not much information you're gathering from it unless it's some kind of news and updates from Thinkorswim. Usually you, and I will show you, which we'll get into next. And for, like I said, we'll get through these tabs. You'll see this in a different box all together. So you really are never even worried about the home screen. Now, the screen you might be on a lot of the time is going to be right here in the top left-hand corner, and that's your monitor tab. Now, that's where you are going to check your positions, your boxes, and so on and so forth. But what I want to get to first, before we even get to that, is clicking this little button. Now, if you go to the left-hand side of your screen, you're going to see this little arrow right here. You're going to see it's going to highlight and kind of light up when you get on it. It collapses, and it, of course, opens up. This is going to show you all your account information. And, of course, here was what I was going to get into earlier, where you can, of course, right here in the top left-hand corner, show you where you can show your privacy, hide this, and then make it back and forth where you can hide it so that way it's not always showing. So when I'm doing my lessons, you can see that when it's usually, obviously it's not on simulated trading, I'm doing my lessons live, I have it hidden so that way you don't see my account settings. So that's how you do that right there. You press the right here, the top left hand corner, and that's how you do that. Now back to this right here, because I want to get to it. Of course, it'll show it again. And of course, you can adjust that by just clicking any of these. You can customize the gadget right here, and it's going to come out and it's going to show you every little thing that you can add to it. Whatever you want to add, Forex cash, if you're a big Forex trader, intraday stuff, net total cash, it'll just show you unsettled cash. I mean, if you have a cash account, of course, if you're a margin account, most of my margin stuff's already up there, but this is a paper trading account, so it really doesn't matter. But that's where you would adjust that. These three little arrows that you see in the boxes on the top right hand of any box, that's going to be your kind of like, oh, let me click on this, and it's going to be actions. Of course, let's see how it highlights, and then a thing pops up that says show action menus. That's exactly it. Show actions menu. So that's the way what you can do with this, and you can always detach it. And the coolest thing is you can add down here. So right here in the bottom left hand corner, you see this plus button. You can keep adding as many of these gadgets as you want. Time and sales, level 2, whatever you want, you can add. So you can have another level 2 down here. You want to look at 2 level 2s, and the main thing would be about this. Say you have it on, you're looking at TAOP today, and another stock you're looking at, was another one over with NCTY. Remember how, and like Deck does, and how he has them right now. If you're looking, over at TradeCaster, and he has his E-Trade level 2, E-Trade Pro level 2 popped out. Same thing right here. You're going to click on, well, it's not that one right there. It's the one above it, because this is actually in the window. See level 2 on NCTY. So that's actually the top part of this little widget. You click on this right here, and of course it's going to pull up the show actions, and you just detach the widget as it shows right there, and you can make this as long as you want, as short as you want. Well, it's not really wanting me to go short, but there you go. Finally, but there you go. As long as you want, you can make it any size you want, and then you have multiple popped out. So you want to have TAOP out as well. So detach that widget, and then whammy, you're gonna have that out as well. So you'll have multiple out at the same time. So, and then you don't have, like I said, it's not just, well, here I'll show you that it's not just, like, oh no, it's just one. Watch, I'll put this one over here so you can kind of see. I'll detach NCTY one more time. Oops, wrong one. And so there's this one. There's this one, and now there you go. And you can pop out as many as you want. So that's what's cool about it. And right here, and you could attach more widgets. You can do more and more and more, and copy it, add it, more info on it. You know what I mean? Trade alerts. That's what's so cool. It has so many options on Thinkorswim. It's kind of endless as far as these small little mini options. But that's how you detach it. Top right hand corner. And it's just a normal click. You don't have to right click or anything. Just a normal left, what you normally click on the left hand side of your mouse, and boom, it shows detach it. And of course, if, like I said, more info on it, same from right there. You can do all these different things. You can pull up a chart. Like I said, boom, let's just pull up a multi-charts, boom. And so you have this pulled up all of a sudden. So And now, of course, we're over to the charts tab. But now, of course, let's go back over to monitor. But that's just how fast you can pull up a chart. So you want, oh, well, let me see the chart on it real quick. So just once again, a lot of it is just trial and error, just clicking on things. But the main 2 buttons that you're going to see on any of these are going to be your actions menu, which is going to be just attaching it or switching it or deleting it, which you can. You just boom, delete it, and it's gone. Say, what's the point of honestly having a chart that small? So let's delete it. Boom, it's out of there. Then, like I said, the bottom little part of it, this is the attach, switch, delete. The bottom 3 little levers is kind of like the copy NCTY, which just kind of copies it, where you have another one down here, add to the watch list, which you can add to this watch list. You can adjust this anytime, which is cool. Like I said, no, it is about adding different widgets. Down here, you want to add a second watch list. You can add another watch list if you want to, but right around here, all you have to do right here, scroll up and down, you can add as many as you want. Like, you can just keep adding like a GME, okay? And then you can just keep adding and adding and adding. It's going to see, you can just add another one. And then once you add, say, ACTY, okay, well, let's add another one. You just scroll down and there's another spot for another one. So it's almost endless and you're just kind of making it bigger as you scroll along and add to it. So that is just this little widget kind of thing on the side. Like I said, there's this little, like right here, the little collapsible little key right here with the arrow in it. You press that and that can stay there all the time if you want. I don't really need it and leave it open. Like I said, I'm in and out of my trades. I'm here for an hour, 2-3 hours most. I'm looking at my trades. I don't I'm not that full-time trader where I'm just watching 10, 20 stocks all day long. There are days and maybe times I'll get there, but for the time being, that's not it. Now we'll get to our like I said, we're going to top to bottom here, from left to right. Monitor tab, activity and positions. This is what's going to show you your account, what you've been in and out of all day. Like earlier, I was just trying to figure out, how to place a couple of different trades. One of them being make sure I knew how to do the trailing stop. But right here, just market ordering in, which I'll get to these, but it shows you 500 shares if you what stock you played, the price you got in and out of, and that's basic information. Same right here, canceled orders. Of course, I was canceling some because I was placing specific limit orders, which I'll show you here in just a little bit. And of course, how to cancel them. Then all the way down here, unallocated. So these are plays for the day, just kind of showing where they are now, the chains of where they've been, your overall P&L, so on and so forth. Your account statements, and next over what stocks you've traded over the past, you can set it day right here, 1 day back, all the way back to 300. I think it's up to 370 days. You can set it back to if you want to for your statement, and that way you can look back all the way back to 370 days ago. Look at a specific ticker, how you did on it, how you played it. This is kind of your breakdown on the account statement. It really breaks down it for a yearly or a certain time frame. So that is just the day, which is activity positions for the day. Account statements more of your, hey, I'm gonna look at the last week, the last month, last 3 months. The last year is for your account statement. FX reports. Don't really look at this too much, but it's just things, once again, you can kind of set things up. Your strategy roller, if you have strategies, like to kind of look at what you're good at and what you're not doing so well. I'm hardly ever in these two. Rarely ever. The trade tab. Let's move over to this. Usually you're in all products, actually, and this is for your option trader. This is where you're going to trade your options. So you're looking for options for, say, like Apple, like or what would be a good one? Apple API. I'm sure Apple's got maybe some pulled up. I don't really know. Maybe not. Maybe GameStop. Maybe we've got some in GameStop. But yeah, here we go. Let's look at GameStop. So here we go. And then I'm not a big options trader, but this is where it's going to show you down what's available, what day they're available till. Beautiful setup for an options trader. Let's get to the Forex trader. Same thing. You can have you're looking at multiple charts at once. So this is just the buy and sell. You can change these as you want to go through. Futures trader. Here's your futures trader tab. Already pulled up. Look how many charts and how many different essentially futures you can look at once. Active trader. This is the only tab I'm ever really in on the trade tab. This is beautiful to have when you're wanting to look at 2 stocks at once, up and down, one on top of the other. This is about the only tab you can do that to. I think you can maybe do it in the charts tab too, but sometimes when I just want to go straight to, and all I have to do, like if I'm in the charts tab, I want to go straight over, I've already have this pulled up. I'm already an active trader. So as soon as you go to the the trade tab, boom, I'm an active trader. So when I was looking at AMC and GME, how they were trading together, and they kind of still are still to this day. Look how nuts the chart still kind of looks weeks after their crazy runs. This is beautiful to set up. Beautiful setup. Now I'll get through how each chart's set up in a little bit. Don't worry about that right now, but I want to let you know the active trader is huge when you want to look at 2 stocks moving parallel, like used to when you want to look at maybe the SPY and TVIX or whatever it was, UVXY, whatever it is now. But when you want to look at 2 stocks that are either running opposite or with each other, this is huge to do right here. This is just, it's beautiful. I mean, it does not get any prettier than this to watch 2 stocks run together by using the active trader in the trade tab. Now let's go over to analyze. Again, never in the analyze tab. Again, More for options traders. You can see add simulated trade, risk profile. Look how much stuff you can get into. Probability analysis, economic data. All these different things you can get into that I don't use and dive into, but that just shows you how endless and how deep. And once again, for those traders that are, this is why it takes a little more memory. Let me know if light speed and all and they don't, but like a lot of these brokers and their trading platform setups don't have all these crazy little things for you to maneuver through essentially in a profile, or I should say a platform for a trading broker. But Analyze, great to go through if you do a lot of options trading, futures trading, that type thing. It's going to break a lot of things down for you. Scan. Now here's your scanners. A lot of people like the Thinkorswim scanners. I don't have to use them much. So I'm in TradeCaster. I'm in DexRoom. We're looking at every stock when it's hot, right there in front of our eyes all day long. When I need to see a hot stock, I'm in chat. I'm ready to rock and roll and know literally which one's usually popping and rocking and rolling. Plus, I'm looking at his own scanners that we get for being in chat. But this is where you can easily set this up. Say I want to look a net change of say like you can set this up. I'm just going to put stuff in. You want to see a net change of 35% today. Volume of that's percentage change. We'll say 35% change. Net change, we'll just not worried about that, but this is just minimum. We'll just say 15. Volume, always have a volume if you're looking at this, at least of say close to 1 million. We'll do a million. We'll go ahead and do 1 million, and then we'll just don't worry about the max right there, and then boom, just press scan. And then there you go. You're going to look at a lot of your top stocks for the day, what are spiking, what how much they're up. Here's their percentage change for the day, net change, so on and so forth. So and I'm just just put in a random stock, and then so that way you can just look at it. But you can add your own scanners and look, add filter. You can add so many filters, and there's so many to go through. You can add different ones than just this as well. But that is where you put where you would set up your scanners for Thinkorswim. Same with right here, Option Hacker. So you're looking at options, your Spread Hacker. All this helps you break down your stocks, your plays. If you're looking for scans, obviously you're scanning for plays, so that way they're alerting for you. Then you can turn actually alerts on, which I'll show you how here in a minute. Market Watch, not using this too much, but just shows you, look at this, visualize, quotes. Of course, that's just kind of like you're literally like another place to get to your watch list. Here's where your alerts, where you can have them set off and go to if you want to set off certain alerts. And again, any of these tabs, back to the monitor tab. I forgot, let me show you this real quick. If you want to break this out to like Deck does, if you want to show how to detach this, same thing right here. Look at that. It's any of these tabs you're ever looking for are in the top right hand corner. So like Deck, he always has his order entry box. Boom. This is all the way over. This is in my other window now. This is in my other one. As you can see, it's halfway in this one and halfway in my monitor, but it's in my other monitor now. And there you go. And you can break all of it down. There's your working orders, your canceled orders. They're all right here. That's all you have to do. Let me close out of it. It's right here again. And all you have to do is, and it's going to highlight. It says attach this layout in a separate window. And you click it. Whammy. Now for those traders real quick, and I didn't get into this, but for those traders that want to, when you first open up an account, this is crucial for you in paper trading. And it's pretty much right here in front of you. I thought it was anyway. I guess it's right here. Customize. Where'd it go? It used to be right down here in the bottom right hand corner. Now I don't know exactly. Now it's like, okay, now you're going to do this to me. There's usually a button down here. Okay, because I'm on all accounts. Okay, so change this up here. So when you're on all accounts, don't do all accounts. Go to margin or your IRA, whatever I think they kind of set you up with kind of both of those. Adjust account. When you adjust account, you just click on it right there. That is how you're going to adjust your account. This is super crucial. I cannot explain to you enough. Do not start with, because it's going to usually start you with like 100,000, I want to say. And you're always like, well, what do it do? Or, I think default, whatever default even is. But then it's like, well, whatever, this is goofy. What's going on? I can only do 25, 50. I can't do my point is when you open up a paper trading account with Thinkorswim or any paper trading account, adjust it immediately from the get-go of what you're going to start with. Like when I first started this one, you can see it's up to like 70K now or whatever I've got it up to. I started it at like 2,500, 3,000. I forgot what it was. I started it at last year. Kind of where I was at that time or the year before, whenever it was, I was like, okay, I need help with this along the way. So that, I kept going back and forth when I was at trades, but you're going to start it with whatever you want. All you're going to do is you're going to come to this, double click on it, highlight it, just erase it, whatever you're going to do. And like mine, you want to do 2,500 or you want to start with 7,500 or whatever you're going to start with, that's what you're going to put in. And all you have to do is kind of click out of it, make sure it's clicked on margin and press apply, and whammy, you're at 7,500. If you want to do You know, oh, it's going to be, well, 45, well, you know, what, even just random number, whatever, 45.79, cool, apply, boom, and it's at 45.79. That's all you have to do. Again, over here on the right-hand corner, it says adjust account. Of course, don't forget, you can't be on all accounts because that's what just fooled me. See, it won't let you because you can't adjust all accounts. You got to pick which one you want to do. So go to the margin one, make sure it's on, or if you do IRA, either one, doesn't matter. Press adjust account, then double click on it, make sure it all erases, and just type in what you want. 4,500, 45,555. You know, it's going to be 7,000, whatever, 7,900. Then all you have to do is you kind of have to highlight it again. See, apply wasn't, as you could see, it was kind of grayed out there still. Press margin again, make sure it's highlighted on margin. And then once you see apply is green and lit up, press apply, then you have the account size that you need to start with. But that's how you adjust your account, and that is huge and crucial. So I wanted to get back over that again. Those two things right there before we obviously, and of course, again, look, create an alert. And right here, you can create an alert for your margin account at or above, I think, where is the stock that I know there's a way to do this right here. Oh, I guess this is just about your account. Notify me. I guess this is just about your account. But there you go. You can show like when this account, you know, net liquid change of this much, and you get an alert set off, and you can create an alert just like you can for your stock, which is really cool. So this, you hear a little ring, ring, and it rings for you and lets you know that something's kind of like deck when the alert's going off for you. All right, back to, let's get through it. Market watch as we went through, sorry. All right, now let's get through charts. Now, once again, we'll skip over charts first. Tools, there's a think log, there's the videos here, shared items, but this is once again, just kind of a cool way to see the most recent, what was on CNBC, like literally what was pretty much on it, little articles, or, you know, when you see stuff on TV, they're going to put this on here. So you can just click on this, and this will be like something that literally, as you can see, happened, you know, at say, earlier today at 12:37 my time. You know, it happened. The halftime report. Traders give their top picks to watch for the second half, and then boom, you get there and you can watch it. So pretty cool to have. I'm, like I said, again, not in it that much. Education, same thing. Again, for newer traders, it's a great thing to do. You're right there, and that just shows you how much is inside of actually this app alone. Look at this. It has a glossary. How to think or swim. And this is like a setup you can literally go through, and it's going to try to show you. You can watch videos right here alone of how to set up your own think or swim and how to, like, what things are, how to roll through it. Yeah, you can just go through. Look at the glossary. Are you kidding me? Look at this. And the one thing I didn't show up, look at, I think it was in tools. Maybe it was in market watch. Look, it's got a calendar. We got a calendar here. This is a calendar. Are you kidding me? This is crazy. So you can literally go through, and it's going to show you each stock. Literally, oh, this stock has earnings call at this time. This stock, all these different stocks have blah, 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 blah. All every day. Look at this, all the way through the week. This is through the week. This is through the 27th, and it's going to show you which stock, what they are, what the alert is for the stock. Like, say, Dish right here has an earnings call before market, you know, at 5. So you get my point. Super cool to have. Super cool. Very, very nice to have. So, if you know all those calendars out there, boom, you have one right here on your own platform. Now, real quick, let's kind of roll through this as well. Right-hand corner. Oops, wrong one. Right-hand corner right here. That's the same thing. This little ticker, so you go over this little gear hand, is for this, to adjust what you see up here, your cash, your forward, and blah, 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 blah. This, the setup, which I was trying to go to, now you can do your application settings. And it's just kind of general stuff in here. You know, you can adjust your account, your positions, what you want each one to kind of look like, your active trader, your system right here again, your startup, your feel and look again. Here's where you can, like on the inside, where you can adjust it, and then it actually shows you. So there's with the light version, so you can go through each version. I just keep it on dark. Display, again, calculate, all these different things you can kind of go through, notifications, order fills. Here's, of course, a big thing for anyone that, there's a lot of traders out there that ask about hotkeys. Here's where you adjust your hotkeys in Thinkorswim. Again, the setup button, top right hand corner, setup right here, plus application settings. Then you're going to go over to hotkeys. It's pretty simple and easy to see. My profile, you just change your name. So it's really generic, very easy to see. It's not hard to see, very easy to set up. Your messages up here, this would be just messages you have at something for Thinkorswim. Maybe you've placed an order, stuff like that. Here's a support button, and our support tab, and it literally comes up, and all you have to do is create a support request, and it's in its own little tab. I know sometimes it takes a second to get to hear from them, but boom, you can say, hey, this is what's happening. They'll get to you, and you don't even have to call in. You can just wait for them to get back to you. Yes, I'm good on that. And then the chat rooms, it's literally different chat rooms you have set up if you want anything for, I think it's for learning and stuff like that. Once again, not really in that too often. I've used the support tab here and there. Then I get my messages. Of course, that's when they've hit me back up. Never in the home screen. And like I said, monitor tab here to see my trades here and there, what I placed today, make sure where my fills were if I want to go back over my trades for the day. Okay, here's where I got in, here's where I got out. I'm hardly ever detaching it, but if you want to, there's the button right there, the little detach button. As you can see, it looks like a detach button. You just click that and it comes, there's your own little one you can move around throughout your screen. And then account statement, I'm in there just kind of go over my trades that, for the last year. Now let's get into it. The big thing, the setup, right? I know that's what you've all been kind of waiting for, the setup. I wanted to break all that down and how you can, of course, do different things throughout Thinkorswim, the little tidbit here and there. But the main thing I wanted to do now is, of course, get into the setup and what I use. So this is either this or the Flex Grid is where I'm opening up every day, right? I'm looking at either the Flex Grid, so I'm looking at 4 charts where it's pulled up. That's fine, either one. But here's what I'm looking at 75% of the time is a Flex Grid. The reason I'm in the Flex Grid 70% of the time, I guess I shouldn't have 40, but 70% of the time is because I'm looking at each chart I want to look at. And of course, I just alerted this in chat. Look at the Batman alert. This kind of looks like a Batman, but you get my point. Let me zoom out a little bit more. It looks a little bit more like the Batman, but right, the left wing, the head, the other wing, but every time you see this, it crashes down on the other side. And every time I say that, watch out for the Batman effect. And then as soon as this crashed, I called it. I literally alerted it right in here. I said it keeps testing 14 if it doesn't break above. Anyway, let's get into this though. The rest of this. Each little tidbit of how I have each little, chart set up, and they're all the same, except for some will have news, some won't. I can just collapse these. I don't really need them sometimes because I'm not really looking at the level 2 too hard on Thinkorswim, but you can see the level 2 and how it's set up on Thinkorswim. Like I said, it's not the best. It's not the prettiest, but it is usable and it is functional for sure. But how I usually have it set up is something along these lines. Now, sometimes I have the news and level 2 pulled up right here, and sometimes I don't, just to kind of give it a little bit bigger chart. But that's how I have a lot of these set up, is how I'll have either the news and level 2 at the bottom or I won't. And now on the top chart, I always have, and I'll show you how to adjust this. As you can see, the volume looks a little different, right? It's blue at the bottom. That's the basic color. But then here, it's finally kind of like you see maybe on Dex Trade Ideas or a lot of other ones where it's, a selling candle or a green buying candle. And how do you adjust that? And how we'll get into some orders is what we're going to do quick is we're going to right click. We're going to right click on the graph. And the main thing I'm ever doing from right here is first off, either adding a drawing, and that's where you're going to put your trend lines in, team. And that's your very top little thing that you see right here. See the little line? It looks like a trend line. You're going to right click again. Let me get out of it. Left click gets out of it. Just move out of the box. If you messed up, right click on accident. Right click on the chart. Add a drawing. Left click on the trend line button. And now to put it in, which I didn't mean to there, but how to get rid of it. See, I accidentally did that. Like, oh, I messed up. What do I do here? Right click on it. Remove drawing. Do you see that right there? Right click on it. Remove, I've duplicated it, but remove drawing. And duplicate it will literally duplicate it. Put it right there on top of it. Remove drawing. Now I want to do it. Let's go ahead and do this again. Add a drawing. Trend line. Right here. And that's what you have to do. I just now realized that it starts wherever you click it in. And now it's going to end wherever you go up here to, and then left click, and it's done. That's how you add it in one way. And of course, right click, remove drawing. Now another way to put it in, and sometimes how I do it, and it's a little easier for me to put it in, because like I said, it just sometimes will pop up on you like that way. This way it won't pop up on you. You can actually always place it where you want. So go to your drawings up here. See up top right here on the top of your charts. Every chart's going to have it. You're going to have this little arrow hand. Drawing tools. Just wait for it to pop up too. It's going to highlight and then it's going to show you what it means. Analyst tools. Pattern analyst tools. So in drawings, go back to drawings, drawing tools. Go down to drawing tools right here. So left click on it, go down to drawing tools, and now we're going to see more. We're going to see the pan button. We're going to see the pointer, which we're always on. We're going to see all these different ones. You can put in an arrow if you want to. You can put text notes in, an oval. You can put in all these different little things that you want to. Here's your trend line again. Of course, the line, just like the last one, right? Left to right. Of course, go hover over it. Hovering over it will highlight and show you what it means. Left click. Now that is what you're using nonstop, is just trend lines. So right here, so you can go right and just left click. Wherever you want to put it in, left click and just push, essentially just click the mouse. And this is how I'll put my trend line in. As you can see right around there is how I'd probably put this trend line in. And beautiful crack of it. Look at that great short to be had. But right there, and then wherever you want it to go to. So if you want it right here, that's not where you want to put it in. You want to put it at the base of all these candles. The base of all these candles. That's fine. It didn't hit these candles. You can't, and that could be one trend line. And there's one trend line crack, right, team? You could kind of put that one in there. But this one's another one, the tip of this candle. Regardless, wherever you want to put it in, extend it out, click on the chart again with the left side, left click, boom, it's done. That's how you put a trend line in. Drawings, drawing tools, press the trend line button. Now say you want to adjust it. Go back up to pointer. This is what I'm always on, is the pointer. You're going to right click on it. Oh, no, not right click. You're just going to click on it. Right click on it. That's how you delete it, right? Right click on it. Or you can extend this a lot of time. Instead of trying to move it, extend it yourself, which I'm about to do, or move it yourself, just go down to this, extend to the right. Boom. Look at that. It does it immediately for yourself. Don't have to do a damn thing. It's beautiful. I love it. Now, like I said, you want to adjust it. Like, it's not perfect. Left click on it, and you're going to see you can move it around. You can just grab a hold of it. Just touch it. Go up to it. Literally, just click it with the left side, the left pointer. Or, I'm trying to just let you know, don't right click on it. Left click, and you can move it around. Boom. Anywhere you want it. It's good to go. Go up to it. Anywhere you want it. It's good to go. And now once you actually click off of it again, and you can see what I'm saying, you can see the difference. Red line, it's always there. Go up to click on it again to where you can maneuver it. It's blue. And now what these little things are showing you at the end, this is where you can do this. You can move it wherever you want. You can make it however you like. And so that's where you do this right here. Okay, there's where I like it. Got it. Boom. Click off of it again with the left side. You're off of it. But that's how you put a trend line in. My favorite way, usually just going up here, because you can just do this. See, I'm fast at it. Like, here's how fast I'll do it. I don't need to put the trend in. Boom, 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 boom. Well, it didn't do it that. So there you go. But still, you get my point. So, and then there you go. And then when I'm done, you can even right click with this, but I remove that drawing. Okay, right click, remove that drawing. Now I need to go back to my pointer so that way I'm back in where I want it. And there you go. And that's how, and I'm always in pointer. I'm always in this one right here. It's just easier for me to do this. If I need to, scroll back a little bit, do this, kind of zoom out. It's just, I just maneuver fast through Think or Swim now because I've used it so long. But I'm always using the pointer. And when you want to do this, all you have to do is left click, hold it down, and you just boop. That's how you do that. You can't just touch it and then do it. You have to, if you hear my mouse, you listen to it, you have to click. And that's me scrolling across with it. But click and scroll, and that's how you zoom in. Click and scroll, and that's how you zoom in. Now, again, when I'm in time frames, usually to start the day up until about 2 to 3 hours into market open, I'm in a 1 minute time frame. And here's your time frame. Again, let's go through these. Edit studies. This is going to show you what studies you have on there, and if you want to edit them, immediately it's going to pull them up so you don't have to do anything to them, like right-clicking on them. You can edit them there or add from there. You can add studies. Here's your gear hand. Again, simple things so you can adjust things. This is your chart settings. That's your gear hand, and of course, here's 2 ways to do essentially your chart settings. From the gear hand right here, there's your gear hand, which I just pressed on. It said chart settings, or right-clicking on the chart, going down to style, and press settings. Bring up the same thing. Easier way though is just clicking on this, and this is how now I'll get to. And for the most part, you're not changing any of these things. You're going to keep these things. I could change. I guess I got to just now realize. I guess I could change this to Eastern Standard Time, but I'm just going to keep it local to keep it in my head. To know, I know when the chart, or I should say, I know when the bell opens and rings here. But hey, if you want to go ahead and just keep it on Eastern Time Zone, wherever you want to put it, you can put it. And this is where you can literally adjust all your different, And the only thing I'm ever adjusting, and I did, was going over to your appearance. And this is where you adjust, as you can see, and I'll kind of do it for you. Your volume at the bottom. So here I'm going to press apply and see how that just changed blue. And now color as symbol ticks. That's the color. Preset color is blue. Color symbol ticks. Or of course there's just background, and then you can just change it, which I don't want to change my background. You can change the background color if you want to as well. If you want to change the background to a different color, you totally can. If you want to take the grid off, you can take the grid off. Apply. See, and then it's just a chart. I like the grid on. It just makes it cleaner to me. But you just press apply, and then it's back on. Again, if you want to change that preset color, I like it blue for whatever reason. And the reason I have it blue down below, I'm going to change it back to why I have it here. The reason I have it blue down below is because you can see a lot of the times, like say when the volume starts running into it, and I watch, I'm going to do it down here. I'll go to charts, charts, move this, the chart settings, the appearance. And now watch when I change it to colored and apply. It's really hard to see the chart. Now, I love the charting here, right? I love the charting, but it's just really hard to see, right? It's just hard to see the ticker, where it's at, the actual candle itself. That's the hard thing to see, I guess is what I'm really trying to say, is the candle. Where is it at? How's it moving? I know you can really just look at the price level too, but I like looking at those candles too myself. Like it's like a combo of things. So I've got to be able to see that. So that's why I have the blues down below, so I can kind of see that. And of course, now pressing OK, but kind of just the rest of these, just going through. That's all you have to do. If you press the chart settings, of course, you can right click and of course style, and you can do a lot of them right here on style. If you want to change you can change it, like, you know, how your candles are, so on and so forth. But the easiest way to see it is going to your settings button, which is the gear hand on each top right hand, you know, the top right hand corner of every chart. Here's your gear. That's how you change this. And of course, here, like I said, this is where I add and adjust all your time frames. You can add all different ones if you want to. But yeah, you can do all these different, you know, look, all these different candle bars, candle, all these different lines if you want to line. I mean, this is where you can change all that, your charts up. But this is how I have mine set up, just so you can see. And once again, if you're like, well, what am I on? So just so you can see, I'll kind of leave this here for a second so you can see what's clicked and what's not clicked. But this is how I have mine set up. Of course, I'm not getting into any of those, but you get my point. So that's how I have my setup. Pretty basic. Don't change it too much. Now, the other thing, what am I changing on here? Well, the only thing I've ever added was the VWAP. You know, and how you add your studies, and we'll go through it. Of course, here's your style. Again, if you want to change up your time, you know, your time frames, your chart mode. Again, if you want monkey bars, if you want however you want your chart mode, however you want your chart type, all the different thing. I keep it basic. So there you go. I have standard. I keep it at candle. If you want to print it or share your chart, that's the only thing I add, though, would be the VWAP, and then we'll get to it. Of course, your drawings, which I showed you earlier, and really the only thing you can do from there is going, which they have a lot of stuff, you know, grayed out, but the main thing is going over to your drawing tools and clicking whichever one you want. You know, you want, you know, like I said, any of these different percentage things, or Fibonacci retracements, text, so on. It's the price level, the trend line. That's the only thing I ever use. This is the only thing I ever use. Trend line, and I go back to my pointer. Trend line, like I said, I showed you how to use it. Just go to trend line, wherever you want to start it at. Say you want to start it, you know, earlier. Here's a steep trend line. You know it's a great short. Click on it wherever you want to start. You click on it wherever you want it to end, and that's it. And then like I said, I go back over here to drawing tools, and I'm right back to the pointer, and right back there. Oh, okay, I want to remove it. It's done. It's cracked. I don't need that anymore. And really look in the end. Look how this held as resistance in the end all the way through. I mean, that's why you keep trend lines in. Another quick little small lesson, but and then you can extend it. Or, if, you know, again, if you didn't want to do it like I did, because sometimes I'm so quick at doing it myself, right click on it, extend to the right, and then whammy, it rolls off straight to the right from where you started it at. Now right click on it again, remove drawing. Now, how to add studies. Right here. That would be a quick study, which is essentially the same thing, or add study, but they're essentially the same thing. Quick study are just some of your main ones a lot of people use, you know, trend studies, so on and so forth. But the main one I'm going to add is add study. I'm going to go to all studies, and look how many there have. Moving averages, and you can add moving averages. A lot of people go ahead and go down here. If you want to add different moving averages, look how many different ones you want to add. And of course, the main two we're going to use are what team? We're going to use the daily SMA. That's the main one we like using, the simple moving average, right? And the exponential moving average. Well, here's a simple moving average as well. That's the daily. Either one of them, that's when you have it set up on the daily. But those are the main two. Now, of course, I scrolled, and that's the one thing I don't like about it. You barely go off of it, and it's gone. But the main ones we want to add, and the main one I want to add would be the VWAP. So add a study, all studies, go down to V, right here, V, and it's your very first one, VWAP, and there you go. And then it's going to just click on it, and boom. Of course, I already have mine added, and it's there. But you want to add any of these different studies. I mean, look how many there are to add. Look how many. Look at all these different studies. I mean, you ever heard of the Ethlers or the Ball? Of course, you've heard of maybe some of these crossovers. But let's go to add study. Let's go to the LBR. You get my point. There are studies I have never heard of. Now, they may work for some people, you know, like the mass index, or the mat hold, or the range bands, or the Ray Bear power, the Ray Bull power, or the, you know, of course, relative strength, of course, RSI. But, you know, that's a good one. There's the RSI, and that's how you add the RSI, and that'll be right down there at the bottom. You used to have the RSI, or the Bollinger Bands down there, like some Bollinger Bands. But that's how you add it. I mean, you just literally click on it. Not right click, but click on it. Go to add study. Click on all studies, and it's an alphabetical order, so whichever one you want. You know, exponential moving average. Of course, that's going to be maybe in the moving averages. I think you actually have to go to moving averages, but there you go, moving averages, all the different moving averages. And of course, the easier way to do that would be just going over to moving averages, and there they all are for you, all the different ones. So that's why I love how it breaks it down for you. It's easy to get to a lot of them, but the main one, like I said, I'm going to add is just going to add study or quick study, or should I say add study, all studies, and that way it's down in the V's, very first V. and there's your VWAP. But there's how you add your study. You just click on it. Boom, you click on it, it's there. Boom, you click on it, it's there. You want to remove it. Like I said, all you have to do is click on this button right here. No, this button right here, edit studies. And that's it. That's it. You just click on it and you want to get rid of it right here. Boom, press that X button. It's out of here. It's out of here, Kappa. So, and look at the Batman. Look at the Batman in full force with a beautiful short to be had there. Okay, now how I have each chart set up besides having the level 2 up. I have always I have, not always on time and sales down here so I can get more chart, but on the top, my top chart, I have time and sales. My bigger chart, so to speak, I have time and sales. I always have active trader, the AT lit up, TS lit up. That's time and sales, your active trader. And now I have my active trader set up. As you can see, all I have in there is my buy, sell, cancel, and flatten. So if I buy something, don't like it, and try to get out, which cancel works every once in a while. I know we've had trouble with that, trying to get out of a play real quick. Of course, that's why the cancel's there. The flatten's there for sometimes if a play goes, like I want to get all out, don't know how many shares I'm in still, or it's like I gotta get out of this real quick. Just press flatten, boom, it gets rid of all your shares, however many you're in, sells all right then and there. That's why you got to keep flatten in there. And of course, sell market is going to be in there. Then I like having the quantity with buttons, which is this. It shows you how many, if you want to change 100, 300, 500, 1K, 2K, and then of course you can actually change it yourself to 1,121 if you want to. Your TIF's always in there from date, and I'll go through what that is in a minute, and then of course the order template and auto send. But that's my order and what I have in there, and you can see it's all right here. Your TIF, of course, that would be you want it good for the day. That's when you're day trading during the day hours, good till cancel. That's it's kind of the same thing, but it's good for forever essentially until you cancel it. And these are extended hours. These are the main two if you're trading in pre-market or after hours, before or after the bell. You want to change your TIF to EXT or GTC EXT, which is good till canceled extended hours. Now, template order. You can go single, OCO, or all these different brackets. You can have 3 different brackets. You click on this. You want to buy right now. You can set up 3 different areas of where you want to sell the stock. 3, which is crazy and awesome. So I'll love, and I'll get through these in just a minute, how I place these orders in just a moment. But then right here, you can just, like I said, look, you can adjust it. It goes by 100, but if 100 at a time, but if you want to put in literally 25 or 30, 50, I put in 1 early, and I'll show you I'll put in 1 in just a minute. You can just put in 1 or 10. And of course, it just gives you an easy way to kind of float through those numbers. And then here's your ladder system, or a lot of people like it, and they say, I want to dip by at 1016. So they'll scroll down here to 1016, and here's what you're going to do, team. And here's my first order I'll place in. You're going to buy, and that's instant buy, right? You don't want to do that. You want to come down here, and you want to put, where's the instant buy? Come on here. I thought it was right here. Maybe you have to right click on it. I thought right here you could also, it was a buy. I thought you could buy limit down here too. Now the way I limit buy, now I don't use the ladder system too much. I'm not a big ladder buyer, but that's what they do. So that way you can put in orders in though down here is the point. What I like to do, team, as I like, say if I like a dip buy, say right here, and we'll just say I kind of like the 981 area. I'm going to right click on 981. Now I'm going to go down here to buy custom, and I'm going to put a stop or stop limit in, or you can do an OCO bracket, and we'll start with OCO bracket. What this does is you're going to get filled right here at this area, right here at 9, and you can just hover over. It's going to show you 981. So you're over 981. That's kind of where your buy is going to be. So again, you're filled right here at the 981 area. Right, that's where you're going to get filled, I should say, when it comes down to that price. Now you're already in, and it shows you when you have this already set up. You will have, so this is kind of like a trade if you kind of you're busy. Oh, you know what? I like this 981 area. I got to get up and walk away. I'm going to put in 981, and I'm going to put my stop. And all you have to do is click on it. It doesn't have to stay right there. It just kind of puts it in for you. I want to put my stop at say, I don't. If it goes below 953, that's my stop. So boom, that's your stop now. You know what? I want it to sell. If it gets all the way back up to this 1050 area, that's kind of like right there. I think that'd be a good area for it to get to. Boom, I'm there. So you're all in right there. Either way, it's kind of one of those things where you can't adjust it. You're going to be in 2,000 shares at 981. If it gets back up to this area at 1040, you're selling right there, or 1036, wherever you set it at. Boom, it's going to sell 2,000. And then if it gets all the way down here, your stop loss, it's going to hit it and it's going to sell. So that's what I love about that OCO brackets. That's what I was saying right here. You can set up to 3 to where you have different, so you can scale out either way. And usually you just have your one all out here. What I like to do, if you did that, put one wherever your stop loss is going to be, and then put scale out areas. So you can put one right here at $10. You can put one right here at $10.13. That's where I like to use those OCO brackets. That is huge when you want to just kind of walk away from a trade. Now, that's something I don't suggest for a new trader. You always want to be looking at your trades when you're newer on, so you get used to what you're trading at. But once you get experience and you kind of want to walk away from your trade and like, I'm good, let me try this trade out right here. That's how you put a trade in where you kind of want to walk away. Now, anytime you're like, okay, I want to cancel it, you just load it right here and you just click on it. Boom, it's canceled. Now, same thing right here. You can do the same thing. We'll go down here again on the same area around 1080 or so. Go down to, now buy is just going to buy it right away. Sell is going to do the same thing if you wanted to sell. Now buy custom with the stop. Now it's just going to put one stop in down here for you, and you can put it wherever you want. So that way you can then buy, it's going to buy for you right here, but this is the sell. So what you're going to have to do a lot of the time is after you get filled, you're going to have to then cancel this stop. You're going to have to cancel it like that, and that way you still get filled because, or I should say after, you're still already filled, but a lot of times what it's going to do, and as to me, you have to cancel that sell order down there, or it won't let you actually sell back out. That's why sometimes you have to be on top of your stock. That's why you put your OCO brackets in, because these buy customs with the stop and stop limit, these are just essentially saying, hey, I'm putting in a buy order for you, and there's a limit of where I want this to get to. And see, that's a limit. So this is what I thought. So the stop limit, I don't know, you can't really adjust it. It's kind of down here, however far away, and that's your limit price. And that's why I never do the stop limit. The only one I ever do would be the OCO brackets, but I'm usually watching my play, so I'm not doing the OCO brackets, but it's good to have so that way if you do want to walk away, you can, or is with the stop. Now, here's where I want to get into why I would, if for those traders that want to get a trailing stop. Say you want to get filled, you say you want a trailing stop. The only way you can actually ever adjust a trailing stop is if you're actually in. That's the only unfortunate thing. And I'm going to show you how you can do a trailing stop, but the only way you can do a trailing stop is if you're actually ever into a play. You can't set a trailing stop, unfortunately, from the get-go. Unfortunately, for right now, there is no way, and I've even looked at the videos online. I haven't called them yet to make sure and ask, but the videos I've found online, it was, I think, it's from Thinkorswim, was this video to do it. There's, of course, I don't know why from the get-go it just doesn't say with trailing stop. Doesn't make sense to why they don't let you do that, but you can once you're actually into a play. Maybe that's why most trailing stops, maybe that's how it is for other brokers. You can't actually do a trailing stop unless you're actually into a play. I don't know that for sure, but that's just how it is on Thinkorswim. So how to do it? We're going to go ahead and do it now. We'll go ahead and say, I'm going to do a play that's not TAOP. That's super crazy. But say you want to get into, say, what is a play that really has not moved too much today that we can just pretend is a super crazy mover? Well, here's a crazy dump off. That would be almost one to want to get into and watch it move up. And it really doesn't matter any of these plays. So let's just get into, honestly, what was the one we were just looking at? TAOP. That's right. The one that's moving crazy today. Say we want to get into TAOP. And we'll just go, like I said, here's how you literally can just do one share. One share. And here's how I get into any play if I'm looking to, of course, my dip buys team, I'm right clicking. So right there, that's how I am getting into play. So if I'm waiting for my play, I'm right clicking, I'm doing a buy custom with a stop, and then all I'm doing right there is I'm putting my order in, and I'm already watching my play, so I usually don't keep that there unless I kind of get up for a minute, and I'll leave that there. Like, hey, that's the thing. If I have to get up for a second, I have the dogs, or I'm doing something else, I get a phone call from, all the different stuff, the few other things to edit, whatever other things I have to do and take phone calls, I leave that stop in there at a certain price just in case it does just shoot down through. I got filled. It shoots, because that's happened before. Luckily, this didn't get filled. Remember one time I got filled, and it almost hit it and came back up, and it was a small play, but point being, that's why you keep that in there in case you're not around and you're like, oh my God, did feel what? Oh my gosh. So you keep this in there so that way you don't take a massive loss. But when I am looking for my bounce plays, we're all watching, we're all sitting in chat like, yeah, let's watch it. And I'm alerting, I'm looking for a 980 bounce play team, blah, 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 blah. I am doing this. I am right clicking, doing custom buy or buy custom and with the stop like I just did. Of course, you can put many, and this is how you do it. You can put one right here. You can put one down here at, say, I want to get filled at 1040. I want to put one right here at, say, this area. And you can put as many as you want in, and they're going to get filled as they get hit. So you want to cancel them? Again, cancel it. You want to cancel this one? Just press it and cancel. There's two real close to each other. Press the X button, and what it's going to do is it's going to pop up which one to cancel. So I want to cancel the higher one. I want the 83. So regardless, anywho, you have it filled. I'm then immediately pressing the X button. So because that's happened before, where once this, for whatever reason, this is the only sell you can have, that one sell order sitting there. It won't let you then go up here and market order out. So I have to X out of this, which that's why most times I go ahead and do it when I'm sitting here, like I said, 9:30, 10 o'clock, whatever time the bell's just rung in the last, hours since it's been open essentially. We're all waiting for our plays. That's why I go ahead and right click, put an order in, go ahead and cancel that. Go ahead and cancel the sell order. So that's already done. So as soon as this comes down and gets filled, I'm back up to this and say if I'm in, I'll go ahead and move this. So say if I'm in, I'm looking for $1,000 because like I said, I'm going in all at once like deck or unlike deck. I'm only going in all at once at a good bounce play. That's why I'm doing this again on paper trading because I know all the trades deck has. So that's why it's good to do on paper trading. I'm going in 1,000 shares right here. Well, I went to sell. That's why. Gotcha. There's that little noise you're hearing. But buy custom, stop. So I'm buying 1,000 shares right here. Now immediately, boom, right click until that's out of there. So now my buy's still sitting there in the area I want at 979 for a quick pullback to 980. And now I'm waiting for it. And so as soon as I get filled, and I wish this would do it right here while I'm doing this video, but as soon as this gets filled, what am I waiting for, team? Boom, it's filled, and I'm going straight up here to 500 shares because I always usually get out half right away, and I'm selling as soon as it shoots back up to one of my profit areas. So boom, selling market, I'm out 500 shares. So I'm limit ordering in right here at the 980 area. Then I'm immediately, as soon as I'm filled, going up to sell. So let's do this again. Right click. I want this area. I'm going on to buy custom with a stop. Awesome. Let me go. Okay, that's regardless. I'm 500 shares. Here's what I want. 500 shares around the 980 area. Now, immediately, team, if you're watching it and you're just waiting, you're not one to walk away from it. Now, if you're going to walk away, okay, let me walk away real quick. Boom. You keep that there. Now, maybe if you want to keep it there, that's fine, but I don't. I'm not leaving right now, right? If I'm not leaving, I'm not going anywhere. I am just waiting for this. I am waiting for this. I am clicking on this, and it's done. It's over with. So now all I'm waiting for is for this to get filled, and as soon as it does, whammy, I'm right down to my fill. I'm filled. I'm going up to this now. Even if it's 200, if it's 500 shares, which you see me sometimes get into plays with 500 shares, I immediately press 250. I'm immediately up to that. Boom, I'm at 250. So now I can then go sell market. I'm out twice. Or okay, it's hovering above my, I'm not hovering, but it's staying up well. It's on the bounce. Now that's where I may go down from 250 because I only have 250 shares to maybe 150. I sell 150. So now I'm down to just 100 shares. And that's exactly what I did earlier on the short, actually, on a play that we played earlier today, RSVA. So the same thing, we'll do it with RSVA. Like we want the short, or I said we want a bounce play. You just click it in wherever you want it. You want well, I shouldn't say that. It wasn't the bounce play, but that's what I did earlier on the scout, or I should say on the short down, right? I wanted the short of the trend line, and that's just it. You just kind of short. You go in 500 shares, and then you're in get out half. So now you're only 250 shares, and then get out maybe 150 shares. So now you're only in 100 shares, and then maybe get out 50 shares. So you're only in 50 shares. So you kind of just slowly scale your way out, especially with the free trading that we get now. So hopefully you get that, how I put in a limit order for bounce plays. Right click, go down to custom buy with a stop. I'm ready for let's get over 150 shares. That's just goofy. That just makes it look goofy. But immediately, of course, that'll cancel, but go however many shares you're going to go in. So you're going to go in 1,000 shares, right click, buy custom with a stop. Immediately, especially if you're watching. Now, if you're not watching it again, move this up to a good stop loss area so you're not going to watch it. But if you're all watching it, immediately just get rid of this so you can sell it. So boom, click on that X. Now you're just waiting to get filled. As soon as you get filled, you're immediately going straight up here and trying to get, immediately half your share size in immediately. So that way, as soon as you get to a good target point on the bounce up, so here to me would be like the 930 mark would be great. I'd probably take even, maybe if it depends on if it was struggling, I'd take 10. I'd take half the plate off at 10. So a 20 cents bounce, I'd take that. So you take half off the plate, and then you're down, like I said, then if you're from there, you're only on 250 shares, or you're only in 500 shares. So then boom, type in 250. But that's how I scale out as well, and that's how I kind of trade as well. But just to show you how I put a order in. Now, to set a trailing stop in real quick. Let's go ahead and just get back in this play. Boom, we're in. Whatever. We're in this play at 10.95 for one share. So we go over to our monitor tab. And now with our monitor tab, see, we're in. We go to the unallocated area. We're going to right click on TAOP, create a closing order with a stop. And now it's immediately going to take you over to the trade and all products tab. It's just going to do that every time. And what you're going to do is this is where your order is. It's down here. Your order is this right here. This is your order. You're going to go over to order area, and you're going to change this to look. As you can see now, you can have a trail stop. That's where you can change it right here. This is where you change it. Trail stop. And now if you want percentage, or do you want dollar? There's your percentage, or you want dollar. This is your dollar. So say if you want a 10-cent trail stop, there's your trail stop. Or say if you want, maybe, you want it to move up 25 cents. So that's your 25-cent trail stop. So as it moves up, it will go 25 cents. And now let me show you this. This is the mark button. Now the mark is good when you have a close, bid and ask. Now see, this is 2 cents. So, TOP right now isn't bad. Earlier TOP spread, like right now, see the TOP spread? That's huge. Mark's going to take halfway in between the bid and the ask. It's going to take halfway in between the two. So right now it'd be like at 10, you get a 10, what's that, a 1080 fill? That would be your fill. So on a higher trade stock, or I should say, a higher spread stock, you're going to want to put it on the ask or the bid, whatever you'd rather get filled at. The ask to bid would be better, the last price maybe, but when you put it on the mark, it's going to take almost, I wouldn't say the average price, but it's almost the same thing as the average price, where it's going to take the average of these two right there, and that sometimes isn't going to be a great fill. You're going to get a bad fill sometimes with that. So be wary that with mark, this is for a stock with a 1 to 2, maybe 3 cent spread at most. If you get over a 5 cent spread, change it to the ask bid or last price. That's where I would change it to. Now again, what you're going to do is change it to the trail stop, and if you want it to be 25 cents, boom, confirm and send, and then yes, send it, and then whammy, and there is your new trailing stop for TAOP, and it's in effect, as you can see. Let's go back to the charts. There's your trail stop, and it's going to be set in 25 cents. As you can see, if I want to hover over it, you're going to see mark minus 25 cent from the close where we entered in at. So, right now, or wherever we entered in that last little trade, which was set at, I think, 10.99. See, the mark was set at 10.99, or where was it set at? 10.95 trade price. So 10.95 was where that was set in at. Okay, that's what I thought. It is your average entry price. So it's going to be 25 cents from that area of where you got in. So right now, if it goes down to, what's that? 10, that'd be 10.70. That's where it would trigger. And if it goes, and as long as it moves up, that's where it's going to move up. The price, the trail stop's going to continue to move up. As you can see, if we just continue to watch it here, that's where the new mark, the mark price is, where the trail price is, where it's going to actually go through at. And if you want to change it, you just right click, create closing order with a stop. Now we're going to go back up here, and you're like, no, I didn't like that trail stop. Let's go back to 10 cents. Let's just do 10 cents. Or, like I said, you want percentage. So you can just change it to, and usually, like I said, usually people aren't going to use percentage as much, but that's how you just click on this right here, and that's how you change it. And I don't know what this one is. I didn't go through that one as well, but that's your percentage, and that's your money, and how much, your trail stop. And of course, we don't want a $6 trail stop. But yes, that's exactly how you would create a trail stop, though, just so you know. You have to be into the trade, and then you're going to go over to your monitor tab. You're going to right click on it, create a closing order with a stop. Then right here, you're going to see the order. You go over to the order, and it's a stop for now, but you can move it to a trail stop and move it 10, if you want money or you want percentage. There's your percentage. You just click on that. It's going to start with the plus minus. That's your money. You want 10 cents. You want $1. That's how you create that. All right. So I think the last thing I want to get through here for the day would really be, again, I think I've kind of hit everything on the dot that I've went through, how I have my graph set up, what I'm looking for. Usually I'm on the flex grid to start the day. And then, of course, from the flex grid, after I get out of the flex grid, if I want to look at just one stock in particular, I love going over to the charts grid, and then boom, I'm looking at one chart and one chart only. Now, if I'm wanting to look at, say, one chart, and I want to look at all in a lot of different time frames, one good way to be doing it would be if you just want to leave it like your flex grid like this, because it is a slower day. Now, this is only for slower days, and so you want a 1 minute. I'll put the 3 minute, usually at 1 minute up top, the 3 minute down below, the 5 minute right here. And then we move this to TAOP, this to TAOP. And so you have, this will change, the 1 minute, the 3 minute, the 5 minute, and then right here what I'll do is I'm going to change this to the daily, or the yearly. And so that way I can really see the high point, and you can see where it can maybe, literally as it did almost today, got up to $15. You can see this upper shadow before. So that way I can really, really take a glance essentially of what the stock is doing. 1, 3, 4. Now, if it's a busy day, we have like GameStop type when it was GameStop, and we had AMC rolling, we had all these different stocks rolling. Just say, it's one of these days where it's like this, and then you want to really trade one stock and you start liking it. My top stocks say it's always on the top hand, the top chart. So I'll be looking at this first. And they're all like saying we're at the 1 minute time frame. Whatever time of the day it is, it doesn't really matter. But we're in the 1 minute time frame. and it's a busier day. So this is when it wasn't busy. You can go all the same stock. I'll go 1 minute, 3 minute, 5 minute, and the yearly. Now, when it's busy and we're looking at a lot of different stocks, and I'm like, ooh, I love, I'm looking at Tesla big time, and I really want to look at Tesla, I'll go straight over to just looking at, say, Tesla right here, and I'm only looking at Tesla. So the main thing right here is that you can really see a lot clearer, right? And of course it looks a little, because it's not the one, it's literally later in the day, I know that, but when it's earlier on, or if you want the 3 minute, however you like looking at it, and so that's where sometimes like this, like, oh, I don't like this fall off, so I may have to go down here to my style, go to the settings, go to appearance, do this real quick, apply. You see that I can't stand that little drop off right there, but my point is that's where I'm looking at one stock. And I can really dive into it and really trade it a lot better when I can really look at one. Now, another way to be able to look at literally, and this is one addition that POV Joshua wanted me to add to this lesson, is where you can look at, of course, here's your 4. And you can, when you first set up Thinkorswim with this flex grid window, you can actually set up more than 4. You can delete. You can just have 2 set up here. You can have 1 just here. You can add, 6 or 7, however many you want. You can add different when you first set this up, the widgets, and you can even add it from here if you want to now, but I like setting it up just like this. Now the main thing is going over your charts tab again, and see it's a huge right here, how it just has one big rectangle. Click on that. Now here's that one big rectangle. So you can literally have up to 32 charts at once. Now this is when you have a big screen and you can just look at so many different charts, and you want to look at just anything you want to look at, you can just look at it from this, boom. And now the main thing is when you want to look at, like, say 2. But see, this is where it's side by side, where I like going over to the trade tab, and it's on, of course, usually on Active Trader. This is where I can look at, and look at this. Look how these run together. Look how beautiful, for the most part, especially in after hours, look identical. But look how it's easier to look at these up and down on top of each other. Now, this is where you want to look at, say, and it's not just 2, it's usually like 4, and you can adjust it, but you can do it just like this. And this is where now you can look at the 1. Say if you're really wanting to look at one chart, say from the flex grid, you can look at one chart when it's a little slower. You can look at, like I said, the Tesla at the 1, the 3, the 5, and the hour when it gets longer into the day. Or you can look at, earlier today, Tesla 1 and the 3 right here, and then another chart in the 1 and the 3. Or look at the yearly real quick if you need to. But here's where you can go over the charts grid, and you can set it up to 1. You can do it this way. You can have 3 charts this way. Depends on, say if you're in depends on how you have your TV set up. Say if you want it, you want 6 charts going down this way like this. You can do it this way. You can have 6 charts set up this way. However you want it. Having a big enough TV where you can look at this, big enough monitor, but usually I'm never more than 6 going this way to give you kind of like a double flex grid. So you can have, and of course, when you do this, you're going to have to, team, which that's my fault. When you do this, team, you're going to have to take off, the time and sales, you're just going to be looking at the chart. You're just going to have the 1 day, the 1 minute, and this down here, which I forgot to get to on the flex grid. That's my fault. All I have down here on the flex grid down here at the bottom, sorry, I didn't get to that, is just the trade tab. So I have the trade tab right here. That's the chart, obviously. You got to have the C always up. And the level 2. Sometimes I'll take the level 2 down, but it's just the trade tab, and it's just the charts tab. So that way I can actually see the stock. You can adjust the minute right here if you want to, the style if you want to. Of course, like I said, just hover over it. It shows you what it is. It's the same thing as up here. Of course, it's written out beside it up here, but it's the same thing. And now to adjust this, here's what I want in this. The same essential same things, except the only thing I really have is cancel. Because when I get into a trade down here, I'm not just going to continue to watch GME down here. Like say, and I'll go ahead and do it. Like say, I want to get a GME. Boom. I can't right now because it's after hours, but boom, I buy market, boom, I'm in right there. So I'm immediately going over to my charts tab. And of course, usually this is just set up to 1. And so I'm immediately going up to my charts tab, and I'm going to GME, which I'm usually already kind of looking at, but if not, I just got in it real quick. That's how fast I'm going to try to do that. Boom, and I'm in GME. Oh, look, and it's shooting up awesome. Let me go over to sell here, blah, 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 and then I'm selling it. So that's what I do when I'm in. That's why I don't have flat in there, because as soon as I'm in one of these stocks, I press buy, and I'm immediately either changing this stock if I want to it, immediately changing it to whatever, or I'm going over my charts tab, especially when the one's already pulled up because I really see it better there, and then immediately changing the ticker over there if it's not there, if it was a different ticker. But that's what I like to do. That's why I have just buy, market, cancel, and then just the quantity there, and auto send. I always just have, and that I'm usually not trading pre-market, so I don't need the TIF, I don't need the template. All I have is the auto send, and it's all on the top line. Buy, market, sell, cancel the quantity, and that's it. So that way, if I want to adjust this, I can adjust it. And each stock's going to be different, but that's how I have each one of these set up. The chart itself, maybe the level 2 if I can still, which I can see it here easily on my Mac, and then of course the trade tab, the top button, so you can actually trade and get into a trade there if it starts moving. And of course, that's how you, if you want to actually, move these. That was actually just now realized it's actually on a limit order, but that's how you actually move these around. So that way, if I buy these or whatever, you get my point. You're actually filled or not filled. That's of course when it on market. If you want filled right away, I think even if it was on limit order, I think you get filled right away with buy MKT because you're buy at market. Boom, you're in just like that. Again, trade tab, the charts tab, and level 2, and that way right here you just need to customize it. Always the little gear hand, but buy market, sell market, cancel quantity. You get it. I think that's pretty much it though. Other than that, I think I've kind of gone over everything. Boy, that would have been a good buy right there on GME when I kind of wanted to buy in there, right? But that's how I think I've kind of gone to go over everything. I mean, besides, this again, like I said, that's how you kind of adjust however many you want, which is super cool. This little button right there. Again, you wanted to show the widget, detach the widget. You can literally detach it if you want to, which is super cool. And then boom, then you just have your own little chart out to the side here, and you can trade it if you want to. Like if I want to trade GM, I don't have to be in the platform. I can literally detach a chart itself, and then have it over to the side, and I'm just watching GME. I can just have this say that the actual platform down. You see what I'm saying? And then just kind of look at that if I just want that little tab up. Now you can't close down the platform. You have to have this up still, but it's still nice to have that option. I think that's it. I wrapped it all up. I've kind of gone over everything from the basic setup of how to kind of maneuver around Thinkorswim, all the little different windows like this one that you can have, and how to get in and out of the widgets with the 3 little, just hover over something and it'll show it to you. And I think if I haven't gone over it, like I said, just kind of maneuver your way through it and you'll figure it out. But those are the main ways I kind of, what I use on Thinkorswim, how to use some of the stuff on Thinkorswim. I've kind of gone over every little thing. And of course, what I use on a day in, day out basis, and how my chart looks, what's on my chart, what my charts look like. And like I said, pretty basic, nothing too crazy, going on here. It's like I said, we're not trying to fly to NASA or trying to fly to Mars here. To the moon though, just trying to get to the moon. But yeah, anyway, AK47 over at Digmar Trades via tradecaster.com, Josh Smith Prime Trading here on Instagram, and of course YouTube. And that was the Thinkorswim tutorial and setup video.
On this episode of What's Going On with Shipping, ship registries are closing themselves off from the dark fleet. I'm your host, Sal Mercogliano. Welcome to today's episode. So, a subject we talk about here a lot is the dark fleet. This is the ghost fleet, the shadow fleet, or the parallel fleet. This is the fleet of vessels that are carrying Russian, Iranian, Venezuelan oil that is under sanctions by a variety of different entities out among the world. Well, we just had a news story come out from G-Captain about Panama closing themselves off. We're going to take a look at that, discuss it in some more detail, and let you know what this means to you. If you're new to the channel, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell so be alerted about new videos as they come out. So here's the story over at G-Captain Mike Schuller. Panama closes registry to older oil tankers and bulkers amid the shadow fleet concerns. Panama Ship Registry will no longer accept the registration of oil tankers or bulk carriers that are more than 15 years old. These are vessels from the so-called ghost or shadow fleet. So what do we mean by the ghost or shadow fleet? Well, basically what we're discussing here is ships that are carrying oil that are under sanctions from the G7, the EU, a variety of different entities. And more importantly, in the case of Russia, since February of 2022, when Russia invaded Ukraine, there has been a prohibition on the hauling of Russian oil and diesel over a set price, what's known as the price cap. $60 for oil, $100 for diesel, although that recently changed. Now we're on this kind of a flexible system that's 15% below the standard cost of oil out there. I don't even know how they're going to enforce that. But the mechanism that the G7, the EU, and all these other countries were using was insurance. They basically got the 12 big P&I, protection and indemnity clubs out there in the world to sit there and say, hey, don't insure ships carrying Russian oil or diesel if they're over the price cap. And that should work, except for one thing. The Russians have seen how sanction invasion has been going on in the past. Venezuela, Iran have been doing this. And what they did is they got other ships to carry it. Initially, they would find companies, insurance companies out there that would insure them beyond the 12 P&I clubs. Well, when they couldn't get ships to be registered under the big registries out there, they went and found some new registries, or in some cases, just created new registries. And the ships are not pulling into ports to be inspected under what's called port state control. This is the requirement set up by the International Maritime Organization that nations can inspect vessels of other nations to ensure they're meeting minimum standards of sailing. And what you basically have now are ships sailing out in the world's oceans. They're rendezvousing with ships at anchorages off Spain, Greece, and Malaysia, doing ship-to-ship transfers. And these ships have no registry. There's no country that's registering them. Or if they do have a registry, it's a fake or very minimally managed registry. There may be insurance or no insurance whatsoever. There's no classification society overseeing them because that's what the insurance usually requires. And you have the danger of ships sailing on the world's oceans that can be massive environmental time bombs waiting to happen. So let's take a look at this and discuss it in a little more detail here. This is a little more of the story from Mike Schiller. According to the Panama Maritime Authority, this is the registry for Panama, these shadow fleets primarily consist of aged oil tankers with OPEC ownership structures that are often underinsured and employ unsafe practices to circumvent international sanctions. The decision follows an analysis of inspection data showing that 71% of fleet arrests between 2023 and the first half of 2025 involved bulk carriers, general cargo vessels, and oil tankers over 15 years old. Panama has the trifecta of all maritime things. They are probably one of the major players out there in the world. What do I mean? Well, you have Arsenio Dominguez here on the right. He is the Secretary General of the International Maritime Organization. Panama is the second largest register of ships in the world, 8,810 flagships, 241.1 million gross registered tons, according to the Panamanian Registry. And the Panama Canal, which has defied drought issues last year, recorded its best year ever with $3.45 million in revenue. That's a 9.5% increase over last year. So again, the trifecta, one of the largest ship registries, Secretary General of the IMO, and the Panama Canal, which is hitting record numbers there. All of that is leading to Panama sitting there saying, hey, we're not going to register vessels over 15 years of age. Now, I actually think there's something else going on behind the scenes. I'm going to share that with you at the end. But this is a major thing. Now, I do have an issue with the story. Other states have been doing this, and particularly the largest registry in the world, Liberia. This story from the Liberian registry, their CEO, Alfonso Castellero, announces the launch of RISC, a new tool to strengthen maritime compliance. Now, this is back in August of last year. This was done in Washington, D.C. in a press conference that was supported by the U.S. Department of State, along with other registries and embassies from around the world. RISC is the Registry Information Sharing Compact Database. It allows flag registries to share and research information on problem vessels that may be evading regulations or engaging in suspicious activities. By sharing this data, flag registries can be informed, eliminate risk, and prevent flag hopping when under investigation. According to Mr. Castellero, quote, the Registry Information Sharing Compact Database marks a significant advancement in our collective efforts to maintain the integrity and security of global shipping. With this platform, we are strengthening our defenses and working together to uphold the highest standards of compliance and safety. Now, the reason I can say that the Liberian Registry is doing this is I just came back from the Liberian Registry. I flew Wednesday to the Liberian Registry to give a talk, a part of their Lisker Academy, where they bring in subject matter experts to talk about things regarding shipping. I gave a talk to them and their offices worldwide. I should note that the Liberian Registry is not in Monrovia, Liberia. It's actually outside of Dulles Airport in Washington, D.C. It's been there since 1948 in the United States. The Liberian Registry is the largest registry in the world. They have 17% of the ships registered around the world. Panama comes in second at 14, Marshall Islands at 11. And it's important to note that these are open registries. These are not flags of convenience. I use the terms very carefully because lots of times people want to call registries flags of conveniences. And to be clear, back in the 60s and 70s, when there was a lot of problem with registries out there, it was bad. There were bad periods of time. Liberia was one of the ones that had a lot of issues at the time. But through a series of accidents, we've seen reforms and changes since then. because of things like MARPOL, the Marine Pollution Act, which comes out of the Torrey Canyon disaster, and a variety of other issues. We've seen the registries really clean up. I should note that not only did I go up to the Liberian Registry and give an hour talk, but I then sat down with the executive, the senior vice presidents and vice presidents of all their departments, and they gave me a 3-hour briefing on what they do. And I'm going to do a separate video on it. One of the topics that we talked about almost from the very beginning was how the Liberian Registry was purging itself of ships, particularly these shadow fleet, dark fleet vessels, on a common basis. And I think that is important to note. It's not just Panama, it's Liberia, it's a lot of nations that are doing it. It's one of the reasons why you'll see we're seeing this flocking to these new registries that are out there. Now, there's other entities out there that are tracking this, and I think it's important to note them. My good buddy Samir Madani over at Tanker Trackers is just published this list. It is their officially blacklisted tankers, lists 1,202 tankers that are under sanctions either by OFAC, by UANI, by the UN, by the EU, you name it. They have all of them listed here. It is an extensive database that you can track of ships that are under sanctions. You can download it. It's being updated on a regular basis. Then you have the Lloyd's List Sea Searcher. This is a great tool. Here you see 1,638 vessels that are under some sort of sanction, from yachts to super tankers out there listed. You can track them around the world. You can see what these sanctions are. But one of my best follows, again, I am not a very bright person. I really am not. I am smart by following smart people. And one of those I follow over on LinkedIn is Michelle Weiss-Bachmann. She is fantastic. Used to be over at Lloyd's List. She is now with Windward. She is an expert on this. This post from just 2 days ago on LinkedIn, very interesting development. An EU and UK sanctioned, falsely flagged, Benin-flagged Russian trading tanker appears to be deviating from the normal course of sailing through the English Channel. The tanker, the Blue, and others are using fraudulent registries that have no valid insurance or certificates of seaworthiness and safety. As a matter of fact, in the past 24 hours of this, she noted falsely flagged Aqua Alive and White Condor 1 had sailed through the channel amid some controversial statements by the Russian foreign intelligence that was foreshadowing that the UK is working with the Ukraine to deliberately orchestrate a dark fleet casualty oil spill to pressure Trump to impose secondary sanctions on Russia. That's a lot of gray zone operations right there. I will note that she has on here the link over to her blog on Windward. The most recent one is this: sanctioned, stateless, and falsely flagged tankers are testing Europe's resolve. Big issues on this. It is a big topic, and there's a lot of people looking at it. Other one I would argue is over here at Lloyd's List. This is Richard Mead. Eswatini wants to take on the fake ship registers by creating a real one. So one of these fake registries that was out there that was registering ships that was not a member of the International Maritime Organization was Eswatini. This is the old Swaziland. They had at least 7 vessels under their fake flag for a while. And matter of fact, the person behind that fake flag is now launching a new registry. This is through Laos. And he's basing it out of St. Martin, where he's registering these ships. These are registries that don't exist. It's a fake registry. Yeah, they're flying a flag, but there's no means of protecting and doing due diligence on the vessel. This is just to have a flag flying off the stern. And matter of fact, Richard had an earlier set of stories, this is back in mid-July, where he was talking about Mali, Mauritania, and Eritrea becoming the latest locations for this online maritime fraud. These issues are getting a lot of attention around the world. Unfortunately, we're not seeing it in the IMO where it needs to be. I want to come back to the end here and talk about why Panama is doing this now. So I'll take you back to the original story. This is the one that we started this off with. Panama Ship Registry will no longer accept the registration of oil tankers and bulk carriers that are more than 15 years old. Now, they're not purging ships that are older than 15 years off their books. And one of the things that we know is happening with the world fleet is it's getting older. It has grown from 19 years of age in general up to 21 years of age. So why is Panama purging 15-year-old ships from their registry? Well, we have a lot of issues that are at play here that are requiring ships to be much newer. We have obviously requirements on pollution and carbon neutrality. This is coming out from the International Maritime Organization. Again, Secretary General is Panamanian. And we just had a huge conference that's talking about escalating the push to go to zero carbon by 2050. And if you start purging 15-year-old ships out of the fleet right now, well, if you build a ship in 2025, that ship is going to be out by 2040. That means you've got to build a replacement vessel before the new regulations, the zero carbon emission, goes in effect in 2050. We know that the U.S. has targeted Chinese shipbuilding as a problem through their U.S. trade representative reports and through the proposed port fees. Matter of fact, a recent study out by Clarkson shows that just this first half of 2025, there was a massive reduction in the order book coming out of China from over 70% to just over 50%, with Korea being the huge beneficiary of this, a big spike in Korean shipbuilding. And I got to think that there's an issue here about trying to get more shipbuilding into China. I think China is one of the big players that operates behind the scenes here. China has a huge influence in Panama right now. There's discussions going on about the sale of ports in China. Chinese company CK Hutchinson owns a terminal on each end of the Panama Canal. There was a proposal to sell that to BlackRock and TIL and Mediterranean Shipping, but China is kind of holding off on that. And so when Panama announces that we're purging older ships from the registry, if those ships don't have any place to go, if other registries are going to start shutting them out, if there's a cleanup of these flags of convenience, Escalante, Mali, Eritrea, and the like out there, then you've got to start building new ships. And that is to the benefit of China, I would argue. China is going to benefit massively from that. Obviously being hurt by these calls to shift ship production out of China to other places. There is a lot going on behind the scenes, so we've got to be really, really careful. So there are a lot of factors that are at play here. The dark fleet is obviously one of the big ones. The main ship registries, Panama, Liberia, the Marshall Islands, are cognizant of having these sanctioned vessels in their fleets. They're purging them. But again, what you see is this rise of these new registries out there. Eswatini, Mali, Mauritania, Laos. Hey, we may see a Mercagliano registry out there soon. Who knows? Today's episode. If you did, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel and hit the bell to be alerted about new videos as they come out. Leave a comment, share it across social media, and if you can, support the page. How do you do it? You hit the super thanks button down below or head on over to Patreon and become a monthly, yearly subscriber. Until our next video, it's Sal, signing off. On this episode of What's Going On with Shipping, we talk tariffs, trade war, and the IMO. I'm your host, Sal Mercagliano. Welcome to today's episode. So, President Trump announced his massive tariffs program yesterday in what he's calling Liberation Day. I want to talk not specifically about the tariffs, but what is the impact that's going to have on global trade, specifically on shipping. That's the focus of this channel. It's what's going on with shipping. That's what we're going to talk about. So we'll talk about the tariffs. We'll talk about the impending trade war. And then we're going to talk about a tariff coming out, not from the United States, but from the International Maritime Organization that no one is paying attention to, but you all really should. If you're new to the channel, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell so you'll be alerted about new videos as they come out. Here's a story over at G Captain. This is Mike Schuller's. Trump drops tariff bomb on all U.S. imports and higher reciprocal rates. If you are in the stock market, oh God, I am, you saw a precipitous fall. I mean, off the cliff fall this morning based on these statements and what this means. So President Trump is initiating a series of tariffs. I can give you a whole batch of analysts, what they're saying. Let's go right over to President Trump's statement, what he says in this from the executive order. So this is his executive order regulating imports with a reciprocal tariff to rectify trade practices that contribute to large and persistent annual United States goods trade deficit. If you look at the tariffs he's imposing, they don't correlate with tariffs from other countries. They're using a formula that I am not going to put up there because it'll just confuse everyone, but they're using a very distinct formula to determine this. What I want to highlight is two things. One, the authority. He is using his authority under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, EPA, and the National Emergencies Act, that's Section 604 of the Trade Act of 1974, and Section 301 of Title III of the U.S. Code. Section 301, that is the one that we're seeing with the U.S. Trade Representative right now. This is the statement by President Trump. He's saying that I, Donald J. Trump, President of the United States, find that underlying conditions, including a lack of reciprocity in our bilateral trade relationships, disparate tariff rates and non-tariff barriers, and U.S. trading partners' economic policies that suppress domestic wages and consumption as indicated by large and persistent annual U.S. goods trade deficits constitute an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security and economy of the United States. That threat has its source in whole or substantial part outside the United States in the domestic economic policies of key trading partners and structural imbalances in the global trading system. I hereby declare a national emergency with respect to this threat. I am not endorsing this action. I want to be 100% clear. I am just reading it to you. This is what the president is saying, the action, and I am talking about the impact it's going to have on global shipping. Do not construe this to be an endorsement. If this was President Biden doing this, if it was President Harris doing this, if it was any president doing it, I would be telling you exactly what it is. So don't for a minute sit there and say that this is Sal being pro-Trump. I am not pro-Trump. I'm not pro-anything, to tell you the truth. I am pro-New York Yankees. That's what I am. If you're going to nail me on something, it's pro-New York Yankees. This is just one of the charts that was provided that lists the reciprocal tariffs that have been implemented. And I should say, not yet implemented. They are going to be implemented. Right now, you have until about April 5th and 9th, depending on the state, to load cargo. Any cargo loaded before those dates will not have this tariff on them. So expect to see a big surge of cargo coming across right now as everybody front loads their cargo. I think if you look at the numbers that are out there, we're going to see that as reflective in early 2025 numbers, big spikes in cargo coming into the United States. And remember, if you're loading right now cargo onto ships in Asia, it'll be here in about a month or so. So we're going to see this kind of delayed. You're not going to see the impact of the tariffs, if there are any, in terms of shipping until a little bit later. This is marine traffic showing all the ships heading to the United States. You'll notice they haven't turned around yet. They are still heading to the United States. So we're not seeing that massive disruption yet. But remember, this is all being piled on top of a variety of issues that are coming at us. It is not just the tariffs that are being done. We've got the port fee issues that are on top of that. So we can expect to start seeing changes in ships coming in. We've already talked about this idea that what we could potentially see is fewer port visits into the United States on much larger ships. So I grabbed these off of Lloyd's List, about 5 headlines from their major stories. Thermonuclear port fee tariff combo, shipping disaster or rates will go ballistic. So they're talking about several issues kind of converging here. Tariffs seen as a long-term negative for shipping rates due to demand destruction, although there could be positives from trade rerouting. So talking about, again, we may see cargo shifting, perhaps into Mexico and Canada, trying to get through a loophole into the United States, but that's going to be closed come May. The U.S. Trade Representative port fee plan expected to cause disruptions, but opinions diverge on whether this is a short-term positive or negative for shipping rates. I had Ross Kennedy on the other day, created a lot of interesting comments on the YouTube channel. I will also note that he talked about the fact how the shipping firms may take advantage of this. This may actually be a positive for them. We see both potentials, negatives and positives. And then the disincentive for Chinese yard orders, widely seen as a long-term positive for rates, but upside would take years to materialize. We're already seeing orders being placed in Japan and Korea. We have this story over at Lloyd's. Trump 2.0 trade policies curb ship deals for now, but could spur more later. Tariffs are depressing the broader stock market, pulling shipping equities lower, increasing discounts to net asset values, and rendering shipping shares less viable as mergers and acquisition currency. Goes on, as they wait out uncertainty, owners focus on improving balance sheets and exploring strategic opportunities for the future. The U.S. trade reps port fees could spur significant Standard & Poor activity for second-hand China-built tonnage, as well as restructuring restructuring of vessels, holding companies to limit exposure. Then we see this trade impact on the dry bulk limited, but worse could be to come. So the dry bulk sector, we're talking about grain and ore. Retaliatory tariffs are likely to hurt the sector more than those announced at the White House yesterday. That is the fear for American grain exporters, and particularly is that the world will go get grain from other places. It doesn't matter where your corn comes from. You don't care if it's American corn, if it's coming from Australia, Brazil. You just want it. And so they may go look other places. Cement and steel are going to be the most affected commodities, and grain exports are hung in the balance. This story, tariffs threaten further upheaval for embattled container shipping sector. Just did a video yesterday on container ships and container lines in the first 25 years of the 21st century. Upcoming U.S. tariffs and their blow to global trade growth threaten to push 2025 container volume growth into negative territory. Freight rates have rebounded slightly, but oversupply and uneven capacity cuts between carriers put them at risk. The Red Sea volatility, again, the renewed strikes in the Red Sea and new U.S. port fees add greater uncertainty to the market outlook. And then finally, this story, carbon levy on life support at IMO as Pacific's vow to fight on. I want to talk at the very end here about the IMO. There is a global tariff coming out that most of us don't know about, and I think it's going to be critical to understand it. So talked about those port volumes. Let's go over to the Port of LA here. This is the Port of LA announcement mid-March for February tonnage. And you'll note after a record start to 2025, the Port of Los Angeles cargo volume remained strong in February. The port processed 801,398 20-foot equivalent units TEUs last month, with 2.5 more than last year. Marked the port's second busiest February on record. For 17 of the last 19 months, the Port of LA has experienced year-over-year cargo growth, all without ship delays or backups on our docks. That's from LA's Port Executive Director Gene Soroka. So while we're talking about issues, what we've seen is record cargo coming in, and that is going to continue until the tariffs take hold. Remember, shipping lags. It's not an immediate impact. So we can expect to see these impacts about a month or two out, having an impact on the docks. And when you add the U.S. Trade Representative Section 301, along with the tariffs, we can expect to see substantial changes take place in the arrival of vessels in the United States. Add to it if the Red Sea opens back up, if we have further disruptions in global shipping, all of this adds on. But the one that's not being talked about that we really need to be talking about, we're distracting away from the global tariff that's about to be done, is this story by Mike Schuller over at GCaptain. The IMO prepares to finalize decarbonization framework that could reshape global shipping. What are we talking about? This from the IMO's homepage. Further progress on IMO, quote, net zero framework in working group. So while we're talking about tariffs in the United States, over in London, the Intersessional Working Group on the Reduction of Greenhouse Gas Emissions met for its 19th session from 31 March to 1 April, chaired by Mr. Svein Offendal of Norway. I know I killed that in my Norwegian. I know I got that 100% correct. The meeting was attended by some 1,000 delegates. The 2023 IMO GHG strategy commits member states to adopting new midterm measures to reduce emissions from ships in late 2025, including a technical element, namely a goal-based marine fuel standard regulating the phase reduction of marine greenhouse gas intensity, and an economic element on the basis of a maritime GHG emission pricing mechanism. If you don't understand that last phrase, that's a tax. That's a global tariff on the emission of cargo. We just saw the implementation of a environmental control zone in the Mediterranean. That's going to go into effect in May. That has led to shipping lines adding surcharges for ships sailing through the Mediterranean already, even though it's not May yet. They're going to give you that surcharge early because you have to shift over to cleaner burning fuel. All of this is leading to a tariff. You'll note that they said that meeting was attended by 1,000 delegates. You know who wasn't attending in large numbers? The United States. The United States wasn't attending. And you want to know why the United States isn't attending in large numbers? Number one, they don't understand that this is important to be there. Number two, the U.S. Coast Guard is not paying to have people lay over in London to attend this meeting. That's right. Government's cutting back on travel, so therefore we're not attending those important sessions that are going on between this meeting and the next meeting coming next week. So they're missing out on all the sub-meetings that are taking place prior to this. That's right, saving some money so that we can be built for more billions of dollars in greenhouse gas emission taxes coming up. Let me be clear. I'm all for clean air. I heartily endorse clean air. But understand what the implications are. Before we do that, let's talk about this story. So while the Coast Guard personnel and the representatives from the IMO fly home, they're missing the lead up to this meeting, the Marine Environment Protection Committee 83rd session. These are the highlights for it: tackling climate change, review of the short-term measure to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, energy efficiency on ships, addressing marine plastic litter, ID and protection of special areas. These are environmental control areas. Ballast water management, air pollution, amendments to sulfur technical code, pollution prevention and response, and proposals for new outputs. Understand, greenhouse gas emission is important. We have to reduce this. Where's the emissions on aircraft? Aircraft emit more carbon dioxide, more sulfur, more pollutants than anything else per pound. Yet we're trying to make ships carbon neutral by 2050, and let's be clear, I have the solution for it. Sal Mercogliano, your host of What's Going On with Shipping, has the solution for the IMO that gets us carbon neutral in 2050. It's called a friggin' sailboat. The problem is you can't hoist enough sails on a 24,000 TEU vessel to make it work. The other underlying issue here is who's pushing this agenda through. As you make ships more fuel efficient, you have to replace them, or you have to send them in to be modified. Who benefits from building more ships, from building newer ships, for getting ships into their repair facilities to change them? It's China. China does it. We talk about all the time that China's really against greenhouse gas emissions. They don't want this in their country. They don't want it in their country. They want it on ships because this benefits their industry more than anything else. You are building ships right now in 2025 that have a service life of between 15 and 25 years. That gets them to 2050. However, if you start changing the rules before then and you start putting more milestones on them, ships you're building today may not be allowed to operate in 10 to 15 years, and you're going to have to scrap them, which means you're going to have to build new ships. And who benefits from that? Well, if you watch my last video when we talked about shipbuilding in the first quarter of the 20th century, it's China. China, who's gone from building 5% of the world's ships in the year 2000 to 51% in 2024, looking to achieve over 60% in 2025. That's who benefits from this. So while I understand the focus on Trump's tariffs and the impact that's going to have on trade, we also need to be looking at these global tariffs that are being imposed by the IMO. I think it's really important to understand that trade is going to be impacted by multiple issues. We've got the tariffs in the United States. We've got the U.S. the U.S. Trade Representative and the port fees coming into impact. We have the global tariffs that are going to be coming out of the IMO,